Good morning, y'all. Perfect. All right, cool. Let's get rolling.
You know, whoever made this man upset, you deserve whatever's coming to you. Like, no, honestly, you done awoken a video game character. This man is moving as if he is in Mortal Kombat. Like, what? Who? My thing is this though. Who just wakes up in the middle of the night while it's thundering? All right.
That's funny. Test 1, 2, 3. Oh, test 1, 2, 3.
Oh, test 1, 2, 3.
No, that doesn't sound like my microphone. That doesn't sound like my microphone at all. You know, once in a while that happens. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that sounds like my microphone now.
Yeah, that sounds like my microphone.
I gotta test my my chat. Oops. Cool. Nice. Okay. Awesome. All right. So, with that being said, let's get rolling. You can see a little bit of my silvers. But I'll fix it later. Actually, before I go, I can do it right now. Okay, Google, turn off light. Good. Oh boy. Needed a couple extra minutes there, but we're good. Since today is a little bit cooler, we'll take the shorter walk. Okay. Let's go. Back camera. Oh wow. Okay. Yep. I mean, I did step outside for a moment. See? Told you. Snow wasn't done with us. I mean, it didn't snow a lot, obviously, but as you can see, it snowed. Frost. Like the cars. So April 20th, we still have frost. It snowed yesterday. And then when I said that, it actually was snowing. So fascinating. I didn't know why I was going to call today twist, but we'll see what's going on with this word, twist. A twist in reality, a twist in experience. Oh my God, look at my boots. Crazy. It's definitely cooler. Like I said, you would think today is like winter. Well, let's see. Where do we start? Last night, WrestleMania. It concluded. I gotta say that I wasn't really... Hi, Bubba. I wasn't really happy with the 2-night event. They could have fit every match in a one long night event. Like, they could just do one night. Like, it feels like there isn't enough matches for some reason. I don't know, it just feels weird. Like, there doesn't feel like there's a lot of matches happening. And last year's WrestleMania was much longer. Like, it finished like at 11 o'clock or 11:30. This one finished at like 9, like 9:35, 9:40. Like, it didn't go that long. And because it didn't go that long, right, like, and a lot of it was ads too, it's like the shortest WrestleMania I've ever experienced. Right? Because, like, when you get used to the longer WrestleManias and now they become shorter and the matches are also very short, like, it didn't feel like the matches were that great. Like, they were all right, but they were, you know, the matches were all right, but the thing is, like, they were lacking something, you know? It's hard to say what it was, but, like, you know, the only match that really stood out, obviously, was the last match, Roman Reigns versus CM Punk, and, like, that felt like an actual, like, WrestleMania worthy match. Like, they actually did a really good job on that match. It was long. It wasn't, like, over in like 10 minutes. Like, the storytelling was great. Like, they did a really good job on that match. Okay, yesterday we went that way. We're gonna go this way today. But it was so interesting, like, how, like, they're so short. Like, it's crazy. Oh, there's a lot of people today. A lot of people. Morning, brother.
Good morning. How are you? Good?
I'm good. You? Good. Enjoy your day. So, like, the matches were, they were like Rhea Ripley versus Io Scott, Rhea Ripley versus Jade. That was an alright match, right? But it was still short. The ladder match was good. That ladder match was alright. Trick Williams versus, like, Sami Zayn. Like, I didn't care about that match, to be honest, but congrats to Trick. What else happened? What else happened that night? You see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so short. Like, I can't believe, like, WrestleMania was this was the shortest WrestleMania I've ever experienced. Like, even back in the day, like, with, like, when Austin and Rock were around, like, you know, those WrestleManias would go till, like, 11, 12 o'clock at night. And it would start around, like, 7. Now, of course, they started at 6, right? So if the event started at 7, then, of course, it would go to, like, 10:30. Then it'd feel like a later event, but I don't know, man. Like these, it just didn't feel great. And now that WrestleMania is over, like, sure, the Raw after WrestleMania is always usually the most exciting, and it's a SmackDown, so I'll be watching it this evening. But other than that, like, yeah, it's just gone. It just doesn't feel like we got. I didn't feel like we got the worth of what we were supposed to get. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we could have gotten a lot more bang for our buck watching WrestleMania, but you know, it is what it's supposed to be. I don't know, it's just weird. Like, it could have been better, in my opinion. All right, universe, what are we talking about today? Our sister's out there sitting in the cool. It's so fascinating how winter ain't done with us. But you know, I'm actually happy. For some reason, like, I actually enjoy the colder temps. I think it's because, like, I got a lot of time to myself out in the cold. It wasn't as busy. It wasn't as crazy, you know? It's pretty windy. Expect the trail to feel like probably like -10, so we're gonna get ready to head down there, feel it. Right? We'll see what it feels like. Well, the sun is out, at least. Morning. It's I don't know, it's just fascinating how there's 10 days. Time is really going by very quickly. April's like flying by. Really loved every moment on this live streaming journey. I talked about it, I think it was Wednesday evening or Thursday, whenever we were sitting outside. I was like, it was Friday actually. I was like, I really don't want to stop streaming on this channel, but I know that time is ticking on this channel, and I have to get rolling. It's advantageous that we get rolling. But we will eventually get rolling. There she goes. She's focused. She's locked in. Morning, sister. Yeah, have a good day. Oh, gotcha. Enjoy. Morning, brother. Good, you? Good. Enjoy your day. She says she has exams. The grass is wet, as you can hear, the squishiness underneath me. I just washed my pants. Ugh. That sucks. I'm wiping my shoes. Help yourself. Don't walk in the grass. Yeah, 10 days. After that, I have no idea. But I do feel like I'm supposed to go on Kick. Like something's telling me I'm supposed to go there. I'm supposed to go there, and I'm supposed to do on my other YouTube channel. It would be awesome if Streamlabs would allow for Can I even go live on my other channel? I'd be like, and we're live on Kick, TikTok, Rumble, and YouTube. What's up, everybody? For those of you who don't know who I am Orion Stellar. Orion Phoenix Stellar. And yes, that is a real name. Morning. And you're probably wondering, what is it that I do? Who am I? A brief little introduction. I am a soul who came to this planet to help this planet to remember more of who they are. Every person that I'm supposed to touch. Now, as I continue to make my impact around the world, I came here to finish what they started. For the sake of... I'm gonna hang quickly. I haven't hung with this bar yet. So I came here on this planet to help people remember who they are. I spent 17 months I spent almost 3 years to figure out everything about reality I possibly could on living your best life. And I went all in on myself, making sure that every person that I touch, every person that I meet, I leave them better than how I found them. But it's not really me doing it. It's every one of you who's doing it for yourself. I am not a teacher. I am not a teacher, nor am I a guru. And I didn't come here to teach anything. I came here to share. And as I continue to share, I'm not a savior. I'm not a hero. I'm not a martyr, nor am I a messiah. But I am here as a mirror to reflect back everything that we all are. Because each of us are the answer. Right? Every one of us are our own answer. We just forgot that. I forgot that for over 40 Earth years. But I got to remember. I've had quite a few experiences that have shown me what reality is about. There's our sister. Wave to her. There's a truck coming. Squirrel, get off the road. Good job. Boy, oh boy, you would think this feels like a little bit like January. Hi, Bubba's. I'd have to start off my intro to Rumble, Kick, TikTok, YouTube, the other YouTube channel. Hey, there's a truck down there. Is it turning this way? Or is it going straight? It's going straight. It's so fascinating how cars come down here now. Trucks, cars. That's like a mini garbage truck. I think the bathrooms will start to be open in May. May is going to be an interesting month. Twist of the mind. Very peaceful this morning, but soon enough, once the weather gets really, really good, like when I'm talking like really good, I'm talking like 20 degrees first thing in the morning, hell, even 30 degrees. It's going to be, you know, more people will be coming down here. Oh my goodness gracious. It's definitely cooler down here right now. That's okay. Morning. It's definitely cooler down here. Yeah. Streaming on like all the platforms will be pretty cool. My newer YouTube channel, Rumble. I wonder how many places I can stream at once on from this device. I think it's 4. I had all the different like channels every day or once like every couple days. But you know, like it's just going to be a repeat because there's nothing more to really say. It's just like it just is. But I know everything's unfolding as it's supposed to. Because if it wasn't, then I wouldn't be on this journey doing what I'm doing. Couldn't imagine myself back in 2018 that I'd be doing something like this. I couldn't imagine myself even knowing any of what I know right now. And the funny thing is, like, there's nothing else to really know. Like, yeah, there's secrets in this world. People twisting shit around. right? Like we watched a CIA guy yesterday talking about what they do and what he did. He's a very fascinating character, I have to say. And, listening to him saying how, CIA can twist your smart TV's speaker into a microphone, like that's pretty fascinating. Of course, they can easily tap into my streams, but hey, I'm here to expose all that is. When you know who you are, nothing can stop you. And I came here to help the people of the planet to remember more of who they are so they can live their best life and stop suffering. You know what I like about this app? So there's a lot that I like. There's a couple things I don't really. There's some pros and cons. I really do like the fact that once I end the stream, it is already automatically fully uploaded and it's already public. It doesn't have to go through a process for me to then upload it a day later. The only thing I don't like about it is when I'm doing my morning thumbnail, right? Unless I take a photo prior, which I don't want to be doing all that every day, but maybe I should start doing that to get back into the practice of taking photos and smiling again. At the end of the day, you see the stream with a weird what the fuck? It was it ended with some weird, you see the room, or you see me in a weird position, or just kind of it's just weird. And then in the morning I can change the thumbnail. So I think one of the things I'm going to definitely be making sure I do before I go live anywhere is to make a thumbnail, or just make a generic thumbnail that I'm going live. I don't want to get into all start creating thumbnails every day for different things and making titles and all this shit. Keep it consistent. Oh, the truck is coming. And there goes the truck. Like I said, it's so weird when I see trucks come down here. It's not normal. It was never like that back in since 2022 when they rebuilt the trail. No, well, they rebuilt the trail in 2023. So pre-trail built, when they they started tearing down the trail in when did they start doing this? October 2022? Because I was coming down here a lot doing YouTube videos, and it was fine in the summertime, but I was heading to New York. And I was like, well, they're destroying the trail, so, I'm sure they'll rebuild it at some point, but see ya. Such a different, everything was fenced up. gated. Like you couldn't really come down here, but people still found a way to come down here. But you'd see at times like you shouldn't be down here. It's very like all this was rubble. We're walking in rubble. So fascinating. And now, ever since then, we've been seeing them take care of down here, which is great. But you know, I can leave this place knowing that this will be taken care of. I look forward to coming back 10 years in the future and seeing if they did anything to the trail and if my park still looks like my park, or if they added things to my park. It'd be fascinating. All right. Walk backwards. Yeah, night 2 was definitely better than night 1 for sure. The last match was good. I was talking about before you jumped on. The last match was really good. You know, congratulations to Mr. Reigns. Like, no matter what, like I was happy whoever won. But like, that was a good match. That felt like a WrestleMania match. Because like the length of the match was like on par with what should be a WrestleMania main event. The Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes one did not feel like a WrestleMania match, in my opinion. But you know, the thing is, last year they had more matches and the event went to like 11:30. This thing finished just before 10 o'clock. And they started at the same time at 6 p.m. So definitely the WrestleMania was much shorter. So that's why, for some reason, it just didn't feel like a WrestleMania. It just felt like watching another premium live event. And SummerSlam is going to probably be the same thing too, since now they're doing 2 nights instead of 1. I would honestly prefer them to have done one night, like Saturday, start at like 6, but then of course, you know, have it go to like 12:30, 1 a.m. in the morning, but they won't do that. In Vegas, by the time they were done, it was like 6 p.m. They had the rest of the evening to themselves. That's why I love Pacific time. Events start earlier there, and by the time it's done, you're like, you know, which way am I going to go today? I'm going to go this way today. Yeah, it was just so short, in my opinion. By the way, it's like minus like 4 degrees right now outside. It's like winter still. Winter ain't done with us. Not yet. We still have a little bit more to go. We still have a little bit more winter to go. But once this cold leaves, I'm gonna be kind of like, man, now we get some nice weather, but I prefer the cold weather for some reason. Look at me saying that. This guy who never liked the cold. Yeah. That little white fluff ball over there. I'm gonna go the long way around. This gives me the longer way around, going on this side. More steps. I always liked this house. Nice square house. I like these types of houses. Different. Yep. CM Punk collapsed at the end. That was a wrap. Roman is the champ again. Brock retired. Jade lost. Rhea won. What else? Trick won. Didn't care about that match, and I actually called it. I was like, I went to get my laundry, brought it up, and I'm like, this match is gonna finish before I finish my laundry, before I finish folding it up. And sure enough, as soon as I brought it up, I got to only fold like maybe 2 or 3 pieces of clothing, and it was already done. Short match. Yeah, every match was just short except for Roman Reigns and CM Punk. Like, that was a WWE WrestleMania worthy match. Those two left it all on the line. Cody and Randy, their match sucked, in my opinion. I'm really disappointed in that match. I'm not disappointed that Randy lost. Well, I am. I'm disappointed in the length of the match. It just didn't feel like it was like a lengthy match. Like, you know, they used each other's finishing moves and whatnot, but it just didn't feel epic like it did with CM Punk and Roman Reigns. It was missing something. Hi, Squirrel Bubba. They put out a lot of like bird seeds and stuff here for the animals to eat at this house right next to me. Well, 10 days and I have no idea if I'll be streaming on this channel. My intuition has not kicked in yet and said anything. But I do know that it has told me that I will probably be on Kick, most likely. But I won't be doing 12-hour streams. I'll be doing like maybe an hour or 2 at most. And maybe not every day, but we'll see. Because others have shown up into my experience, like Lori, and we're supposed to do a podcast potentially together and figure out all the logistics around that. Then there's Monica with her intuition saying that I'm supposed to finish a task with her. Don't know what that task entails. That's why I've been leaving. I haven't said anything to her in the last couple of days, because she said between the the dates of April 17th to the 21st, she was getting some sort of insight. So I'll wait till like Wednesday. I'll wait till Wednesday to reach out and see what did her intuition guide her on this so-called task that needs to be done. All I know is May is going to be a very fascinating month, because May and November are usually the 2 months that apparently I get my assignments from the other side. I mean, I get my assignments whenever, but it was May 18th last year I activated my memories. And it was in November when I started to tap into like, man, all this shit is made up. Like, all these words are made up. Like, everything's just fucking made up. And sure enough, someone showed up in my experience and they were just basically mirroring back what I already knew, just to confirm, which I don't need confirmation that this is all made up shit. So let's see what May has. Maybe that's the new assignment, the new channel. I'll probably just like pay Streamlabs, whatever it is that I have to pay to do multi-stream, or I just stream on one channel at a time. Like, I spend an hour on like Kick, spend an hour on like YouTube, spend an hour on TikTok. See if what's the word I'm looking for? Find leads. Well, leads will be finding me. I won't be finding leads. Leads will be coming to me, and I won't be giving them the extensive things that I've been doing on the channel, but I'll definitely be saying, like, you're the answer, but I hold the space for you to find out why you're the answer. Or I still stream until further notice on this channel, but I do know that I have to start taking more action on other channels and getting out there, because this channel, let's just call it what it is. It is basically was my practice. I got to go live because, on YouTube there's a feature where you can practice going live and then you go live, but you're not actually live. I was actually live with people around the world. So this was my practice for the main stage. 17 months straight of live streaming. Technically 18 if you count Facebook and Instagram. So technically 18 months, so basically a year and a half of streaming straight, no stopping, Facebook, Instagram, then switch to YouTube, and then 17 months on YouTube itself. So I started streaming on October 6th, 2024 to November 24th, 2024 on Facebook and Instagram, alternating between the two every day. Wait, why am I going this way? Well, it's fine, whatever. I already started walking this way. I know what I can do. I'll do a little bit of a zigzag. Get some extra steps in. Plot twist. Orion is streaming on where now? he's on Rumble, he's on Kick. I won't do Twitch. Twitch has too much rules like YouTube. Or Twitch has too much, I don't know, I don't like Twitch for some reason. Twitch to me seems to, like, too much, just too much rules you have to contend with. Even YouTube has better rules, but even then YouTube sucks as well. So, I mean, you know. Morning. Yeah. Streaming on Twitch is not my thing. I've done it before. I don't like the how Twitch handles your uploads. Cuz like if you're not subscribed to Twitch, you can't keep your videos, like your video on demand stuff, like loaded like YouTube, like a library. Whereas like Kick, it stays. I would think it does, but I don't know how they're gonna handle, like, if I ever start doing like many hours of live streaming. We know YouTube has a limit of 11 hours and 55 minutes. Sunamod, he did 18 hours. I mean, I've done longer than that. I've done 22 hours, I think, as my longest stream. Almost a full fucking day. But of course that doesn't get captured. Yeah, Sunamod, he did 18 hours, and on Kick, his 18-hour stream is actually uploaded. Morning. And his 18-hour upload, I'm like, I wonder if they, I wonder how much hard drive space they actually have, because like 18 hours, that's a lot. Like there's like no restrictions whatsoever doing 18 hours. Morning. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. I have 30% on the battery. I should make it back. I'm gonna walk through that street. I'm gonna go straight. Normally we turn to the left and then we're back, but I'm going to take a little bit of an extra bit of steps. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go to the right and then turn into the street and then do my circle. So I'm basically gonna go in like a square. Zigzag. So I'm gonna go over that way. I'm gonna cross over. You're going backwards, Orion. You're supposed to go that way. I'm getting some extra steps in. Not quite ready to go back in the house just yet. Yeah, it'll be fascinating either way of where I stream. If it's the new YouTube channel, that's gonna be fun. But I definitely want to go to Kick because, like, I don't know, there's something appealing about Kick that I can, if I really wanted to watch movies and music, listen to music, I don't get copyright. So stupid how YouTube does that. Look at this. I like this little cart thing. He's got like a shield. Morning. He's got a little shield like to protect himself. A little bit of aerodynamics. I think tomorrow's supposed to be just as cold as today, and then Wednesday and Thursday are supposed to be like 60s, and Friday's gonna be like 50, and then Saturday's gonna be like 40, and then Sunday's like 50. It's like some up and down weather we got. No 70s yet. No consistent 70s yet. April's a very wacky month in Toronto. Where Trina is at in Vancouver, she's getting that nice weather. She's getting like that 20 degrees. Like the West Coast is always warmer than the East for some reason. I never felt called to be in the East, but you know, the funny thing is you're always going to be either East or West no matter where you are based on perspective of the map on Earth. These guys got perfect grass. They got that perfect grass here. So do these guys. They got that perfect grass here. This is the house that has the blue butterflies. You all get to see the windmill in its actual 60 frames per second. Oh, now we have 20% on the battery. Little lawnmower right here. That Audi car over there is nice. I like it. That white car over there. If I wasn't getting a Supra, it'd either be an Audi or it'd be a Lexus. I'm not really a fan of Mercedes-Benz. I don't know. I just never liked Mercedes-Benz cars. I drove one. I drove Jessa's. I know they're more bougie, but like, and I'm all about luxuriousness. But I don't know. I just don't like Mercedes-Benz for some reason. BMWs. I don't mind BMWs. I like BMWs. But I think I'd still prefer an Audi or a Lexus over a BMW. Oh. The new people moved in here already. Wow. Speaking of BMW, Mercedes, there's another one right there. Danny Tags. His last name is Taglieri. Taglieri, huh? You know what's funny? I thought about something. If you can think of any type of person, they exist. Like, just think about any type of person, even if a person has like 3 arms, they probably exist. Or 5 legs, they probably exist. Like, any kind of like person you can think of, they probably exist. 8 billion people on one little speck in the universe, fighting over some bullshit that is like irrelevant. Resources. I was looking at black holes last night, and there's one called Phoenix A. Phoenix A is such a monster. It has 100 billion solar masses. It's the size of 100 billion solar masses. And you know what's fascinating? They said the amount of zeros that thing has cannot fit on the surface of the Earth. That's crazy. 100 billion solar masses. Like, what the fuck? Like, that thing, like, if this planet, I mean, eventually everything will come to an end. There will come a point where all this will have not even mattered. Like, we're just basically space rubble. And all things will just cease to matter. The dog is like looking at me. He's like, is he coming this way? Nope. I'm gonna go around. Get some more steps in. But yeah, here we are, all fighting each other for some dumb reason. All because of some stupid resource that quite simply is irrelevant, because when a black hole comes, like, you're done. Like, you're finished. We're all finished. Like, what's the point, right? I have like this annoying like thing in my shoe again. The worst thing is when you're walking and there's this fucking thing in your shoe and it's like just driving you nuts. It's crazy. Hi, Squirrel Baba. If our house was on this side of the street, we get more sunlight during the day in the backyard. In fact, the entire backyard would be lit up. If the room, if this character's room was facing, that direction, yeah, get so much more sun in the day. Got phone battery at 10%. Oh, we dropped frames there for a moment. You're all seeing the frame dip. We're at 35 frames per second, 32, 44, 47, 48, 47, 46. Now you can see it's not as smooth as it was earlier. Because, the battery went down a fair little bit. And because the battery went down a fair little bit, the frames dipped. That's okay, we'll be back in shortly. That or just this part of the street is just, the internet's not that great. But now you can see how what it looks like, what we used to look like when I would be walking. The difference between 30 frames and 60 frames. Now we're back to 60 frames. Well, kind of. We're like 56. There we go. I wonder if T-Bray said anything else, or if just night one was a lot better, or night two was a lot better than night one. We should be seeing that brother with his dog turn around in the corner in a moment. Who or what is barking? It's behind me. Lots of people. Okay. Oh man, I can't even see the screen now. What? Awesome. Wow. So fascinating how we dropped frames. I think because the phone is so cold now, maybe. But the frames will pick up 117.17. Basically made it back just before, we made it back just before things, so. We are back. I don't see the reason why the snowblower has to be out here now. Penthouse. I love my penthouse so much. Camera, Wi-Fi. The lag is real right now. The lag is real. Wow, we moved. Now we're back to 60 frames. Alexa, play notification.
One new notification from Amazon. On Monday, there's a chance of snow near you in
Snow.
Clairville, starting around 1 a.m. and stopping around 2 a.m.
That's funny because it's already past 1 a.m. All right, so we're back inside, 8:37. That was a good walk. Excellent walk. Shadow will be barking outside. Phone is charging. My tablet needs to be charged. Let's see. I had to wait 2 weeks for it to come in. Drove straight from the dealer to wrap shop for 2 more weeks, and now I have to wait the 1,200 miles for engine brake in before I get to play. Awesome. It's looking good. It's looking sick. Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna go make breakfast in a moment. Okay, let's see what we got on the YouTubes. Peptides. I don't care about peptides. How CIA Black Ops actually work. It's funny. Yep. So weird, Dowhausen. Dowhausen is from, I didn't realize he's from AEW. He's so weird. Anyways, breakfast time. It was so strange to see Dowhausen come to, I didn't even know who he was until I looked him up. Is there... There should be some eggs downstairs. Yes, there is. Let's see. Roman Reigns' theme is back. His original theme he had prior. Which is cool. Dowhausen. His segment was so weird. They needed to fill up time, so they used him. But his segment was just like, what the fuck are we doing? It's so weird to see brown eggs again. I haven't seen brown eggs in forever. Brown eggs, white eggs. They taste the same. Some will say brown are more healthier than the white ones. But that's probably all an illusion anyways. think I want to watch Nero's video from yesterday again. I feel called. I really like listening to the scriptures. Take that out afterwards. Perfection. Awesome. Little olive oil. Just a smidge. Very good. There's so much stuff on the counter. It's wild. That's the one thing you will not see in my place. A bunch of stuff on the counter. Except for the espresso machine. It's funny that I'll be using that more for hot chocolate or French vanilla than making coffee or cappuccino, but it's for the Airbnb people, really. After all, they are paying a premium to stay there for the view, and I've included luxury like coffee as a part of it. They also get a book of their choice from my library of books. I just have to make sure I know which book they take so I can replenish. A nice bookshelf with all types of basically personal development, spiritual, esoteric, occult, mysticism, religious. Types of books. If anyone's there, I'll be back down there shortly. Spatula. Wonder who came up with that word, spatula. I'm so fascinated with words. Who came up with these words and why? Imagine humans never spoke words. I wonder how far we'd actually be at in our life. And also, would there be conflict between us? Because really, what's causing all the conflicts is just words. Words that people have created meanings, and meanings come from words. And those meanings then create feelings because of said word. And because of said word that creates a meaning, you then adhere to the definition, unless you have context. Bringing this back to the forefront of everybody's mind is basically my role. To be mindful of the words that you speak and the things that you say. If you can remember all of this, you will make your life so much more simpler and easier. The words are what govern people in their life. What they experience, what they can experience. Toast. Egg is done. Turn that on. Nice and fluffy. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I'm not really too much of a butter fan anymore. I'm more of a garlic spread kind of guy. Perfection. Perfection. So I just caught the mind talking about, we're not in San Diego. I'm like, you can flip right now. Hello, what are you doing? You like to derail the character, don't you, mind? Don't you, puppeteer? I see you, puppeteer mind. But if you can think that thought, then you can also think the thought that you already are there. So stop. And I call it out because it's important to know that that is not who you are. You are everything that you desire to be, and it's already yours. And the moment you catch it, the moment you can redirect it. Definitely have to get one of these spatulas before I leave for San Diego. There's quite a few things I need to actually get. I'm sure I can find I'm sure I can find a rubber spatula in San Diego at the dollar store or something. Breakfast is served. First meal, breakfast, whatever you want to call it, is served. I'm inside the room. Oh, yeah. chair cover right now. It's bothering me. All right. Let's see what content we're gonna watch. What are we going to watch? I probably watch, like I said, I probably watch Neuro again. I really like the esoteric video. Let's see. Actually, let's watch Phoenix A for a moment. Check Phoenix A out. This black hole I was watching last night.
Recently, we gazed into an abyss known as Ton 618, a black hole boasting a mass 66 billion times that of our sun. We thought that was the absolute limit. We believed the universe could not possibly forge a monster more terrifying than that. But the universe does not care about the limits of human comprehension. Ton 618 is merely a prince in the ocean of darkness. Far beyond, 5.7 billion light years away from our tiny cosmic shore, at the heart of one of the most massive structures in the cosmos, sits the true king of the abyss. Welcome to the Phoenix Cluster, and meet Phoenix A star, a gravitational anomaly so incomprehensibly massive it shatters every physical theory we hold about how the universe operates. Let us break your sense of reality for a moment. Ton 618 has the mass of 66 billion suns. Phoenix A star is estimated to hold the mass of 100 billion suns. 100 billion. If you were to take every single star in our Milky Way galaxy, every last one of them from edge to edge, and crush them down into a single point, Phoenix A star would still dwarf it. This unimaginable mass creates an event horizon, the boundary where not even light can escape, with a diameter stretching 590 billion kilometers across. For perspective, the distance from our sun to Pluto is a mere 5.9 billion kilometers. This means you could line up 100 of our solar systems edge to edge, and they would all be swallowed effortlessly by the mouth of this shadow. If Phoenix A star replaced our sun, its edge of absolute darkness would stretch far beyond the Oort cloud, consuming everything in a radius of dozens of light years. It wouldn't just eat our planets, it would eat our entire stellar neighborhood. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of Phoenix A star is not its size, it is the fact that it exists at all. According to the laws of astrophysics, a black hole grows by feeding on surrounding gas and stars. But there is a speed limit to how fast they can eat, known as the Eddington limit. If they feed too violently, the resulting radiation blows the remaining gas away, choking off their own growth.
That's wild.
If Phoenix A star grew simply by swallowing stars since the dawn of time, the universe itself is not old enough for it to have reached 100 billion solar masses. It ran out of time. So, how does this entity exist? Scientists were forced to create an entirely new classification for it, the SLAB, stupendously large black hole. It didn't grow by eating stars. It grew by devouring other giant black holes. It is the product of endless cosmic collisions, a theater of galactic cannibalism, where monsters consume monsters, merging their dark power over billions of years until one...
The narration on this is epic.
Or, far more chillingly, it might be a primordial black hole, a flaw in space-time forged in the very first fraction of a second after the Big Bang, growing in the dark before the first star in the universe had even ignited. The fundamental nature of a black hole is to destroy, but when you become this massive, you cease to be a mere killer. You become a god. At the core of its cluster, Phoenix A star fires jets of relativistic plasma from its poles, piercing millions of light years into the cosmos. These jets are so unfathomably powerful, they violently compress the cold gas surrounding the galaxy. Instead of sterilizing its galaxy, the lethal jets of Phoenix A star force the cosmic gas to collapse, igniting a firestorm of creation. The rate? 740 stars the size of our sun are born in this galaxy every single year. By comparison, our Milky Way struggles to create just one or two. Phoenix A star is not merely a graveyard for 100 billion suns. It is a beating heart pumping life into its galaxy, using raw, catastrophic violence to force the universe into creating trillions of new stars just to keep its dark empire illuminated. We live in a peaceful era, a cosmic coincidence in an infinite stretch of time. But time will not be kind forever. Trillions of years from now, when the last star in the universe has exhausted its fuel and died, when galaxies crumble and fade into dust, the universe will become a cold, dark, and eternally dead sea of nothingness. Yet, in that total darkness, entities like Phoenix A star will remain. It will sit on its throne of absolute nothingness for the rest of eternity, slowly evaporating through Hawking radiation over a number of years so large the zeros wouldn't fit on the surface of the Earth.
That's wild.
Looking into the abyss of Phoenix A star forces a bitter pill of reality down our throats. We wage wars over land, money, and power on a tiny speck of rock suspended in a sunbeam. While out there, a shadow the weight of 100 billion suns dictates the fate of trillions of stars in absolute silence. The universe does not care about our existence, and Phoenix A star is the eternal monument that reminds us exactly how insignificant we truly are.
Don't you just love the narration of that? That was so awesome. This was their video last week, but this is not as big as Phoenix A.
entire solar system and dropped it into this object, it would simply vanish. It wouldn't even touch the sides. According to the laws of physics, a monster of this scale should not exist. It is too big, and it is entirely too heavy. Hiding behind a blinding wall of light in the distant cosmos, it is waiting. A gravity trap so
Don't you just like the music? How epic it is, waiting for a destruction.
remains of 66 billion suns. Welcome to the terrifying reality of TON 618, the largest black hole ever discovered in the history of human civilization.
Well, you just made a video on VXA, so this is not the largest.
When you try to picture a black hole, you probably imagine a sphere of perfect, silent darkness, a cold, empty void sitting quietly in the vacuum of space. And for dormant black holes, that is true. But TON 618 is not dormant. It is awake, and it is actively feeding. When a giant black hole feeds, it does not hide in the dark. It screams in the light. Imagine a whirlpool of gas, dust, and shredded stars, millions of miles wide, spiraling down the drain of a cosmic sink. As this ocean of matter is dragged closer to the black hole, the gravity crushes it together. The friction becomes so violent that the gas heats up to billions of degrees. It ignites. It creates a blazing storm of plasma that outshines everything else in the surrounding universe. This violently glowing rain of fire is
This is why I love black holes, their destructiveness.
a quasar is not a star. It is a cosmic funeral. It is the blinding flash of dying matter as it is ripped apart and swallowed by a supermassive black hole.
Yeah, buddy.
For decades, astronomers have been scanning the deepest edges of the night sky, looking for these blinding beacons of light. But when they pointed their telescopes toward the constellation of Canis Venatici, they detected something that defied all logic. It was a quasar shining with a ferocity that made no sense. It was burning with the light of 140 trillion suns. It is a light so intensely powerful.
Now I'm going to share what I'm going to share in a moment.
Blinds our telescope
Once this is done.
to the entire galaxy that surrounds it. We cannot see the stars of its home galaxy because the quasar outshines them all combined.
That's wild.
But the true horror of
That's
TON
wild.
618 is not the blinding light. It is the invisible, silent monster hiding at the exact center of that light, generating all of that apocalyptic power.
Crazy.
At the very center of our own Milky Way galaxy sleeps a monster named Sagittarius A star. It contains the weight of 4 million suns. Its dark shadow is large enough to swallow our entire sun with plenty of room to spare. For a very long time, humanity thought this was the absolute ceiling of cosmic terror. We thought 4 million suns was the limit of how big a gravity trap could get.
Nope.
But Tarn 618 makes the monster at the center of our galaxy look like a grain of sand.
This is so wild.
Astronomers literally had to invent a completely new word to describe it. They call it an ultramassive black hole.
That's crazy.
Tarn 618 does not contain the mass of 4 million suns. It contains the mass of 66 billion suns. The mass of a black hole determines the size of its event horizon. The heavier it is, the larger its event horizon becomes. The event horizon of Tarn 618 is approximately 390 billion kilometers wide.
Man.
But the most disturbing fact about Tarn 618 is not its impossible size. It is its age. When we look up at the night sky with our telescopes, we are not looking at the universe as it is today. Because light takes time to travel across the vast distances of space, looking far away means looking back in time. We are seeing things as they were when that light first began its journey. Tarn 618 is located 10.4 billion light years away from Earth. That means the blinding light of its quasar has been traveling through the empty, freezing vacuum of space for over 10 billion years just to reach our camera lenses.
Oh my God. Crazy.
We are seeing this monster as it looked when the universe was incredibly young. And this creates a terrifying problem for astrophysicists. According to our current understanding of physics, black holes take a very long time to grow. They start relatively small, and they slowly feed over billions of years, gradually swallowing stars, eating gas clouds, and merging with other black holes, getting larger and larger as the eons pass. But Tarn 618 was already 66 billion times the mass of our sun when the universe was just a baby. It did not have enough time to grow that large.
That's crazy.
According to the laws of physics, it should not exist. It breaks the very rules of cosmic evolution. Did it form directly from the sudden collapse of a massive primordial cloud of dark matter? Did it feed on something in the early universe that we do not yet understand? We do not know.
We're not supposed to
It remains
understand
one of the
this.
darkest and most terrifying mysteries of modern science. And that mystery leaves us with one final, deeply unsettling thought. If we are seeing Tarn 618 as it was 10 billion years ago, and it was already the largest object ever discovered back then, what does it look like today? For 10 billion years, hidden in the dark, it has continued to feed. It has continued to drag stars and galaxies into its infinite belly.
That's crazy.
How big has the monster grown in the time it took for its ancient light to reach us? We will never know. It is too far away. We can only look at its ancient ghost burning fiercely in the distant dark, reminding us of a terrifying truth. The universe was not made for us. It is chaotic, it is violent, and it is filled with titans that could erase our entire world without making a single sound. We believe we are the masters of our destiny, but in reality, we are just temporary passengers on a tiny speck of dust floating in a very big ocean.
Oh man. That is That was excellent. I seen that one last week. I'm gonna put this in bar actually, because that was a bar. So, a couple things that I wanted to touch upon. Number one, the flat earthers for a moment. They're not wrong that they were saying that the earth is flat because, they think we live in a firmament and all that, and it's true. But it's true from the other dimension. While you're here in the third dimension, it is a disc, or it's a sphere. It's an orb. It's an orb. It's a round orb. So the universe is also multi-dimensional. So like, imagine going to a black hole. Well, first of all, you're not going to last very long. Just even being near the black hole, you're basically fucked. Even though your soul is more powerful than any big black hole that's ever existed, your body is not. Unfortunately, your body is not capable of such radiation and such. So that's that. So for the universe, from a fifth dimensional perspective, it is a disc. All of this that you're seeing is a disc. It's like a CD, it's like a DVD, Blu-ray disc containing all of that. And then, of course, in the other dimensions, like you're seeing other discs and other universes, and our mind cannot fathom this. Our mind is not designed to understand things like this. It's not supposed to. What we were supposed to do is focus on the here and now of reality with each other. But what we're doing is attempting to understand things, which there's nothing wrong with understanding things. It gave us free will to be curious, right? We by nature are curious creatures. So we go and seek out and understand things. But during that understanding, we create problems. That's the issue. We create unnecessary problems when we seek to understand. And when we seek to understand something, we then inadvertently create a problem. And then we attempt to solve a problem by either creating another problem to solve that problem, or we inadvertently make a mess of something that does not need to be made a mess of. It could be just left alone. That's why there's that expression, if it ain't broken, leave it alone. Don't touch it. Just leave it. If it's working, leave it. If it ain't broken, don't touch it. Don't fix it. Just leave it. Let it be. So the universe is a disc in the other dimensions. But when you're here, like all of that, millions and millions and billions and trillions of miles away that the universe is, it's all on a disc. It's like a flat disc. Because I saw it. But when we're here, our body, like there's no way we can travel to that. There's like no human presently on this planet can travel physically to a black hole. We can imagine a black hole. We can feel like we're at the black hole by using our senses, but we are not physically capable right at this moment to go physically to a black hole. This is why black holes fascinate me so much, because not only are they mysterious by nature, we don't know what the hell happens on the other side of a black hole. Like, where do you go? Like, your atoms are going to be ripped to shreds. In fact, yesterday, I'm going to play this video. I think you're going to like it. Cosmic Lens, I like your video. I like your style. Phoenix A. There was something about, if we fell into a black hole, this one. Yeah. We just don't know, and I like their I like their destructiveness.
Observers. We look at the night sky and see stories written in light. Stories of how stars are born, how they live, and how they die. But among this sea of light, there are places wrapped in eternal darkness, places where light itself cannot escape. This is the home of one of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the cosmos, the black hole. It is not an object, but a place, a deep well in the fabric of space and time. It's what's left after a giant star dies. Its heart has stopped beating, but its pull is now impossible to escape. We have only ever watched from a safe distance. But have you ever asked, what would actually happen if you were to travel into the very heart of that darkness?
Let's go.
To understand this hunter, we must first understand its birth. Long ago, a giant star, hundreds of times bigger than our sun, lived a magnificent life. It was a massive nuclear engine, turning matter into energy for millions of years. But all lives must end. When its fuel ran out, the star could no longer support its own weight. In an instant, it collapsed, causing a massive explosion we call a supernova. Its blast shone brighter than an entire galaxy. Yet at the center of this destruction, something new was born. The star's incredibly dense core kept collapsing until it became a single point of unimaginable mass. Imagine a weight so heavy that it bends the very fabric of the universe. It creates a well of gravity so deep, so steep, that nothing can ever climb back out. Not even light, the fastest thing in the universe. And so, a black hole is born. Now, our journey begins. From far away, it looks peaceful. A perfect circle of black, surrounded by a glowing disk of gas and dust, spinning around it before falling in forever. As we get closer, we begin to feel its pull, a pull we cannot resist. Ahead of us is an invisible line. Scientists call it the event horizon. Think of it like the edge of a giant waterfall. As long as you stay away from the edge, you can still turn back. But the moment you cross it, there is no return. The event horizon is a one-way gate to forever. Something strange begins to happen. If a friend watched you from far away, time for you would seem to slow down. Your movements would look slower and slower until you seem to freeze at the edge of the black hole, fading away forever.
That's interstellar.
But for you, time feels normal. You feel nothing. You simply drift across the final line. And now the monster reveals its terrifying nature. The process known as spaghettification begins. Because you are falling feet first, the pull of gravity on your feet is much stronger than the pull of gravity on your head. Your body begins to be pulled apart, stretched and stretched like a piece of string. This is not a painful process, because your body is torn into a stream of atoms long before any pain signals could reach your brain. you become
That's
part
crazy.
of the river of matter,
That's crazy.
flowing to the center of nothingness.
That is crazy.
You look back one last time. The entire universe, all the stars and galaxies, now look twisted and squeezed into a single blinding point of light. That is your final view of the world you left behind, before the total darkness swallows you completely. Your journey ends at a place that can't even be called a place. A point of infinite density where everything the black hole has ever swallowed comes to an end. Scientists call it the singularity. This is where our understanding of physics breaks down. The rules we know no longer apply. What is there? The end of everything? A doorway to another universe? Or just the final end, where information is lost forever? We do not know. And maybe that's its greatest beauty. The black hole is the universe's reminder that no matter how much we learn, there will always be mysteries we cannot solve.
It's true.
It is proof that inside the deepest darkness, we find the deepest questions about our own existence. And the journey to find the answers is what makes us human.
Looks like we're going down a space thing. Black holes.
You're moving right now. 230 kilometers per second. Around something 26,000 light years away. You've been doing this your entire life. Your parents did it. Every ancestor you've ever had. Every human who ever lived. Every star you've ever seen in the night sky. All of it. 200 billion stars, gas clouds, planets, everything in the Milky Way. Moving in vast, patient orbits around the same invisible center. At that center sits a supermassive black hole, 4 million times the mass of the sun. And for most of human history, we didn't know it was there. Tonight, we're tracing the story of Sagittarius A star, the invisible center of everything we know, the dark heart of the Milky Way. Let's begin. For thousands of years, people looked up and saw the Milky Way as a band of light stretched across the sky. Faint, diffuse, beautiful, but just light. By the early 1900s, we understood what it was. A galaxy, spiral, vast, with us off to one side, about 2/3 of the way out from the center. We assumed there was a center, some dense region where starlight pooled. But we thought it was just more stars, closer together, brighter, nothing special. The problem was visibility. Between us and the galactic center, enormous clouds of gas and dust block optical light completely. When you look toward Sagittarius with a normal telescope, you see nothing but darkness. For centuries, the center of our own galaxy was hidden. Then, in the 1970s, radio telescopes began scanning the galactic center. radio waves passed through dust, and they found something strange. A powerful, compact radio source, bright, concentrated, unmoving. Too bright to be starlight, too small to be a star cluster, too concentrated to be gas. They named it Sagittarius A star, after the constellation where it appeared in our sky. Something massive was there, something invisible, pulling everything toward it. But you can't see a black hole. You can only see what it does. In the 1990s, two teams of astronomers began one of the most patient experiments in the history of science. Keck Observatory in Hawaii, the Very Large Telescope in Chile, both aimed at the same patch of sky, the galactic center. Using infrared cameras, watching in wavelengths our eyes can't see, they tracked individual stars near Sagittarius A star. Not hundreds of stars, a few dozen. Year after year, image after image, watching them move. And the stars moved fast. Not the slow drift you'd expect from distant objects. These stars were whipping around something invisible, like planets around a sun, but far more extreme. Tight orbits, elliptical, violent. One star became the key, a blue-white star, unremarkable, except for where it was and how it moved. The teams called it S2, and S2's orbit would prove everything. S2 orbits Sagittarius A star every 16 years. That's extraordinarily fast for something orbiting the center of a galaxy. Our sun takes 230 million years to complete one orbit. S2 does it in 16. At periapsis, the point where S2 comes closest to the black hole, it gets within 17 light hours of Sagittarius A star. Neptune is about 4 light hours from the sun. S2 gets that close to a black hole. And at that distance, it accelerates to about 2 to 3% the speed of light, around 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers per second. Fast enough to cross the distance from Earth to the Moon in less than a minute. Scientists followed S2 for decades, tracking its motion year after year. They watched it sweep past the black hole in 2002, and again in 2018. One full 16-year orbit, from close pass to close pass. And the next orbit is already underway. Frame by frame, year by year. They could see it accelerate as it approached periapsis. They could see it decelerate as it moved away. The path was perfect, Keplerian, exactly what you'd expect from an object orbiting a massive point source. And they did the math. To make a star move that fast in an orbit that tight, there has to be something incredibly massive at the center, concentrated in a space smaller than Mercury's orbit around the sun. The numbers were precise. Roughly 4 million solar masses. No star cluster could be that dense without collapsing. No gas cloud could stay together under that kind of gravity. No normal object could hide that much mass in that little space. Only one thing fit the evidence. a supermassive black hole. By 2002, the case was closed. Sagittarius A star wasn't just a radio source. It was a black hole. Our black hole. For decades, we knew it was there. We could measure its mass, track stars orbiting it, map its gravity. But we'd never seen it. In 2019, the Event Horizon Telescope, a planet-sized network of radio dishes working together, revealed the first ever image of a black hole. M87 star, at the center of a galaxy 55 million light years away. A glowing ring, a shadow, proof. And then, in May 2022, the EHT released a second image, this time closer to home. Sagittarius A star. It took longer than M87 star because Sagittarius A star is more difficult to photograph. M87 star is massive and stable. It changes slowly over days or weeks. Sagittarius A star is smaller, and it flickers. Gas swirls around it, on timescales of minutes to hours. Brightness shifts constantly, like trying to photograph a child who won't sit still, while the child is also 26,000 light years away. But the teams synchronized data from telescopes across the planet. Chile, Hawaii, Arizona, Mexico, Spain, and the South Pole. Multiple observatories working as one, combining signals, compensating for Earth's rotation, adjusting for atmospheric distortion, building an image, pixel by pixel. And then they had it. A bright ring of hot gas, its light bent into a circle by gravity, circling the event horizon. And in the center, a shadow, a dark silhouette where light is captured. 52 micro-arc-seconds across, like seeing a donut on the surface of the moon from Earth, or reading a newspaper in New York from Los Angeles. For the first time, we saw the face of the thing we'd been orbiting our entire lives. And here's the strange part. Sagittarius A star is not a quasar. It's not blazing. It's not devouring stars every night. Most of the time, it's quiet, starved, a giant with its mouth closed. Which means we're looking at something even stranger than a monster. We're looking at a supermassive black hole at rest. And seeing it made us ask, what are we actually looking at? What does 4 million solar masses really mean? $4 million solar masses. That's 4 million stars like our sun, compressed into a singularity. Let's put that in context. If you could somehow compress our sun, this 1.4 million kilometer wide ball of fusion that gives life to Earth, into a black hole, it would have an event horizon about 6 kilometers across. A tiny sphere. Now imagine doing that 4 million times and crushing all of it into a single point. That's Sagittarius A star. The event horizon of Sagittarius A star is about 24 million kilometers across, roughly 17 suns laid side by side. Light, moving at 300 kilometers per second, crosses that diameter in about 80 seconds. A minute and 20. That's the boundary, the point of no return. And it's worth saying out loud, the event horizon isn't a surface. It's not a shell. It's a line in space where escape stops being a direction. Inside it, our everyday ideas break. Not because the black hole is made of darkness, but because gravity is so extreme that even light can't climb back out. And deeper still, our equations predict a singularity, a place where the math stops making sense and physics runs out of language. Now, if you put Sagittarius A star where the sun is, the horizon would still fit inside Mercury's orbit, but the mass would be 4 million suns. Earth, at our current distance, would not be able to orbit the way it does now. To stay in a stable orbit at 1 AU, astronomical unit, you'd need to travel at about 1/5 the speed of light, and your year would last just over 4 hours.
Wow.
So the horizon is small compared to the solar system, but the gravity is not. Now consider the mass itself. The sun weighs about 333,000 Earths. It's so massive that its gravity holds 8 planets in orbit across billions of kilometers. Sagittarius A star is 4 million times more massive than that. That's 1.3 trillion Earths. 1,300 billion Earths.
That's crazy.
If you somehow lined up planet-sized objects, each one as massive as Earth, you'd need 1.3 trillion of them to equal Sagittarius A star's mass. Lined up edge to edge, that chain would run to the nearest star and back about 200 times.
That's crazy.
Let's compare it to other black holes. Sagittarius A star, 4 million solar masses. M87 star, the black hole photographed in 2019, 6.5 billion solar masses. Ton 618, one of the largest black holes ever discovered, 66 billion solar masses. Ton 618 is 16,000 times more massive than Sagittarius A star. By comparison, Sagittarius A star is tiny. But tiny is a relative term. 4 million suns, 1.3 trillion Earths. Incomprehensible mass, crushed into infinite density. And
Just keeps getting bigger and weirder and scarier and terrifying every second.
the closest supermassive black hole to Earth. When we look at Sagittarius A star, we're not seeing it as it is now. We're seeing it as it was 26,000 years ago. Humans were living through the last ice age. Small bands, firelight, stone tools. The first cities were still 10,000 years in the future. Writing didn't exist. Agriculture hadn't begun. And those photons kept going. Through dust, through spiral arms, through the quiet lanes between stars, until they finally reached our telescopes. And Sagittarius A star is ancient. It likely formed in the early universe billions of years ago, when galaxies were young and still colliding and merging, when the first stars were just beginning to illuminate the cosmos. Sagittarius A star was already there when our solar system formed 4.6 billion years ago. Already massive, already ancient. It was there when life first appeared on Earth, when the dinosaurs ruled and died, when the first humans looked up at the night sky. It will still be there long after the sun dies, long after Earth is gone, long after every star we can see has burned out or drifted away into the expanding void. And it's been doing the same thing the entire time. Pulling, holding, anchoring. Right now, in this present moment, Sagittarius A star is doing something. Pulling gas inward, maybe flaring as a cloud drifts too close. Maybe quiet. Stars are orbiting it. S2 is somewhere in its 16-year path. Other stars are accelerating toward periapsis or drifting away. The event horizon is there. The ring of light is glowing. Something is happening. But we can't see it. The light that would show us Sagittarius A star as it is right now, in this exact moment, won't reach Earth for 26,000 years. Think about that. 26,000 years from now. Modern humans appeared roughly 300,000 years ago. 26,000 years is nearly 1/10 of the entire span of human existence. In 26,000 years, human civilization might be unrecognizable. We might have spread across the galaxy, or destroyed ourselves, or evolved into something we wouldn't recognize. Earth's climate will have shifted. Continents will have drifted. Species will have gone extinct. New species will have appeared. The stars in the night sky will have moved to different positions. And only then, 26,000 years from now, will the light from today's Sagittarius A star finally arrive. Only then will observers, if there are any, see what Sagittarius A star looked like in the year 2026. We're always watching the past, never the present. The black hole we photographed in 2022, that was Sagittarius A star as it existed 26,000 years ago. S2's orbit that we've been tracking since the 1990s. We're watching events that happened 26,000 years before we saw them. Everything we know about Sagittarius A star, every measurement, every observation, every image, is ancient history. And there's no way around it. Light has a speed limit. Information has a speed limit. We are separated from Sagittarius A star, not just by distance, but by time itself. A 26,000-year gulf we can never cross. What is Sagittarius A star like right now? We can't know. Not for 26,000 years. All we have is the past. Always the past. But the past is enough to tell us what Sagittarius A star does. Sagittarius A star doesn't hold the entire Milky Way together by itself. The galaxy is bound by all of its mass, stars, gas, and dark matter added together. But Sagittarius A star rules the inner heart of it. Near the core, its gravity dominates. It sets the rhythm of the closest stars. It anchors the very center we measure everything from. And in that sense, quietly, relentlessly, it is the dark landmark at the center of home. We orbit at 230 kilometers per second, fast enough to circle the Earth in about 3 minutes. But the galactic center is so far away that one complete orbit takes about 230 million years. Think about that. The last time our solar system was in this position in its orbit, dinosaurs hadn't appeared yet. The next time we come back around to this spot, 230 million years from now, Earth might be unrecognizable or gone. Stars closer to Sagittarius A star orbit faster. S2 completes an orbit in 16 years. S62, another tracked star, has been reported to have one of the shortest known orbits, just 9.9 years, screaming around the black hole at nearly 10% the speed of light at periapsis. Farther out, stars take thousands of years per orbit. And at the edges of the galaxy, 70,000 or 80,000 light years from the center, stars crawl through their orbits over hundreds of millions of years. Some stars have been circling Sagittarius A star for billions of years. They'll keep circling for billions more. Generations of stars, born and dying, all held in orbit by the same invisible anchor. Sagittarius A star doesn't care. It doesn't hurry. It doesn't rest. It's patient. It's invisible, silent, but absolute. Every star near the core bends to it. Every orbit, every trajectory, every motion, shaped by its gravity. You can't negotiate with it. You can't escape it. We're bound to it. The quiet tyrant at the center of everything. Right now, somewhere near the constellation Sagittarius, there's a black hole. You can't see it with your eyes. You can't point to it in the sky and say, there. But it's there. And you've been circling it your entire life. So have your parents. So has every generation before you. So has every star you've ever seen. All of it held by something we couldn't even photograph until 2022. Something we still can't see as it is, only as it was 26,000 years ago. The dark heart of the Milky Way. Not the most massive black hole in the universe, not the farthest, not the brightest, but ours, the center of home. Patient, quiet, inescapable. You're orbiting it right now. You were orbiting it when you were born. You'll be orbiting it when you're gone. Always turning, never arriving. Always seeing it late, never seeing it now. The invisible thing at the center of everything. The thing you can't escape. The thing you've always been bound to. Sagittarius A star. The dark heart of the Milky Way.
So awesome.
There is a limit to how large a monster can grow. Even in the universe, physics enforces a ceiling. For a black hole feeding on a disk of gas, the mathematics are clear.
That's crazy.
Once it reaches roughly 50 billion times the mass of our sun, it should starve. The blinding pressure of its own radiation blows its food supply into the void.
Did we not just watch this one?
We draw maps of the universe, assuming the monsters stay in their cages.
Yeah,
Think of
okay.
black holes as anchors,
We're going down a road of black holes today, y'all.
sitting at the centers of galaxies, surrounded by brilliant rings of superheated plasma, holding the stars in place. When we imagine them as destinations, a specific coordinate in the dark that you can point a telescope at, a place you only visit if you choose to sail too close. But the dark is not that orderly. When a giant star, 20 or 30 times the mass of our own sun, finally exhausts its nuclear fuel, it cannot support its own weight. The core collapses in on itself at 1/4 of the speed of light. The rebound triggers a supernova, a detonation so violently bright it outshines entire galaxies. But the universe is rarely perfectly symmetrical. If the core of that dying star collapses with even a fraction of a percent of asymmetry, if the shock wave of neutrinos pushes slightly harder on one side than the other, the physics of the detonation fundamentally change. The explosion ceases to be a perfect sphere. It acts like a cosmic shotgun. The uneven blast creates a recoil, a kinetic kick of unimaginable violence. It takes the newly born singularity and it physically, violently ejects it from its own solar system. It tears the black hole away from its parent nebula, away from its orbiting planets, and fires it into the void. It unmoors the abyss. Right now, astrophysicists estimate there are 100 million black holes wandering through the Milky Way galaxy alone. They are not anchored to a galactic core. They are not feeding on a disk of gas. They are drifting, moving at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour through the freezing, empty spaces between our stars. You cannot see them. They emit no light. They have no glowing halos to give them away. They are ghosts with the mass of a sun, wrapped in the absolute, perfect dark. We used to look up and think the space between the stars was empty. We were wrong. Let's begin. To understand the terror of a rogue black hole, you have to completely forget everything you know about the giants. Supermassive black holes like Phoenix A, or the monster sitting at the center of our own galaxy, are terrifying. But they are loud. They are surrounded by accretion disks millions of miles wide, burning at millions of degrees. They fire relativistic jets of radiation that stretch for thousands of light years into the void. You can see them from across the universe. They announce their presence. They are executioners, but they are localized. A rogue black hole is silent. Because it was kicked out of its neighborhood by the violence of its own birth, it left its entire food supply behind. It has no companion star to feed on. It has no nebula to consume. It is starving. And the starving black hole is completely, perfectly invisible. We see objects in space either because they generate light, like a star, or because they reflect it, like a planet. A black hole does neither. Its gravity is so intense that the escape velocity exceeds the speed of light. Any photon that crosses the event horizon is trapped forever. Without a disk of gas to rub together, heat up, and glow, there is no light, no radiation, no X-ray emissions for our satellites to catch. Just a sphere of absolute, inescapable gravity. The physical scale of these objects is difficult for the human brain to process. Imagine an object with the mass of 7 of our suns, a weight so incomprehensible, so infinitely dense, that it bends the very fabric of space-time around it into a deep, inescapable well. Now, crush all of that mass down into a sphere barely 30 miles across, the size of a city. Because of this extreme compressed gravity, a rogue black hole doesn't just warp light and space, it violently warps time. At the very edge of the event horizon, time slows to an absolute crawl. If you could somehow place a clock on the surface of that invisible 30-mile sphere, the hands would barely move. While millions of years play out in the galaxy around it, while new stars are born, while planets form and cool, while entire civilizations rise and fall, the ghost experiences practically nothing. It is a fossil, a perfectly preserved relic of a violent death that happened billions of years ago, plunging through our modern night sky. It doesn't age, it doesn't decay. It just waits. Imagine that city-sized sphere of frozen time and pure crushing gravity moving at 100,000 miles per hour through the interstellar medium. The space between the stars is not a vacuum, but it is as close to nothing as physics allows. There is perhaps 1 atom of hydrogen per cubic centimeter. The gas is so unfathomably thin that it barely exists at all. It is an ocean of absolute sensory deprivation. For billions of years, the wanderer moves through this dark. It touches nothing. It feels nothing. It makes no sound. It is the ultimate cosmic predator. Undetectable, unstoppable, unfeeling, hunting in the dark.
That's crazy.
So how do you catch a ghost? How do astronomers find a 30-mile wide sphere of darkness in a galaxy that is 100,000 light years across? You cannot look for the monster. You can only look for the footprints it leaves behind. We use a trick of physics called gravitational microlensing. In 1915, Albert Einstein published his theory of general relativity, and he changed the way we understand gravity forever. He proved that gravity doesn't just pull on physical objects. It bends the physical fabric of space itself. Like a heavy lead weight resting on a taut trampoline, a massive object creates a depression in the universe. And when space bends, light bends with it. If a beam of light from a distant star travels across the universe and passes too close to a massive object, the light does not travel in a straight line. It follows the curve of the trampoline. Astronomers realized that this mathematical quirk was the key to finding the ghosts. They point their telescopes toward the center of the Milky Way, toward the galactic bulge, where the background stars are the thickest, and they simply stare. They watch millions of distant, quiet stars, taking pictures night after night, year after year, looking for a single anomaly. When a rogue black hole drifts directly between our telescope and a distant background star, the black hole doesn't block the star's light. It magnifies it. The immense gravity of the invisible black hole acts like a cosmic magnifying glass. It warps the space around it, catching the light from the background star and bending it into a brilliant, distorted halo. An optical illusion known as an Einstein ring. But the physics of that ring are optically horrifying. The immense gravity of the dead star acts like a cosmic funhouse mirror. It takes the image of a perfectly round, distant sun, and it violently smears its light into an unnatural, glowing arc of fire. A blazing, distorted horseshoe wrapped around an invisible dead center. It makes the light of a peaceful star look jagged, broken, and profoundly wrong. And while this geometry is far too physically small for any telescope to actually resolve as a picture, the effect on the light is unmistakable. From Earth, we see a distant star slowly, unnaturally brighten over the course of a few months. It reaches a peak intensity, burning brighter than it ever has. And then, agonizingly slowly, it fades back to its normal, quiet state. The star didn't do anything. The star did not undergo a supernova. The star is perfectly fine. The light bent because a massive, invisible sphere of gravity just drifted silently across our line of sight. We cannot see the monster. We can only watch the light bend. We only see the ripple as it walks through the void.
The grueling stare.
For decades, this was almost entirely theoretical. We knew the math said the wanderers had to be out there, but we had never unambiguously caught one in the act. The sky is too big, and the ghosts are too small. Until 2011. High in the Atacama Desert in Chile, where the air is incredibly thin and the night sky is utterly black, sits the Las Campanas Observatory. It is home to the Optical Gravitational Lensing Experiment, or OGLE. It is a project explicitly designed to do one thing: stare at the center of the galaxy. The sheer human isolation required for this work is staggering. The telescope takes images of over 100 million stars every single night. It is a crushing, endless mountain of data, monitored by astronomers looking for a single pixel of light to change brightness among a sea of millions. In 2011, they saw one. A single star began to brighten. They flagged the anomaly. They named the event OGLE 2011 BLG 0462. They watched the light bend, they recorded the magnification. Over the course of 270 days, the star brightened and faded, perfectly in line with the math of a gravitational lens. But observing the ripple is only the first step. The problem with microlensing is a concept called degeneracy. When a star magnifies, it could be caused by a heavy, invisible black hole moving very fast, or it could be caused by a much lighter, dim, brown dwarf star moving very slowly. The magnification curve looks exactly the same. To prove it was a black hole required a grueling campaign of mathematical isolation. They couldn't just use ground-based telescopes anymore. The atmosphere of the Earth blurs the starlight too much. They needed to go to space. They needed the Hubble Space Telescope. For 6 years, Hubble stared at that single distant star. It wasn't just looking at the brightness anymore. It was looking for something called astrometric shift. When the invisible object passed in front of the star, its gravity was so immense that it didn't just magnify the light, it physically distorted the apparent position of the star in the sky. The star appeared to wobble by a fraction of a milliarcsecond. A milliarcsecond is the width of a human hair, viewed from roughly 2 miles away. For 6 years, human beings meticulously tracked that microscopic wobble. They separated the mass of the invisible object from its velocity. They ran the math over and over again, desperately trying to rule out brown dwarfs or dead neutron stars. But the ghost fought back. When 2 independent teams of astrophysicists published their initial results in 2022, they collided. One team looked at the data and concluded they had found a monster, a 7 solar mass black hole. The second team ran the exact same data and argued the object was much lighter. They thought it was just a neutron star. The shadow was so faint, the distortion so microscopic, that the best minds on Earth could not agree on what was hiding in the dark. It took another 3 years of relentless, agonizing mathematical analysis to break the tie. They had to stretch the data out to cover an 11-year observational baseline just to be sure. Finally, in April of 2025, the debate was settled. They had caught the ghost. The object that bent the light was definitively a rogue black hole, 7.1 times the mass of our sun, drifting completely alone, roughly 5,000 light years away from Earth, moving at 100,000 miles per hour. Let that realization settle. We found it by staring at a microscopic patch of sky and waiting for a single star to flicker. The fact that we caught one at all, that one happened to pass perfectly in front of a star we happened to be looking at, means the math is inescapable. The galaxy is swarming with them. 100 million invisible anomalies silently charting their own paths through the dark. The existence of these wanderers forces a deeply uncomfortable question.
Why?
Could one hit Earth?
Of course it can.
When we think of cosmic threats, we picture the Hollywood disaster. We picture an object appearing in the sky, growing larger by the day, until it swallows our world in a violent, fiery cataclysm. The universe is vast. The distance between stars is so unfathomably large that the odds of a rogue black hole scoring a direct hit on the inner solar system are practically zero. You do not need to worry about the Earth being swallowed in the dark. But a rogue black hole doesn't need to hit us to kill us.
Nope.
It just needs to brush past. At the very edge of our solar system, sitting in the deep freeze of space, is the Oort cloud. It is a massive spherical shell of trillions of icy comets, extending almost 2 light years away from the sun. The human brain cannot comprehend a light year, so let us ground that distance in reality. Think of Voyager 1. It is the furthest and fastest machine humanity has ever built. It is currently fleeing our solar system at 38,000 miles per hour. A bullet fired in the dark. Traveling at that incomprehensible speed, it will still take Voyager 300 years just to reach the inner edge of the Oort cloud.
That's crazy.
And it will take 30,000 years to cross it.
Holy.
That is the sheer, terrifying scale of the deep freeze sitting at the edge of our home. The comets out there are not blazing through the sky with bright tails. They are ancient, dormant monoliths of black ice, some the size of mountains, drifting at walking pace.
Man.
They are barely tethered to our solar system.
Oh my God.
The sun's gravity at that immense distance is incredibly weak. The objects in the Oort cloud are engaged in a fragile, delicate dance of orbital mechanics, balancing in the pitch black. If a rogue black hole were to drift through the outer edges of the Oort cloud,
but it's there.
he would never see it coming.
Holy fuck, man.
It emits no light. It has no radiation to trip our early warning systems. It would pass through in total silence. It would not smash the comets. It would simply warp the space around them. Its immense gravity would act like a heavy weight dropped onto a taut net. It would perturb their orbits. Out there, in the fragile balance of the deep freeze, a change in velocity of just a few millimeters per second is all it takes to break the gravitational lock of the sun. Millions of massive frozen mountains of ice would be violently scattered. Some would be flung outward into deep space, joining the wanderer in the void. But others would have their momentum stolen, and without that momentum, they would begin to fall. We would not know the ghost had passed. We cannot see the monster. We can only watch the light bend. The terrifying reality of orbital mechanics is that it takes time for gravity to do its work. A comet dislodged from the Oort cloud would take hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of years to fall into the inner solar system. It is a delayed fuse, a cosmic clockwork trap. You would only realize what had happened millennia later, when a sudden, unprecedented swarm of massive comets began appearing in the night sky. A relentless, inescapable bombardment of ice and rock, hurtling out of the dark, aimed directly at the inner planets. A silent trigger pulled in the dark by a ghost that had already left. We have spent our entire lives looking at the night sky the wrong way. When we look up, we see a static, peaceful painting. A quiet, empty ocean, dotted with islands of light. We map the constellations, we chart the galaxies, and we tell ourselves that the universe is fixed, that the things in the dark stay exactly where they belong. It is not a painting. It is a forest. The stars you see are just the campfires, small, warm pockets of light, huddled against the freezing void. And between those campfires, hidden perfectly in the shadows, there are 100 million invisible predators walking through the trees. They emit no light. They make no sound. They are simply drifting, moving at 100,000 miles per hour
That's great.
through the freezing dark.
Oh my god.
And they are not locked in cages.
Nope.
They are completely, terrifyingly free.
Jeez. That is fucking crazy.
There is a limit to how large a monster can grow. Even in the
We just saw this one?
physics enforces a ceiling.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Black hole feeding a disk of gas. The mathematics are clear. Once it reaches roughly 50 billion times the mass of our sun, it should starve. The blinding pressure.
This is wild. Just thinking about all that is out there, my god.
Equations do not bend. The largest monster we had ever found, an abyss called Ton 618, over 40 billion solar masses.
Did we just watch this one? Not this, but like, did we just watch?
5.7 billion light years away. There is a shadow that may have broken them. At the core of one of the most violent galaxy clusters ever discovered sits something so massive it has no right to exist.
And it does.
Estimated at 100 billion suns. Double the theoretical ceiling. A structure so impossibly massive that it sits at the absolute edge of what our physics can comfortably explain.
A black hole.
But the terror of Phoenix A is not just its size. It is what it has failed to do. It is an executioner that lost control.
Oh shit.
Let's begin.
Well, it's okay. If we're watching this one again, I like it.
To understand
I was thinking,
Phoenix A
why doesn't Phoenix A just come and eat like Ton 618? If those two were to, if Phoenix A were to assimilate Ton 618, oh my god, that would be wild. But you know, it's funny. It's funny how we're still floating around and we think that, you know, everything is just like whatever. Because I just had this like weird feeling of just like at any time we could be taken out, but we're not, because we're totally protected for now. Otherwise, like, this shit would have eaten us alive. Like, their solar system is exactly designed perfectly the way it is. Like, there's no accidents. Like, just looking at everything, it's pretty wild to just think about these black holes though that are out there. They're out there.
It's our intuition.
This is why I love space.
To understand the war that happens when a black hole feeds. We tend to think of black holes as cosmic vacuum cleaners, instantly sucking up everything around them. But space doesn't work like that. When gas and dust are pulled toward a singularity, they don't fall straight in. They spiral. They form an accretion disk, a massive flattening ring of material swirling toward the center, like water circling a drain. And as that material gets closer to the event horizon, it accelerates. The gas whips around the black hole at an appreciable fraction of the speed of light. At those speeds, the friction is unimaginable. The gas rubs together, superheating into plasma. It reaches millions of degrees. And when plasma gets that hot, it shines. It radiates light and energy outward into the universe. This is where the war begins. Gravity is pulling the material inward, but the blinding radiation of the plasma is pushing outward. Light has momentum. It exerts physical pressure. As a black hole eats faster, its accretion disk gets hotter, and the light pushes outward harder.
Crazy.
Eventually, you reach a breaking point, a point where the outward pressure of the light perfectly matches the inward pull of gravity. This is the Eddington limit.
Eddington.
If a black hole tries to eat any faster, the radiation becomes so intense that it literally blows its own food supply away. It pushes the incoming gas out into space. The black hole's own feeding creates a pressure that starves it. It is a built-in braking system, a mechanism the universe uses to keep monsters in check.
Interesting.
And because of this limit, astrophysicists calculated a theoretical ceiling for a luminous feeding giant.
Man,
Around 50 billion solar masses.
man, that's crazy.
If a black hole ever reached that size,
That's crazy.
the accretion disk required to feed it would have to be light years across. And a disk that wide is inherently unstable. At the outer edges, the gravity of the black hole would simply be too weak to hold the gas together against its own rotational speed. The disk would fragment, collapsing into stars instead of falling into the abyss. 50 billion suns. That is the ceiling for a black hole growing by eating gas. But the universe has a loophole. Black holes can merge. They can collide in the dark, bypassing the feeding limits entirely. And something in the southern sky suggests that is exactly what happened. In 2010, astronomers looked deep into the cosmos and detected a massive grouping of galaxies bound together by gravity. The Phoenix Cluster. It is one of the most massive galaxy clusters known. A chaotic, swirling ocean of hundreds of galaxies bound together by dark matter, all suspended in a sea of superheated intergalactic gas. You have to understand the violence of this environment. The Phoenix Cluster is not a quiet neighborhood of the cosmos. It is one of the most hostile, chaotic regions of space we have ever observed. It is the most luminous X-ray cluster ever discovered. The space between the galaxies here isn't empty. It is filled with a churning fog of plasma, heated to tens of millions of degrees by the sheer gravitational friction of galaxies grinding against each other. It is a furnace. And at the exact dead center of this maelstrom sits a single massive galaxy, the anchor. And at the center of that anchor, there is a shadow. When astronomers studied the extreme density of stars in this core and modeled the sheer energy required to shape the surrounding gas, the numbers didn't make sense. The models demanded a gravitational anchor of terrifying proportions. The black hole at the center of the Phoenix cluster wasn't just large. The models pointed to a mass of 100 billion suns. 100 billion. Sagittarius A star, our black hole, is 4 million solar masses. Ton 618, the monster we once thought was the absolute ceiling, the abyss that seemed to break the scale, is over 40 billion. When we looked at Ton 618, it felt like looking at the final boss of the universe, an object so large it defied comprehension. If the estimates are correct, Phoenix A dwarfs them both. It required a new classification. Astronomers propose calling objects of this magnitude stupendously large black holes, slabs, a category invented because the old words were no longer big enough. But numbers like 100 billion lose their meaning. The human brain cannot process them. To understand the dread of Phoenix A, you have to map the physical space it occupies. Every black hole has an event horizon, the boundary line where escape velocity exceeds the speed of light, the point of no return. For a black hole with the mass of our sun, that boundary is a tiny sphere, just 6 kilometers across. For Phoenix A, the event horizon could have a diameter of roughly 590 billion kilometers. Let that distance settle. If you were to take Phoenix A and place it at the center of our solar system, it would not just swallow the sun, it would swallow the orbit of Mercury, and Venus, and Earth, and Mars. It would swallow Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
And
It would
Pluto.
swallow the Kuiper Belt. It would swallow Voyager 1,
Oh my god.
which has been traveling at 38,000 miles per hour since 1977.
Damn,
The darkness would reach the inner boundary of the Oort cloud.
Oh my god.
Our entire planetary system, everything we have ever known, every probe we have ever launched, would be lost somewhere deep inside the interior of the
Crazy.
shadow. The geometry of this abyss is suffocating. Light is the fastest thing in the universe. It crosses the distance from the Earth to the Moon in just over a second. But if a beam of light could somehow travel safely across the diameter of Phoenix A's event horizon, it would take weeks just to reach the other side. Weeks of traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second just to cross the shadow. And because the boundary is so unfathomably wide, the curvature of space-time at the very edge is surprisingly gentle. If you were in a ship drifting toward the event horizon of Phoenix A, you would not feel a sudden, violent pull. You would not be stretched into spaghetti. The tidal forces at the edge of a 100 billion mass black hole are weaker than the gravity you feel standing on Earth. You would cross the point of no return, completely intact. But before you slipped into the shadow, your eyes would witness a fracture in reality. Just outside the event horizon is the photon ring, a boundary where gravity is so powerful, yet so precise, that it forces light itself to loop around the hole multiple times before escaping. If you were drifting through this layer and looked out into the void, you would not see a clean reflection. You would be surrounded by infinite, highly distorted echoes of the entire universe, bent and shattered by gravity, suspended in a sphere of trapped, ancient light. And then you would cross the line. You would slip into the dark and you would not even know it. And then you would fall.
That's crazy.
But the most unsettling truth about crossing the event horizon is what you would actually find inside. We imagine a black hole as a solid sphere of darkness, packed densely with crushed matter. It isn't. The mass of 100 billion suns is not spread out across that 590 billion kilometer shadow. It is entirely concentrated at a single, infinitely small point, at the exact dead center. The singularity. Which means the vast majority of Phoenix A is just empty space. A hollow, pitch-black cathedral, hundreds of billions of kilometers wide. You are not falling into a physical object. You are falling through an empty room, being pulled toward a speck of dust that weighs more than a galaxy. Not for a minute, not for an hour. Because the distance from the event horizon to the singularity is so vast, you would fall in the absolute perfect dark for a matter of weeks, falling in silence, waiting for an end that refuses to arrive.
That's crazy.
Usually, a supermassive black hole is an executioner.
Yep.
When a black hole sits at the center of a galaxy cluster, it acts as a heating mechanism. As material falls in, the black hole blasts out intense radiation and relativistic jets of plasma. This violent energy heats up the surrounding intergalactic gas. And heat is the enemy of creation. For a star to form, a cloud of gas must be cold enough to condense and collapse under its own gravity. When a black hole superheats the galaxy, the gas cannot condense. It cannot collapse. Astrophysicists call this process quenching. The black hole essentially sterilizes the galaxy. It shuts down the stellar forge, enforcing an aging, dying population of red stars that will slowly burn out in the dark. That is what is supposed to happen. That is the natural order of a galaxy cluster. But Phoenix A is broken. It is an active galactic nucleus, firing massive twin blowtorches of relativistic plasma from its poles. These jets punch into the intracluster medium, carving out massive hollow cavities tens of thousands of light years across. But for a cluster this massive, these jets are simply not strong enough. The executioner has failed. The heating mechanism that keeps every other massive galaxy cluster dead has broken down. And without that thermodynamic check, the universe takes over. A runaway cooling flow has begun. The gas is cooling rapidly, especially in the turbulent wakes behind the cavities carved by the jets. And in places, the black hole's own outbursts may be making things worse, helping the gas cool along the edges of the very cavities they carved. And when gas cools, it collapses. Instead of sterilizing the galaxy, the failure of Phoenix A's braking system is allowing cold gas to flood inward, unchecked. In the Milky Way, our galaxy is quiet. We produce about 1 or 2 solar masses of new stars every year. A slow, peaceful drip of creation. At the center of the Phoenix cluster, the cooling gas is condensing into the equivalent of roughly 700 solar masses every single year. It is among the most intense starbursts ever recorded in the center of a galaxy cluster. Phoenix A is not a conscious architect. It is a tragedy of physics, a localized, hostile machine that cannot control its own gravity well, blindly flooding the dark with new stars because it is incapable of shutting the stellar forge down. But the existence of Phoenix A leaves us with a terrifying problem. If the models are right, and Phoenix A approaches 100 billion solar masses, how did a black hole get this massive? To reach 100 billion solar masses, a black hole cannot simply eat gas. Even over billions of years, the intense radiation of the Eddington limit would act as a chokehold on its own growth. Which means the origin of this monster requires a much more violent pathway. Some physicists believe the seeds of these monsters did not grow from dead stars. They point to direct collapse black holes.
Yep.
In the extreme chaotic environment of the early universe, just a few 100 million years after the Big Bang, the rules were different. The universe was clean. There were no heavy metals, no carbon, no oxygen, no iron. Just massive, pristine clouds of pure hydrogen and helium gas. Clouds hundreds of thousands of times more massive than our sun. In the modern universe, gas clouds like this cool down, fragment into smaller pieces, and ignite into thousands of normal-sized stars. But without heavy metals to act as a coolant, those primordial clouds couldn't fragment easily. They stayed whole, and they grew heavier. Some theories suggest that these massive clouds never bothered to ignite. The entire cloud reached a critical threshold and simply caved in. All at once. Tens of thousands of solar masses collapsing straight into the dark in a single catastrophic instant. There was no brilliant flash of light, no supernova, no warning. Just a cloud of gas that got too heavy and instantly became a tear in the fabric of space-time. These massive seed black holes would have a terrifying head start. They roamed the early universe, merging with other monsters in the dark over billions of years, bypassing the feeding limits entirely to build the stupendously large black holes we theorize today. Or perhaps Phoenix A is the result of a more recent, apocalyptic merger of dead giants at the exact center of the cluster. We don't know exactly how it was made. $5.7 billion light years away, in a darkness we will never cross, the runaway forge is burning right now. Hundreds of solar masses igniting every year, pulled from cold gas by the failure of something that was supposed to destroy. But the tragedy of this failed executioner is that eventually the fuel will run out. The massive cooling flows of gas raining down into the center of the Phoenix cluster will begin to dry up. The accretion disk will thin out. The massive jets carving out the voids will sputter and slowly shut down. The starburst will end. And when the gas is gone, Phoenix A will stop growing. It will sit at the dead center of a massive web of galaxies it accidentally populated. The massive young blue stars will burn through their fuel in mere millions of years, dying in violent supernovae. The smaller stars will slowly age, redden, and eventually burn out into cold, fading embers. And the black hole will simply wait. An object of unimaginable mass, sitting in absolute silence, outliving the very stars it allowed to exist. It will wait for trillions of years, long after the rest of the universe has gone completely dark. And the geometry of its shadow will remain 590 billion kilometers across. If you were to arrive then, at the absolute end of time, drifting alone toward that gently curving boundary, nothing would feel like a sudden, violent snare. Nothing at the edge would tear you apart. You would slip across the event horizon of the absolute abyss, and you would fall into the perfect, unbroken dark, falling for weeks in total silence, waiting for an end that refuses to arrive.
That's fun. Andromeda. Let's see.
Imagine absolute darkness. No sound, no warmth, no direction, just a frozen ocean of nothingness stretching on forever in every direction. The temperature is hovering just slightly about absolute zero. It is an environment so hostile, so unimaginably empty, that human minds can barely comprehend it. In this terrifying silence, 24 billion kilometers away from the hands that built it, floats a machine. It is so unimaginably far that even light itself, the fastest thing in the universe, takes almost an entire day just to reach it. If you were to shout its name into the void, your voice would never arrive. This is Voyager 1, once the greatest explorer in human history, now a ghost ship, flying at 61,000 kilometers per hour into a dark, uncharted forest where no human eye will ever see. It is entirely alone. But the most heartbreaking part of this story is that it wasn't supposed to be this way, because Voyager 1 has a twin. In the late summer of 1977, humanity did something beautiful. We built two identical machines, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. Born together on Earth, they were sent to explore the giant planets of our solar system. Think about the technology of 1977. The computer brain driving these spacecraft is millions of times weaker than the smartphone in your pocket. It uses a magnetic tape to record data, and yet this fragile, ancient technology was tasked with surviving the most brutal environments in the cosmos. They were identical in every way. They even carried the exact same gift, a message in a bottle, thrown into the dark cosmic sea. Attached to the side of both spacecraft are the golden records, phonographs made of gold-plated copper, encased in aluminum, designed to survive for at least 1 billion years in the vacuum of space. Inside them, led by the legendary astronomer Carl Sagan, we placed the essence of our world. If an alien intelligence ever finds this ship wandering in the dark, they will learn who we were. We included greetings in 55 different human languages, the singing of birds, the crashing of ocean waves, the sound of a mother's first words to her newborn child, the haunting songs of humpback whales, and music from every corner of Earth. We even included the recorded brainwaves of a young woman falling in love. It is a beautiful, desperate poem of our existence. But out here, in the freezing void, who is there to listen? As the twins drift deeper into the dark, these records are no longer just messages of hope. They are tombstones, golden monuments for a fragile blue planet. In the beginning, the twins traveled together. They explored the raging storms of Jupiter and the majestic rings of Saturn. But at Saturn, a sacrifice had to be made. NASA wanted Voyager 1 to take a close look at Saturn's largest moon, Titan. But the gravity of Titan was so immense, it acted like a slingshot. It violently threw Voyager 1 upwards, permanently ejecting it out of the plane of our solar system. Meanwhile, Voyager 2 continued straight, becoming the only human-made object to ever visit the ice giants Uranus and Neptune. But Neptune's gravity did the exact same thing to Voyager 2, throwing it violently downwards. They were born together, but the universe threw them in completely opposite directions. Voyager 1 is heading towards the cosmic north, and Voyager 2 towards the cosmic south. They are destined to die in the dark, billions of miles apart, never to see each other again. For decades, the twins flew under the protection of our sun. Our star creates a massive magnetic bubble called the heliosphere, which acts like a shield, protecting our solar system from the deadly, violent radiation of dead and exploding stars in the galaxy. But eventually, the twins reached the edge. They did the unthinkable. They crossed the border. They stepped through the veil of the solar system and stepped into interstellar space, the terrifying, uncharted space between the stars. Here, the solar wind completely stops, replaced by a violent sea of cosmic rays and ancient stardust. Just before leaving us forever, Voyager 1 was commanded to do one last thing, to turn its camera around and take one final picture of home from 6 billion kilometers away. Look at that dot. That is us. Every human who ever lived, every king, every peasant, every war, every love story, all of human history suspended on a single grain of dust, floating in a sunbeam against the infinite blackness. After taking this photo, Voyager 1 shut down its cameras forever to save power. It made itself blind so it could keep moving forward. But surviving in the dark comes with a heavy price. Out here, there is no sunlight to harvest. The twins beat with nuclear hearts, radioisotope thermoelectric generators fueled by decaying plutonium. But after nearly 40 years, their hearts are fading. The power supply drops a little bit more every single year. The temperature around the spacecrafts is approaching absolute zero. To keep their mechanical brains and thrusters from freezing, NASA has been forcing the twins to make agonizing choices. They have been shutting down their scientific instruments one by one. And the extreme isolation is starting to take its toll. The sheer age of the machines and the brutal cosmic radiation are causing their minds to break. Recently, Voyager 1 began to act strangely. It stopped sending scientific data and instead started sending back impossible signals, a stream of meaningless gibberish repeating over and over again. It was like watching a brilliant mind lose the grip on reality, suffering from dementia in the lonely dark. Imagine the panic on Earth. The engineers sent a command to fix it, but because of the terrifying distance, it took 22.5 hours for the signal to reach Voyager 1, and another 22.5 hours just to hear a response. For nearly 2 days, humanity held its breath in total silence. They managed to fix the glitch, but the terrifying reality remains. The twins are running out of time. They are freezing, they are blind, they are losing their minds, and soon they will be deaf. Sometime in the next few years, the nuclear batteries will finally drop below the critical line. NASA will lose the ability to communicate with them. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 will lack the power to send even a faint whisper back to Earth. Their transmitters will go completely silent. But they will not stop. They will continue to drift, cold and dead, at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. In 40,000 years, Voyager 1 will drift past a star called Gliese 445. In 300,000 years, Voyager 2 will pass by Sirius, the brightest star in our night sky. Billions of years from now, our sun will run out of fuel. It will expand into a red giant and swallow the Earth. Our oceans will boil, our mountains will melt, and every trace of human civilization will be erased from the cosmos. But the twins will still be out there, two silent ghosts of metal and gold, wandering through eternity. Long after we are gone, they will remain intact in the vacuum of space. They are the ultimate proof of our existence, the very last evidence that we were once here. And that for a brief, beautiful moment in the history of the universe, we were brave enough to reach into the dark.
There's a machine dying in the darkness, nearly 16 billion miles from Earth, farther than anything humans have ever sent. It's alone, colder than you can imagine. Its transmitter runs on about 22 watts, the same power as a refrigerator light bulb.
It's crazy.
And it's still trying to send a signal home. A radio signal takes almost 24 hours to reach Earth. A whisper from the edge of the solar system, telling us it's still there, still moving, still alive. But it's dying. One by one, its instruments are shutting down. Its power is fading. Sometime in the 2030s, the signal will stop. And it will drift into the void, silent, forever. We launched it in 1977, sent it past Jupiter, past Saturn, past the edge of everything we knew. Tonight, we're following Voyager 1, the loneliest object in the universe,
That's
the
crazy.
farthest messenger humanity has ever sent, and the last signal it will ever send from the edge of home. Let's begin. In 1977, something rare was happening. The outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, were aligning in a configuration that occurs about every 175 years. A spacecraft launched at the right moment could visit all 4 worlds, using each planet's gravity to slingshot to the next. The opportunity wouldn't come again in our lifetimes. We built 2 machines, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, each one the size of a small car, packed with cameras, instruments, transmitters, everything we could fit to study the outer solar system. The mission was supposed to last 5 years, maybe 10, if we were lucky. That was the design life. That's what the engineers planned for. Get to Jupiter, get to Saturn, send back data, and then probably fail. Components would break down, systems would freeze, the spacecraft would go silent. But we did something else too. We bolted a golden record to the side of each spacecraft. Not a scientific instrument, a message, encoded with sounds from Earth. Music, greetings in 55 languages, images of human life, diagrams showing where we are in the galaxy. Just in case. Just in case, thousands of years from now, Voyager drifted close enough to another star for something to find it. We knew the odds, but we sent it anyway. A bottle thrown into an ocean we couldn't even see across. Bolted to its side, protected by an aluminium jacket, is the most ambitious message ever sent. The Golden Record. A 12-inch gold-plated copper disc carrying the sights and sounds of a planet that is now billions of miles away. If you could play it out there, in the silence, you'd hear a mother and child. You'd hear the rhythmic pounding of a blacksmith's hammer, a kiss, a heartbeat. You'd hear Chuck Berry. You'd hear the complex, haunting sounds of humpback whales. You'd even hear the brainwaves of a woman who had just fallen in love, her thoughts compressed into a minute of audio, destined to drift for 1 billion years. It is a love letter to Earth. But out there, the record is silent. There is no one to hear the greetings in 55 languages. No one to listen to the Bulgarian folk music or the Navajo night chants. It's a time capsule whose owners are long gone, carrying a message in a bottle through a cosmic ocean that may never have a shore. Long after our cities have crumbled and our oceans have dried, this gold-plated disk will still be out there, proving that once, for a brief moment in the darkness, we were here. Voyager 1 launched on September 5th, 1977. It left Earth at 38,000 miles per hour, fast enough to escape the sun's gravity forever. The people who built it, engineers, scientists, technicians, hoped it would last long enough to reach Saturn, that it would survive the radiation near Jupiter, that its systems wouldn't freeze in the cold, that its computers wouldn't fail. 5 years, maybe 10. That was the plan. It's been 48 years, and it's still out there, still moving, still transmitting, still alive, long past its designed lifetime, long past what anyone expected, and still going. In March 1979, Voyager 1 reached Jupiter. It flew within 174,000 miles of the cloud tops, close enough to see details no telescope on Earth had ever resolved. The Great Red Spot, a storm larger than Earth, churning in Jupiter's atmosphere, lightning strikes in the darkness, auroras at the poles, and the moons. Io, covered in active volcanoes, the first time humanity had ever witnessed volcanic eruptions on another world. Europa, a smooth ball of ice hiding an ocean beneath. Ganymede, Callisto, worlds within worlds. Voyager sent back images, thousands of them, each one taking minutes to reach Earth, each one showing us something we'd never seen before. Then it left Jupiter behind, used the planet's gravity to accelerate, and aimed for Saturn. In November 1980, it arrived. The rings, up close for the first time. Thousands of them, braided, kinked, shepherded by tiny moons we didn't know existed. It passed within 4,000 miles of Titan, Saturn's largest moon, a world with an atmosphere thicker than Earth's, clouds of methane, lakes of liquid hydrocarbons. And then Voyager 1's primary mission ended. It had done what we asked, visited 2 giant planets, sent back data that would take years to analyze, shown us the outer solar system in detail for the first time. But it didn't stop. Its trajectory, bent by Saturn's gravity, was now aimed upward, out of the plane of the solar system, away from the planets, toward interstellar space. We could have shut it down, turned off the instruments, let it coast in silence. But we didn't. We kept listening. And in 1990, 13 years after launch, we gave Voyager one final task. Turn around, look back, and take a picture of Earth. From 3.7 billion miles away, Voyager pointed its camera toward home. And there it was. A pale blue dot, less than a single pixel, barely visible against the scattered sunlight. Every human who ever lived, every war, every empire, every love, every loss, all of it contained in that tiny speck of light. Carl Sagan, one of the scientists who helped design Voyager's mission, wrote about that image. Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. And after that photograph, Voyager 1 turned its cameras off. Forever. There was nothing left to photograph. Only the darkness ahead. In August 2012, Voyager 1 crossed a boundary. The heliopause, the edge of the sun's influence, the point where the solar wind meets the interstellar medium. For the first time, a human-made object entered interstellar space. And it kept going. Voyager 1 is now nearly 16 billion miles from Earth, nearly 6 times farther than Neptune, and still moving. 38,000 miles per hour. Every second, 17 kilometers farther from home. Beyond the bubble, beyond the wind, in the space between stars. Alone. Where Voyager is now, there is no day, no night, just darkness. The sun, the star that has lit every human moment in history, is a distant point of light. Still the brightest point in the sky, brighter than any star, but too weak to warm anything. At nearly 16 billion miles from the sun, sunlight is about 1/30,000th as bright as it is on Earth. If you were standing on Voyager, if you could somehow be out there, the sun would look like a very bright star. Nothing more. And the temperature? Around minus 250 degrees Celsius. Only a few tens of degrees above absolute zero. Voyager's exterior is frozen. Its metal skin, its antennas, the golden record bolted to its side. Frozen solid for decades. Inside, small heaters struggle to keep the electronics warm enough to function. But those heaters are failing. One by one, they're being shut off to save power. The spacecraft is getting colder. And there's nothing out there. No planets, no asteroids, no dust thick enough to see. Just void. The density of interstellar space is about 1 atom per cubic centimeter. Voyager is moving through a vacuum so complete that even at 38,000 miles per hour, it could travel for thousands of years without encountering anything solid. And it's bombarded. Cosmic rays, high-energy particles from exploded stars, from distant galaxies, streak through Voyager constantly. They tear through its circuits, flip bits in its memory, corrupt data. Voyager's computers have error correction systems to catch these flips and fix them. But over time, the damage accumulates. And Voyager keeps moving through the darkness. Every hour, 61,000 kilometers. Every day, 1.4 million kilometers. And there's no sound. In space, there's no air to carry vibrations, no medium for sound to travel through. If Voyager's thrusters fired, tiny bursts to adjust its orientation, there would be no noise, just a silent puff of gas into the void. If a micrometeorite struck the spacecraft, a grain of dust hitting at interstellar speed, there would be no crack, no impact sound, just silence. Voyager moves through a darkness and a silence more absolute than any human has ever experienced. More alone than any shipwreck, more isolated than any castaway. Millions of miles from anything solid. And somehow, we can still hear it. Every day, Voyager 1 transmits. A radio signal, faint, weaker than the energy of a single snowflake hitting the ground. It travels at the speed of light, almost 24 hours to reach Earth. And we're listening. NASA's Deep Space Network, a collection of massive radio dishes in California, Spain, and Australia, tracks Voyager 1 constantly. These dishes are enormous, 70 meters across, the size of a sports field. And even with dishes that large, Voyager's signal is barely detectable. By the time it reaches Earth, the power striking our antennas is about 10 to the minus 16 watts, 1 part in 10 quadrillion. Voyager's transmitter uses 22 to 23 watts to send its signal, about the power of a refrigerator light bulb. But it's enough, just barely. The signal carries data, temperature readings, particle counts, magnetic field measurements, information about the environment Voyager is passing through, and a heartbeat. Every signal includes telemetry, data about Voyager itself, its orientation, its power levels, which instruments are still working, whether it's still alive. When we receive that signal, we know Voyager was alive almost 24 hours ago. And then we wait for the next one. But the signal is getting weaker. In November 2023, Voyager 1 started to lose its mind. For 46 years, it had spoken to us in a clear, digital language. But suddenly, the stream of data became unreadable. The binary code, the zeros and ones that told us how Voyager was breathing, how it was feeling, stopped making sense. NASA engineers described it as if the spacecraft's voice had been replaced by a monotonous, unchanging dial tone. It was still there. It was still listening. But it couldn't tell us how it was doing. 15 billion miles away, a single chip in its flight data system had failed. A tiny piece of hardware, designed in the early 70s, finally gave way. Maybe to a high-energy particle from space. Maybe simply to age. Think about the challenge. To fix it, engineers at JPL had to go back to paper schematics, yellowed at the corners, signed in 1974. They had to write a software fix for a computer with less memory than a modern car key. And every time they sent a command, they had to wait. They would send the code and then sit in silence for 23 hours while it traveled to the edge of the solar system. Then, they had to wait another 23 hours to see if Voyager had understood. For 5 months, we didn't know if we'd ever hear its voice again. We fixed it. We moved the software to a new part of its aging memory and brought it back to life. But the glitch was a warning. The mind is still there, but the body is wearing out. Voyager 1 is powered by 3 radioisotope thermoelectric generators, RTGs. They convert heat from decaying plutonium-238 into electricity. When Voyager launched in 1977, the RTGs produced about 470 watts of power, enough to run several household light bulbs. Now, 48 years later, they produce about 220 watts, and they lose about 4 watts per year. By 2030, just a few years from now, Voyager will be down to around 200 watts. That's not enough to power all of its systems. So NASA has been making choices. Heaters and systems have been turned off one by one to save power. And in February 2025, NASA shut down Voyager 1's cosmic ray instrument, not because it broke, but to keep the mission alive longer. One by one, Voyager's systems are being shut down because there isn't enough power to keep them on. The cameras were turned off in 1990 after the pale blue dot. The plasma science instrument was turned off in 2007. The planetary radio astronomy instrument was turned off in 2008. And more will follow. Engineers think they can keep at least one instrument alive into the 2030s, and we may remain within reach until about 2036. But eventually, the signal will stop. It won't be because Voyager crashed or because something went wrong, just because it ran out of power. And when that happens, Voyager will go silent. It will still be out there, still moving, still drifting through interstellar space at 38,000 miles per hour. But we won't hear from it anymore. The last signal will arrive, and then nothing. After Voyager goes silent, it will keep moving for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, millions. In about 40,000 years, Voyager 1 will pass within 1.6 light years of a star called Gliese 445. Not close enough to be captured by its gravity, just drifting past. Silent, cold, dead. During those 40,000 years, almost nothing will change for Voyager. It won't meaningfully slow down or speed up. It will drift at roughly the same cruising speed, about 38,000 miles per hour, through a void so empty that collisions are rare. No course corrections, no adjustments, no signals home. Just motion. Endless, unchanging motion. The spacecraft itself will degrade slowly. Over millennia, grains of dust can strike the hull. Tiny impacts, imperceptible damage. Over time, the surface may be pitted and scarred. Cosmic radiation will continue to bombard the electronics. Components that failed decades ago will remain failed. Systems that shut down to conserve power will stay dark. The golden record will endure, protected, largely unchanged for a very long time. But everything else will slowly, incrementally deteriorate. And no one will know. No one will track its position. No one will calculate its trajectory. No one will wonder where it is or what it's doing. It will be forgotten. By then, Earth will be unrecognizable. 40,000 years from now, human civilization might be gone, transformed, spread across the stars, or extinct. The ice ages will have come and gone. Continents will have shifted, inched by kilometers. Coastlines may have changed. Species will have evolved and disappeared. And Voyager will still be out there, alone. The golden record will still be intact, bolted to the side of the spacecraft, protected by its aluminium cover. The images, the sounds, the greetings. A message from a world that may no longer exist. And it will keep going. Voyager will drift for millions of years, for epochs we can barely imagine, drifting through the galaxy in silence. It will pass other stars, distant, unreachable, unaware of the tiny machine drifting through their gravity wells, long after every star we can see tonight has died or drifted away. Voyager will still be there. A ghost, a relic, a monument to a species that once looked up and wondered what was out there, and built something to find out. Right now, Voyager 1 is still out there, still moving, still transmitting. Every day, a signal arrives at Earth. Faint, fragile, but there. And every time we receive it, we know Voyager is still alive. But that signal is weaker every year. One day, maybe in 2036, maybe sooner, the signal will stop. We'll wait almost 24 hours for the next transmission. And it won't come. We'll wait another day, another week. Nothing. And we'll know that Voyager has sent its last message. The farthest human object in existence, finally silent, drifting into the void, alone, forever. We built it to explore, to discover, to reach beyond the edge of what we knew. And it did. It showed us Jupiter's volcanoes and Saturn's rings. It crossed the heliopause. It sent back the pale blue dot. It became the first human-made object to enter interstellar space. And when its power finally runs out, it will drift in silence for millions of years. A messenger from a distant world, carrying a message to anyone who might find it. Someday, somewhere, in the darkness, between the stars.
Let's watch. Let's see.
Manifestation lessons taught from the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita.
Oops.
Manifestation lessons taught from the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Bible. You see, when it comes to materializing your desired reality, there's a multitude of metaphysical wisdom that you can extrapolate from these religions. In particular, in this video, we're going to be showing you how to create abundance from the little that you have, which can be extrapolated to whatever it is that you want to materialize. Opportunities for career, money in your business, more money in general, or relationships. We'll also be covering how to make the universe quite literally surrender to you. We'll also be covering how to make the universe be on your side. We'll also be covering how to navigate life from a point of manifestation to create your desired reality when things seem the darkest. Because like I said, all of these texts have deep esoteric wisdom within them. Esoteric comes from the Greek word esoterikos, which means the inner, and there is the exoteric or the exoterikos, which refers to the outer. So in this video, like I said, those are the lessons we're going to be covering, and I'm very, very excited for this video. So let's get into it so you can begin creating your desired reality from principles which I would probably say that most of the spiritual literature that we have in the 21st century is distilled from these main texts. So yeah, let's get into it. Now, one thing that I want to make abundantly clear, speaking to two archetypes of individuals. Now, most spiritual people, because they have left systematic or organized religion, they now have this spiritual ego that will begin to deprive their ability to extrapolate spiritual wisdom in literature, because they'll look at these religions and be like, hey, you know, I'm not a slave, you know, why would I believe in these religions, so on and so forth, which I think is a very, very limited perspective. Because like I said, the truth of the matter is, within these texts, what you derive from these texts depends upon your level of consciousness. You don't read these texts, oftentimes they read to you depending upon the frequency that you're operating at. So as you're going to see, you might hear stories from these books that you've heard before, but with a deeper metaphysical insight, because the wisdom lies within them all. Now, to the religious person that might have clicked on this video thinking, what are you niggas? You're going to be shocked, because the truth of the matter is, like I said, the principles that we're going to be looking, or the perspective, I should say, that we're going to be looking at these scriptures, verses, and stories from is from an esoteric perspective. Esoteric refers to the inner. This type of information was typically kept and only passed down through oral traditions of priests and deeper occultic orders, so on and so forth. So some of this stuff, it might sound a bit demonic, but I can assure you there's none of that going on over here. There's no pentagrams. We don't do any of that stuff over here. And I think it's very important to be able to make that distinction, because there's ego on both sides. And for the individuals that come with their preconceived notion on another religion, that also inhibits your ability to be able to extract something that's worthy out of it. Because remember, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And you're both the thinker and you're both the prover. So if you have this preconceived notion, and one thing that I want you to understand, make sure you're taking notes or leave them in the comments, but your preconceived notions reveal truths to you that you didn't even know that you had. So oftentimes our preconceived notions merge in our minds as truths about what we believe about something. But the truth of the matter is, there are few truths in reality. The truths, what we call the truths, are just ideas masquerading as truths. They're just ideas. So like I said, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So let's get into the first lesson. Now, like I said, oftentimes, you know, whether you're familiar with these concepts, you know, when you're trying to materialize something, sometimes life is just dark, man. Life is just pounding you in, pause. And things look very, very dark, to say the least. It's almost like nothing's changing. Things are progressively getting worse. So this first point, this first principle, which we'll start with the Bible, shows how to navigate reality when it appears the darkest. So, we'll be going to the 11th chapter of John for the story of Lazarus. Now, like I said, there's these moments as we're trying to materialize things. You may be applying for bare jobs and you're not getting any of them. You might be trying to date bare people and it's just going left. Your business may not be growing the way that you want. You may feel stagnant in your reality. Things aren't really changing to the way that you know they could actually materialize. And in these moments, things tend to get dark. But one thing that I want you to remember is that within the dark always follows dawn. And dawn follows light. The darkness that appears in front of you is illusionary. But the thing about reality is that it will do its best to convince you that the darkness that you're going through is a reality. And oftentimes, like I said, whatever reality can convince your subconscious mind of, it can actually perpetuate its existence. So if reality has the capability of convincing your subconscious mind that things are just terrible right now, you're down bad, it's just not looking good. It's just not looking good, bro. If it can convince you of those things on a subconscious level, then you'll actually begin to reflect those things out into your universe to perpetuate you in that cycle. So the one thing that you have to be aware of is that whatever reality attempts to convince you of, you have to understand that it's illusionary. So the darkness that you may be going through in your reality can be a phase. But that's only if you don't let it phase you, and that's a bar that down, because the truth of the matter is whatever you allow to actually phase you has the capability of altering your internal state. Anything that has the capability of altering your internal state then has the capability of altering your external state. And this is the truth of the matter, because the true power in reality lies in the external. That's the entire game. Sorry, the true power in reality lies in the internal, because the external is just an illusion. When I say that reality is illusion, I'm simply referring to the fact that we only see 0.035% of what actually exists based upon visible light. We see through a process called refraction. Light bounces off surface, goes into our eyes, and we begin to see things. But visible light is only a tiny portion of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. We have ultraviolet, infrared, all of that. It's a tiny fraction. Hence why when people take psychedelics, they begin to see more. It's almost like this is 0.0035% probably increases for a temporary amount of time. Now, what does this have to do with Lazarus? For those of you that are thinking, I know the story of Lazarus, what is this? It's about the guy that rose from the dead, innit? So, story of Lazarus, to cut a long story short. There was a guy called Lazarus. He died. He was dead. He was buried in a tomb. And Christ at the time, which, bear in mind, I've said Christ, not Jesus, Christ. Because when we say Christ over here, Christ is a state of consciousness in which one is unified with the infinite intelligence, when one is one with the infinite intelligence. And you'll be seeing this notion of a unification with the infinite intelligence all over, even with the sign of Hinduism that I showed you. That's representative of the supreme being of the universe, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. The mental plane, physical plane, and spiritual plane. This triune nature, the Trinity, is a reference to metaphysical planes of existence. So when we're talking about Christ, I'm talking about a mind that is one with the infinite intelligence. Hence why Christ would say, I and the Father are one mentally. Hence why in Philippians chapter 2, verse 5 to 11, it says, let this mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God did not find it robbery to be equal with God. Now, like I said, Lazarus was dead at the time. His sisters were bare sad. They were like, oh my God, he's dead. And Christ is like, I can rise this nigga from the dead. I really can rise this individual from the dead. So they're like, cool. How are you going to do it then? Now, bear in mind, go into the context. Let's see how this actually looks. Because this actually looks very, very crazy. So Lazarus is in a tomb. He's dead. He's been dead. Christ is like, he's going to rise from the dead. He's going to rise from the dead. Now, in the 11th chapter of John, Christ does something very, very interesting. And that's why I want this first point to be centered around. He said, Father, I thank you for hearing me. And I thank you because you always hear me. Everybody at the time is like, what are you thanking God for? Like, the brother's still dead. Like, the tomb's still closed. No one's here. Christ is there saying, thank you, because I know that you always hear me, Father. Thank you. Everybody else is like, what the hell? 2 T's later, Lazarus pops up. Lazarus is back alive. What's the point? What's the esoteric nature in that story? Well, like I said, in the 11th chapter of John, in the face of death, in the quite literal face of death, nothing changed. In front of the tomb, nothing's changed. Everybody around, Lazarus, his sisters, his people, they're weeping like, what's this guy on? You say you're going to bring him back, but everybody's just sad. The collective consciousness around goes off what they can see. But Christ, one with the infinite intelligence, did something that you need to begin to do if you want to materialize what it is that you want. Now, like I said, this can be extrapolated if you want a promotion in your career, if you want a job, if you want a different opportunity in your career, if you want to materialize a romantic relationship, if you want more money in your business, if you want more money in general. Extrapolate what I'm about to say to any of that, and I promise you, you will also begin to be able to tap into that particular power. Now, Christ had gratitude before it changed. Now, we often as human beings, simply because we're encapsulated in this third dimensional realm, we operate very linearly, if that's a word. We operate very linearly in the sense that we typically go off what we can see. So something like gratitude is only something that we begin to feel after reality has changed. But you have to begin to reverse and understand that it's on earth as it is in heaven. It's as within, as without. It's the internal state that must precede the external change, which means that if you think about it, the indirect implication of being in a thankful, grateful state is the indication that you have something to be grateful for, something to be thankful for. Really think about this. Is it not crazy? I don't know about you, AJ, but is it not crazy that the tomb's closed, the guy is dead, and Christ is saying, thank you, God, I thank you because you always hear me. Before anybody's seen him come out, I'll be shook. I'll be like, this guy's lost his marbles. Why are you thanking? Like, imagine somebody walking up to a grave and saying, yeah, thank you. I thank God because he heard me, because this person's going to... Like, that's insane. That's the way we begin to perceive it. But if we were to take the esoteric nature, the metaphysical aspect of that story, what it's an indication of is that typically, as human beings, like I said, we allow the external to dictate the internal, meaning we operate by space-time constraints. But if we go back to the point that I said earlier, if reality is an illusion, it's an illusion because it reflects aspects of your frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, meaning if you have something to be grateful for, then you will begin to show gratitude. So showing gratitude indicates to the universe that you have something to be grateful for. That begins to correspond with what it is that you desire. Then that leads to the manifestation of it. Because remember my definition of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. When you're good with it and you're good without it. So, my question to you is, are you grateful for your desired reality having manifested? Now, the mind says, but it hasn't manifested. But what if that belief is the very thing that's keeping you from actually being able to manifest it? Because see, the mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence, the mind that has transcended, polarity and seeing things as separate, understands one thing. The true limiting belief of reality is the belief that something is missing. And that's why I write that down. Because it's that belief exactly that keeps something from coming within your reality. If you have this unconscious idea that you believe something is missing, which you do, naturally, you do, because you've come here to materialize something, you've come here to change your reality, which means all of us come into this realm of information in the frequency that something is missing. We come with the belief that something is missing. But that's actually the belief that perpetuates something to be missing, because if nothing was missing, how would you feel? You'd more than likely be in a state of gratitude. And if you're in a state of gratitude before your reality has changed, then you indicate to the universe that you have changed. And when you have changed, reality changes, because you and reality are the same thing. You're waiting for reality to show you something before you show it to yourself. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work like that. You have to have the capability of displaying gratitude in the face of death. So bare times, people comment, people message, we've been through it. Sometimes you feel like nothing's changing. Nothing's changing. Sometimes shit might even get worse. It might even get worse. Just remember the 11th chapter of John. Remember the story of Lazarus. In the face of death, Christ still showed gratitude. Because think about what showing gratitude does when reality hasn't changed actually does. What's my definition of manifestation. Internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. There was no emotional dependency on seeing reality change. Because when you're not emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change, reality would be dependent upon you. And when reality is dependent upon you, it will do its best to please you. It will do its best to make you as happy as possible, because there's nothing that it can do for you. Because when the world can do nothing for you, it will attempt to do everything for you. And that's what borrow that down. Because what you need to begin to understand, like I said, gratitude is an indirect implication that you've received something. Think about it. Whenever somebody gives you a compliment, somebody does something for you, you feel grateful. So gratitude is an indirect, it emits a frequency that indicates to the universe that you have received something. But the issue is you're delaying and you're prolonging your gratitude because you're waiting for reality to make you feel grateful, without realizing that reality will give you something to be grateful for when you give it the feeling of gratitude. You can't get this confused the other way around. Because when I tell you that most of us operate in the exact opposite state of consciousness to the infinite intelligence. Like I said, as human beings, we get caught up in this third dimensional realm. It is what it fucking is. But the truth of the matter is, so long as we begin to operate from a level of consciousness dependent upon what we see, we'll be slaves to reality. If you wait for reality to show you something before you feel good, then reality will never make you feel good. Because reality will only make you feel good when you feel good for no reason. When you feel good for no reason, reality will make you feel good for no reason. When you have something to be grateful for, when you have no reason to be grateful, reality will give you a reason to be grateful for. And that's what borrow that down. And I need you to understand, even in the instance where shit is going left, if you can be grateful, not for the shit going left, because a lot of niggas begin to be grateful for their suffering and then end up materializing more suffering on like some pain kink type thing. This isn't what this is. This isn't anything to do with that. You have to be able to stay centered in your desired reality, having already manifested despite what you're seeing, and be able to be so encapsulated by your internal creation, flooding it with emotion, because emotion is the true language of the subconscious mind. And with that intense degree of emotion, it enters the subconscious. If you can be grateful to such a degree prior to your reality changing, then reality will change. Oftentimes, what delays reality from actually changing instantly is our dependency upon it. We're so dependent upon reality changing. And this is one thing we're going to be talking about in the Bhagavad Gita, because the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata actually goes into proper detachment. It's one of my favorite spiritual literatures when it covers detachment, which we'll get to later. But for now, Father, I thank you that you've always heard me, that you always hear me. The conviction on that prayer. I'll get AJ to put up on the screen. It says, Father, I thank you. I thank you because you always hear me. Some of us feel like we get aired by God. To people that may not be from the UK, getting aired is like getting, what do they say, dubbed, like getting ignored.
That's what dubbed means.
Yeah. Get aired by God. It's dark. There's no worse feeling than praying and getting aired. It's demoralizing. It begins to deplete your conviction and your confidence, which is the most important words when it comes to manifestation, because that solidifies your self-concept. It strengthens the frequency that you're emitting to the universe. Confidence in and of itself. Listen to the conviction in the fact that you always hear me. Some of us treat manifestation like hit or miss. Get me? See if this one manifests. But think about the conviction and the idea that you always hear me. And this isn't to please God. This isn't to flatter God. You can't flatter God. I'm sure it actually says that in the Bible, that you can't flatter God, which is what people attempt to do. Niggas will try to bargain with God and be like, yo, God, if she's not pregnant, I promise I'll get my shit together. Like, I swear, like, I'll change to the... You can't flatter God. When Christ said, God, I thank you because thou hear me, you always hear me, that was an internal declaration in conviction and the idea that whatever is within will always be reflected. That's the same level of conviction that you need to have, instead of treating this shit like hit or miss, because that's how you treat it. And yeah, the esoteric story of Lazarus, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the next one.
Bro said bargain with God.
Nice, bro. I remember when I was religious, I used to treat God like one of my stingy uncles, mom's life, but deep it like this. If it's your internal state of consciousness that reflects into how you begin to experience God, the way that you or the labels, your preconceived notions of God will be reflected in how you experience God. So if you go to God bargaining like he's stingy, then he's going to be very stingy, or you're going to be stingy, presenting the illusion that it's somebody externalized and had a stingy experience. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You know how we say people are using like your content for good, bad? They're using it for, you know, getting into relationships.
I don't like
or
this.
getting hoes.
I don't like the way that you frame this.
This comment is it's special. It's unique. But I don't want to label it good or bad. You know,
You transcended, yeah?
transcended.
You transcended, yeah?
Here it is. Nero, you keep helping my scamming empire grow all the way from Nigeria. It keeps on growing and growing, and I can't stop making money since I started applying your teachings.
Oh, that's a fire belief. Might steal that one. Can't stop making money.
Can't stop. And yes, I also agree with you. The Illuminati ain't that good anymore.
Yeah, their music just doesn't slap the way that it used to.
Once you are ready to come to Nigeria, I would love to take you around some places. In the
You think I'm gonna come to Nigeria and let you take me around after you just spoke about your scamming empire? Then I'll get there and I'll kidnap me.
You know.
Yo. Man said that it keeps growing and growing.
Can't stop making money.
Bro. Hey man, you gotta get how you live.
Some casual blaze. Bro, I love your long and short videos too. Keep both of them coming.
Say less. Say less.
I've conquered the world alone. No, I've conquered the world. Nero, me alone. I've decided to leave you. AJ and your cult untouched from my rule.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Because, you know, we were really worried about what you was going to do to us because you conquered the world now. So, you know, at least he said that he'll leave us untouched, AJ, because I didn't want to get touched. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm not trying to get touched, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Nero, what do you think of dating apps? That's what someone asked. I don't know why, but yeah.
The only reason I'm laughing is because I got a client, man. He makes about 600K a month. He's really systematic person. He likes everything to be very much organized. He told me the other day that he's hired somebody and given them an SOP of what they would like for their Hinge. So his Hinge account is being ran by an employee of his who he's given a standard operating procedures on what he likes. And he even went out on dates.
Yeah, I need to know how successful that was, bro.
Yeah. I said to him, though, the person that you're getting to run the account, their frequency may begin to bring people within their proximity that matches his frequency and not yours. You get me? Because now you've put like an intermediary in between you. A middleman. Yeah, that's funny. Whole time, this girl's thinking, oh, yeah, this guy looks really nice. They're talking back and forth. Whole time, it's his employee.
What if they go on a date and, like, there's something that's said on text that he doesn't even... Like, he's gonna have to catch up.
You gotta lock in. You gotta lock in. Be like, hey, I get what you're saying. Perfect. Let's see. I'll take red and orange.
What's the next lesson, Nero?
I thought you'd never ask. Now we'll go into the 14th chapter of Matthew. And this one is all about your bread. Or loaves, I should say. Did I ever tell you about that time I was going to rob a jewelry store?
Yeah. You were down bad, bro.
This links.
Okay.
This links. Cool. So, 14th chapter of Matthew. So, Everybody's familiar with the story of the 5 loaves into 5,000. For those of you who are unfamiliar, there's a story in the Bible to which there's only 5 loaves of bread, and Christ comes and he makes 5,000 loaves of bread. Now, once again, esoteric nature that you can begin to extrapolate this to your own life. You have to understand one thing in particular. Like I said, Christ, a mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence. Artificial
I knew you was gonna say
intelligence.
it. I knew it. Oh,
Smoke high grade and drink Hennessy.
I knew you was gonna say it, bro. I just knew it.
Now, when I say artificial intelligence, you can extrapolate this whatever you want. This could be God, this could be Allah, this could be Yahweh, this could be Jehovah, this could be Brahma, whatever fits your fancy. But in this instance, I just say infinite intelligence. I wrote intelligence twice. Crazy. The infinite intelligence is just like I think it's less loaded, because when I use other words, they may come with labels that you may have preconceived notions about that begins to alter the way that you begin to experience things. So when I say infinite intelligence, I guess it's more neutral, and I think it begins to actually characterize it much better in my opinion. So I describe God as the infinite intelligence, but some people refer to it as the source. I don't really like that one, but that's neither here nor there. So Christ is a mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence mentally. It's oneness. And that oneness means that they've transcended duality. They transcended, when I say duality or polarity, that's just the idea of separation. It's just a fancy way of saying separation from a more hermetic philosophical point. Separation. Separation is limitation. Anytime we're operating from a consciousness of separation, we enter a degree of limitation. And that limitation begins to show itself in our reality. Meaning, if you begin to look at things in a separated manner instead of all one, then that's when things begin to become very limited. So, in this instance, in the 14th chapter of Matthew, people were trying to eat, but it was tough. You know what I'm saying? It was tough. They were like in a recession back in biblical times. Nobody wants to be in that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? No bread at all. Only 5 loaves of bread. Now, understand this. The collective consciousness, us as human beings, we have this tendency, like I said, because we mentally adhere to the concept of polarity, we begin to see things as separated. We begin to see things as separate. And because we see things as separate, we enter a particular degree of limitation, because if we're limited in our consciousness, our experience on this physical plane is also going to be limited to some degree. Meaning, everybody else is only like, yo, there's only 5 loaves of bread. Christ comes and he's like, yo, I can fix this easy. You know what I'm saying? Scamming empire can fix this easy. Extrapolates that and makes a multitude of loaves, 5,000. Everybody's shocked as to how that happened. Now, one of my favorite quotes in the Kabbalion is that there are no miracles, only higher levels of understanding. And I love that, because the more that you begin to understand reality from a point of causality on the higher planes of existence, things begin to make sense. Because when they say there's only high levels of understanding, it's cause and effect. Cause and effect extrapolated from the mental plane down to the physical plane, because the physical plane is a reflection of the mental plane reflects into the physical plane. And predicated upon Christ being an individual that was unified with the infinite intelligence, transcendent of polarity and duality, seeing limitation, other people were going off what they could see. But the truth of the matter is, what you see is a reflection of your mind, because you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. Even from a physical point, the eyes do nothing more than take electrical signals, send that up to the brain. The brain has a guesstimation on what it's seeing. Metaphysically, you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. Everybody was seeing reality through these shaded tints, as I am seeing through right now. But Christ had no tints on. And because Christ had no tints on, he could see clearly. And because Christ could see clearly, he saw something that other people didn't see. And this is the lesson that I want you to begin to extrapolate in this instance. Oftentimes we see scarcity. We see scarcity in our opportunities, in our career, in our relationships, in our bank account. And because we see scarcity, we're dictated by that scarcity. And when we're dictated by that scarcity, what state of consciousness does that set you in? When you know you've been applying for jobs and you're seeing no jobs anywhere. When you check your bank account and it's low, it's down bad. When you check your Hinge or whatever, your DMs, and it's just no motion, it's just crickets, radio silence, tumbleweeds. These instances in our reality, we allow scarcity to dictate our internal state. But typically, whenever scarcity dictates our internal state, it sets us into worry, panic, fear. And unfortunately, it's those emotions that actually reinforce scarcity in our internal state. And if we have scarcity within, that will be reflected externally. So everybody else predicated upon what they could see allowed their internal state to reflect more worry, panic, and fear, which then internally put them in scarcity, which then led to external scarcity. So, my question to you is, do you see 5 or do you see 5,000? You have to begin to see your scarcity as abundance. You have to begin to see something that is small as something that is great. Because this goes into something that I cover in Outsmarting Reality, Amazon bestseller for 6 months straight in all 3 categories. 4.9 rated on Amazon with over 1,000 positive reviews. Link in the description. But this actually goes into something that I speak about in that book in one of the chapters, which is your perception equates to your projection. See, oftentimes we're unaware of one thing. How you look at life is how life looks at you. But we're unaware of how we're looking at life. So we're confused as to why we experience life in a certain way. Most of us allow reality to dictate our internal state, to dictate what we see. We allow, when reality says, yo, you got 5, we believe it. We allow it to convince us of that. And is it a truth? It's a truth the moment it becomes accepted into the subconscious mind, because then it will be materialized. The man who says he can is right, and the man who says he can't is right. But the woman who says they can is right, and the woman that says they can't is right. See, I'm inclusive. Oftentimes we see 5. And because we see 5, we accept that 5 as a particular truth. And we accept that 5 as a truth, it puts us in an internal state that actually perpetuates that 5. What did I say about the Christ state of consciousness, the infinite intelligence? They see beyond the illusion. So did Christ see 5,000, or did he see 50,000, or did he see 5 million? Point being, there was no limitation on what Christ was seeing. You see, in these instances where everybody else would see scarcity, you actually need to begin to see what you have as a particular degree of abundance. Because everything that you're looking for in your reality, you already have. You already have it. And it's about your ability to pay attention to the shit that you already have that puts you in a vibrational resonance to have more of that. Matthew 13:12, to him who has, he will have more and he will have abundance. But to the one who does not have, even what they do have will be taken away. That's 13th chapter of Matthew, right before this chapter right here. This is all about your own perception to what it is that you have. I'll never forget, I had a call once with a lady from New York. You know who you are, the one that's in the saunas. You know who you are. With no context, that sounds crazy. But nonetheless, she was saying to me how she used to make a certain amount of money. She used to make a large amount of money and her money's depleted now. And I said to her, you know, why don't you just look at the money that's coming in the same way that you look at the money that you want? But why don't we all do that? Really think about that. Why don't we see the money that's coming in, no matter how small it is, as a large amount of money to the same degree that we'd see the money that we do want? Because once you begin to perceive it through that same lens, you begin to alchemize that state of consciousness, because that's all it is. It's just a frequency. The numbers in it themselves mean nothing except the meaning that you begin to give it. And see, in your mind, you've begun to assign meaning without realizing to the infinite there is no big or small. Let's borrow that down. So what if you looked at the 5 as if it was 5,000? Then you'd be in a position to alchemize that 5 into 5,000. The money in your bank account. You often probably say, oh, this isn't a lot of money. I really have no money. So how the fuck would you ever have more money? Your internal state of consciousness is within resonance of you perpetuating that idea based upon what you're seeing, which what you're seeing actually has no meaning except the meaning that you begin to attribute to it. And then predicate upon the meaning that you attribute to it, you begin to experience emotions. You begin to experience panic, fear, and worry that then perpetuates that particular experience, reflecting as you actually not having a lot of money. What if you looked at the little amount of money that you have as if it was a lot of money? And you began to allow yourself to feel how you'd feel if it was a lot of money. I mean, shit. Let's say you got £5 in your account for real. How would you look at that £5 if it was 5,000? What emotions would you begin to experience from that?
Joy.
You'd probably feel safe. You'd probably feel free. You'd probably feel joyous. You'd probably feel peaceful. Okay then. Well, are those not the same emotions that you have to be experiencing internally before you can experience that externally? Because here's the thing. We want to experience abundance in this third dimensional realm without experiencing it internally, and it just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. You have to begin to alter the lenses that you're seeing reality through in order for reality to show you something else. Because like I just said, why is it that we look at the 5,000 as if it's just 5,000? Sorry, we look at the 5 as if it's just 5. The 5 in of itself doesn't even exist. It's like that scene in The Matrix where they're talking about the spoon. And she's like, the oracle's like, bend the spoon with your mind. The spoon never even existed. Because what is the 5? Nothing other than what you mean. Sorry, nothing other than the meaning that you attribute to it. So what if you looked at the money when that client pays you? Why don't you look at it as if it's the actual amount of money that you want to be paid? Why don't you look at your bank account as if it already has the amount of money that you want to have? Why don't you look at that, those 2 applications that you've made for a job because there are no jobs? Why don't you look at it as if it's 20 applications? The person that gets back to you, why don't you look at it as if it's a multitude? Because when you have the capability of seeing the scarcity as abundance, then you begin to drop scarcity entirely. And when you drop scarcity entirely, it disappears from your universe. Because then you begin to see abundance wherever you go, because abundance is trying to follow you because you're already in a state of abundance. And this is what this really comes down to. It really comes down to an understanding of abundance versus scarcity. Will you allow the scarcity that reality presents to alter your internal state? Because if so, then you will stay trapped in that. But if you could just see the scarcity as if it was plenty, people say all the time, they'll be like, oh, I got no money. No, there's no money in my account. I never have any money. There's no jobs out here. Which all of those things are completely true. But they're completely true predicated upon the meaning that you've given to those things. And that meaning comes with emotion. That emotion reinforces itself into your subconscious. And then there are few truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover approves. And then you begin to live in that box. But that box is literally being molded by you. It's being molded by your inability to see from the infinite and to see the minor as a lot. The small is great. Anything that you regard as scarcity in your life, like I said, extrapolate this to romantic partners, extrapolate this to career, opportunities, employment, money. Why don't you need to begin to see what you already have as a lot in order for you to be in vibrational resonance for a lot to come to you? When you see what you have as small, as insignificant, as minor, then the issue with that is that you only place yourself in a frequency that resonates with perpetuating that exact same thing that you're complaining about. All comes down to the same thing. You're wanting reality to give you great before you become in resonance with great. It doesn't work like that. You can only have what you already have. So you tell me, do you have 5 loaves or do you have 5,000? At the time when me and my boys were thinking about robbing that jewelry shop, we had 5. We had -5. And you know what's so stupid about that? I was 17, guys. Me and my boys thought about robbing this jewelry shop in town. It was so stupid because the police station was literally like 5 minutes around the corner. I absolutely would have been caught and I absolutely would have went to jail. So, but we really planned it for real. Like, looking where the cameras are, the CCTV in the area. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad. But guys, that wasn't me. That was the frequency of the ends.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think I would have had the heart to really do it anyways. Absolutely would have not have done.
Good PR. Perfect. That's what we needed.
Oof, had to bring it back.
Hey, Nero and AJ.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Oh,
Hello.
I love it when they say hi to everybody. Manners, guys, manners.
For real. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work and energy you're putting out.
This is a wholesome message. I can already feel it. Let me turn around. This is a wholesome message.
I've been watching you for around 2 years now, and I've always felt what you were talking about made complete sense. I never knew why, but internally, I could sense that you were giving out the keys for understanding and using the mechanics of the universe from a human standpoint. You've led me onto a life-changing journey, fully focusing on my internal and using anything I could pick up to use it to go even deeper on that journey. It's very interesting to see. how information and the knowledge it contains unfolds to you once you change. Over the period of watching you and applying what you teach consistently, I thought I understood what you meant with manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. But only in this very moment, it hit me like a lightning strike.
Finally.
After imagining,
Told you this man can't read.
I can't even, why do I feel like a foreigner, bro? I can't even say
Imagining.
imagine. I can't still say.
Is that what you're trying to say? Imagining?
Yeah, bro.
Goodness gracious.
That's horror.
That's horror.
Fresh.
Screams of horror.
Where did we read? Oh,
Yeah,
Jerry
TikTok
Funk.
comment.
Yeah. Okay. After picturing my desired reality, especially focusing on the emotion, I felt like an absolute winner, standing on top of my game and with full intensity.
You know, someone commented that you read like Mayweather.
With T-Bone. You made that up, innit?
I swear to God.
I ain't seen that comment.
I swear to God,
I ain't
that's
seen
a
that
comment.
comment.
I swear to God.
With deep love and gratitude in my heart. That's the best I can describe it. Although words can't match that feeling. Hold on, it goes on. And listening to you speak again after that state of being changed, I didn't even care about what I was seeing. I just know I already have it. Because it's never about the material thing itself. It's about the emotion attached to it.
Tell him.
Thank you for not stopping to drop the same timeless gems over and over. Because you were right. Sometimes information needs to be presented to you in different
That was
ways.
not me. That was AJ.
You're welcome. Yeah. Presented to you in different ways, reframed, and the person watching needs to change themselves in order to fully ingrain that gem into their subconscious mind. Stay blessed, stay winning, stay internally shifted. Written by a human.
For real. That's what a robot would say, though, innit? That's what a bot would say.
Imagining.
You got it, bro.
Why can't I say that word, bro?
You just said it, though.
Imagining.
You just said it. What the hell?
You know what I felt like?
Uh-huh.
You ever seen the African pastors and they try and say beginning?
Oh, in the Beningi. Yeah, for real.
Oh, man.
That was bad looks, I'm not gonna
That was terrible. I might edit that out, so. Like, he's stopping me from...
No, he's stopping you. You got free will, bro. Any other ones before I go? Start now because we are entering the Bhagavad Gita section.
Ooh. Watching Nero is cleaning time. I swear I always get my laptop cleaned up whenever Nero's wiping the board. I find spots on my
Because you lot had dirty screens.
Yo, I realized I had a dirty screen when I was watching your video back. And I was like...
I was watching my video back and I was like, yo, my thing's dirty. This is not good. This is not good. Cool. So, the things that I'm going to be saying from the Bhagavad Gita come from the first section of the book, to which there's Arjuna who's in war with relatives of his, and he's in war over the kingdom. And Krishna, you can think about it like, well, first of all, I don't want to say like Christ, because Krishna actually predates Christ. So does the Buddha. So does Lao Tzu, who's also wrote the Tao Te Ching that I'll be getting into. Just say that for the egotistical individuals that only believe that one person is amazing. Krishna is the avatar. Think about the avatar. Similar in the Gnostic perspective, where they believe that, you know, there's the monad that is the great light, and they send down an avatar, an individual that comes with the consciousness of the infinite in order to, you know, get stuff done. And Krishna in this instance was an advisor to Arjuna in this moment of time. And I think the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is amazing. The reason why I focused on the first chapter for this video is because it's straight conflict. It's when our minds are as chaotic as possible and things are in conflict, when we're in war. This can be extrapolated to the war within, and that's what borrow that down. Now, one of the things that Krishna says to Arjuna is there is inaction in action, and there's action in inaction. Now, I loved that the first time I read it. When I first read that, I was like, yo, that is a bar. Why? Because there is inaction in action, and there is action in inaction. What does that mean? Almost sounds like hieroglyphics, and it just sounds like a very, very trippy thing. Now, in this context that I'm going to extrapolate it from a metaphysical perspective for you to create your desired reality, think about this. There's inaction in action. How many times, or I'd probably say how many people, in fact, I'd say majority of people do action. They work hard. They do things physically. I don't think there's a single human being that doesn't take some type of physical action. But what Krishna is saying in this instance is that sometimes that's inaction. Sometimes you can just be doing shit, but it's having no effect. And how many times have you felt like that in your own life? How many times have you felt as if you're doing the same thing? You're trying as hard as possible, but nothing's changing. But because we're so encapsulated by this third dimensional realm, because we're so engrossed into it, we think that the only solution in order to get things done, we think the only way to get an effect is to change the effect. That makes no sense. Because remember, there's 3 planes of existence: God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Mental plane, physical plane, spiritual plane. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. So, the suggestion here is that action isn't always the solution. And I want you to understand this. Action is only as valuable as the state of consciousness that precedes it. That's a real bar. Please write that down. Action is only as valuable as the state of consciousness that precedes it. Meaning, the inaction in action is the idea that sometimes, think about all the people that are seeking to materialize more money, but they're operating from a frequency of scarcity. So even in their action, there is inaction because of their state of consciousness. Frequency first, action after. See, the issue is most people operate by a frequency that is in direct contradiction to what it is that they want. They then take physical actions to get what it is that they want without realizing that their physical actions are being tainted by the energy that they're operating in, and that energy is the only thing that materializes itself into existence, not the action itself. It's another way of saying you can't outrun your frequency. Because the truth of the matter is, sometimes, and once again, I have to put a preface here, because spiritual people have this kind of lazy consciousness where they don't want to take any action. They want to lose weight without doing anything. They want to make money without doing anything. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those type of spiritual people, because I believe there's 3 planes of existence, and each one of those planes of existence require us to be active in all of them in order to get something. Your mental plane has to be arranged right. Your spiritual plane has to be arranged right. And then the physical plane should be arranged right. So by the time you do the physical, it feels effortless. It feels easy. It doesn't feel like it's hard or there's restriction. Because most of the time, what's being said here is that sometimes as well, there's action and inaction. Once again, you have to understand one thing in particular. Your action is only as valuable as the state of being that precedes it. Oftentimes, you attempt to do something while being the same. If you do something different while being the same thing, you're going to get the same thing regardless of you doing different, because ultimately what creates is your state of consciousness, your frequency, your self-concept. Actions are nothing more than a vehicle that take you from one destination to another. That's a bar. Write that down. But what type of car are you driving? That's dependent upon the frequency that you're in. What vehicle are you using? Because remember, there is inaction, and there's action in inaction. Some people, and I need you to remember this, please remember this. The individuals that are being less need to do more. And the individuals that are being more can get away with doing less. And we've all seen this in our reality. We've all had instances where we feel like we're doing the absolute most. You're trying to materialize a relationship. You're going on these dating apps. You're doing whatever it is, trying your absolute hardest. You're shooting 500 DMs a day. That's crazy.
500 is mad. That's crazy outreach.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy. That's crazy. 500 DMs. I know one of you, man, is doing it as well. That's crazy. But anyways, you're doing the absolute most. You're applying for as many jobs as you possibly can. You're reaching out to as many prospects as you possibly can. But the one question that you haven't asked yourself is, why do other people, besides the physical explanations, because there's a multitude of physical explanations that we could have, but this isn't the physical thing. I'm not here to talk to you about networking and, so on and so forth, because those things could be an explanation for those things. But in a metaphysical context, we look at the state of consciousness as the causal factor in order to detach from the third dimensional false gods that we end up creating around things. So if we're looking at it, why do some people have to do more and some people have to do less? It's because some people are being more and some people are being less. When I say being more and being less, I mean, are you in the correspondent frequency of what it is that you want to attain? The individual that comes applying for 100 jobs thinking, I ain't going to get any of these jobs. You know, here we go again, yada, yada, yada. Their state of consciousness is in complete contradiction to what they want. So their action is inaction. But there's some people that may not never touch Indeed.com in their lives, and somehow they get an amazing opportunity that come across them in the most serendipitous way. Why? Because there's also action and inaction. Because it all comes down to your state of being. So I want you to do me a favor. In fact, do yourself a favor. Don't ask yourself, what have you been doing? Ask yourselves, who have you been being? Who have I been being? I love that from the Bhagavad Gita. One thing that I also would like to say as well is that if you're an entrepreneur who's already made millions and you have the right team, the right skill set, the right knowledge, everything's in place, but things still aren't moving as fast as you like, or things aren't growing at all, I can assure you have some type of subconscious block and a distortion in your frequency. So you can apply to work with me, link in the description.
3 months into working with Nero, that company now last month did $120,000.
Morning, I had a call with my spiritual coach, Nero, and it's doing great. You know, we did almost 400K yesterday.
Later, now I've been making just over 100,000 per month. I had 100K a month.
That was what allowed me to be able to scale my business past 80 grand a month, and now on a 7-figure run rate for a year. So.
Wait, what? Just... Okay. I'll tell you what. Nero is what back in the day people called Jesus behaviors. How you explain this shit is how it worked. This is the gospel. This is the good news, and you don't even know it.
It is the good spell. Gospel, good spell. And I don't even know it, or do I?
You never know it, or do you?
Was he saying, I'm Jesus?
Basically.
Please don't do that.
That's why I was like, wait, what? Is he actually saying that? Someone said you're the Pope of the manifesting community.
I don't know if I want to be associated with the Pope. We know what them man there get up to. I don't know if I want those associations, but I get what you're saying. Thank you very much. I'm just not sure, you know, popes and priests have the best PR. Let me just use black.
Someone said you're the modern day prophet.
Modern day prophet. We're all prophets. We're all prophets of our realities. We're all prophets. Prophet loss. Being a prophet, I had a client of mine. She went for a reading a couple of years back. I won't say her name, but you know who it is because I know you watch the videos. I was on the phone with a client of mine. She's amazing, absolutely amazing. Literally went from hundreds of thousands to 300,000 per month, right? And she was telling me some situation where she had got a reading done. And the point of it was she tried to look for the reading so bad that things ended up going wrong. Now, I need you guys to understand one thing. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's a bar, write that down. You know, if someone says, hey, you know, I don't know, you're going to get hit by a car, mate, then you're gonna accept that. The moment that, you know, you accept it, because even from a point of behavioral science, there's a great book called Influence, right? Influence was written by Robert Cialdini. It's a book on behavioral science. And one of the core factors of influencing an individual is having them perceive you as an authority figure. Individuals that we see as an authority figure have a much easier way of entering and hijacking our wiring of our minds. So because you go to someone and they, you know, they're a prophet, or, you know, they're a reader, or they're a tarot card reader, or a palm reader, whatever the hell you niggas are doing, that individual that goes and tells you that, you'll be like, damn, that's real. That's real. Then end up messing up your whole life without realizing that what frequency are they on? You get me? Like, if they just had a fight with their baby daddy and you know what I'm saying is long, and then they come to your reading, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? You get me? The pastor that does a prophecies battling his own demons and then projects that onto the congregation members in his prophecies for them. I had a cousin of mine, King, a pastor, when he was 16. Bear in mind, my cousin had dreadlocks at the time. So imagine me, an African with dreadlocks at the time, right? The pastor was like, yeah, this one's going to die in the next 2 years. Oh, like, what? Anyways, still alive, so... Cool. I think my pens are dying, AJ.
Again?
No, I think they're dying. I'll just stick to black anyways. So I wrote this one very lazily because paraphrasing here, but should be very, very close. Also in the Bhagavad Gita, within the same context of Arjuna, Krishna is advising him in this conflict that he's having between relatives. Krishna says the wise are those who are alike in profit and loss, victory and defeat, and pain and pleasure. Now, this touches back to my definition of manifestation, remember. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing a reality change. When you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing anything in reality, another way of saying that is detachment or transcendence from the physical plane being able to affect you internally because you see everything as the same, then you tap into what Krishna was saying. See, how many of us, he said the wise are those who are alike in profit and loss, victory and defeat, pain and pleasure. Which means the fools are those who aren't the same. See, the fools, us individuals, yes, me included, when everything's going great and we're experiencing profit, victory and pleasure, we are absolutely gassed. This is us gassed right there. That's us right there. We are absolutely gassed without realizing that bit by bit, the third dimensional realm, the illusionary reality, is building a little dependence. It's getting us addicted to what it's giving us. It's getting us addicted to what it's giving us. Bit by bit by bit, we're becoming emotionally dependent upon what we're seeing. And because we're becoming emotionally dependent upon what we're seeing, we're giving power away. And true power is internal. So when we're giving away power, that's giving away our internal. Listen, I'd rather give you every pound in my bank account before I give you power over my internal state. And that's to say one thing in particular. If the wise are those who are the same in profit and loss, victory and defeat, pain and pleasure, then the fools are the individuals that when they're profiting, they're gassed. They're great. When the money comes in, great. When you go on that day and it goes well, great. When you get that job promotion, great. When that company says, yep, we like to take you to the next stage for the interviews, great. Krishna says you're a fool. But then simultaneously, Krishna says when you lose, and you're like, fuck, it went wrong. Oh my God, it's not good. When you take an L, and you're affected internally. When you go through pain, you're a fool. Because all of this, whether it's positive or negative, it's all the same thing. It's all us relinquishing our internal power. We're giving somebody the keys to our kingdom of heaven so the world can put you in hell. Let's borrow that down. The wise are the ones who are the same, because the wise realizes that reality in of itself is a pendulum swing. Once again, this is part of the Hermetic philosophy, the law of rhythm. It's a pendulum swing. Things sway in and out, things sway in and out, things sway in and out. And the individuals, those of us that suffer the most in the individuals that go along with the pendulum. When it swings to greatness, we're great. When it swings to sadness, we're sad. Those are the versions of us that haven't begun to come to the realization that the truth is you have to maintain a degree of neutrality throughout it all. Because if you don't maintain, and when I say neutrality, it's not necessarily that you have to be like, when shit's lit, right? And you need to be a robot when it's bad. But it's to say that the pain, the pleasure that you feel, the victory, the happiness, the gas, like all of that, it has to only be able to be stimulated by you. It has to come from within. Because if you allow something to come from externally to alter the internal, then you're giving your power away. This can be extrapolated to people, career opportunities, money coming in, extrapolated to all of that. There's another quote in the Bhagavad Gita, same first chapter. The wise are the same in pleasure and pain. The the wires are the same in pleasure and pain. What Krishna is referring to, once again, because remember, Krishna is that avatar that's one with the infinite intelligence, the supreme being of the universe in that context, right? In the Hindu context, which means that he sees beyond the illusion. And beyond the illusion, there is no profit and loss. There is no victory and defeat. There is no pleasure and pain. These things don't exist beyond our third dimensional realm, duality, separation. It's all the same thing. And if you treat it all as the same thing, you can never get caught out. See, we treat them differently, and that's how we get caught out. You have to maintain this degree of neutrality, this relinquishing, this independence from reality emotionally dependently. Remember what I said? You have to be independent of being dependent upon. Does that make sense? You have to be independent on being dependent from reality. Yes. And I'm really trying to keep up reading the Mahabharata, but the names, like, I'm like, damn, the names are deep. And I'm like, wait, who's who? It's a great read, though. Hey, brother.
Bro singing the slave song. That God, you can't tell me it don't sound like a slave song.
Do you know what it is? Do you know why I think it has that vibe? I think it's because it's like a Western type vibe. You know what I'm saying? And like, or what Americans would call, I think, a Southern accent. And for the rest of us that exist outside of America, Southern accents are terrifying, especially if you're black.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, when the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing that's what I would do. Dun, 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 dun.
Great song, but scary.
But if I'm far from home, you imagine the drugs when that first dropped at those festivals, the amount of drugs that were being taken. Like, that's one of those things where, like, smoke is, you know, the stage, they're blowing smoke. People like, you know, they dance like this with their hands like that. And if I lose it all, oh sister, I will help you out.
Someone said, I used to download his video and play them as podcasts because I can't afford the data to watch.
Fairs?
But now I can watch.
Imagine they on a 1 hour video. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, that's deep. Reminds me when I was, early school days, I used to have 2 gig of data for the whole month. Once 1 month, I finished it in 2 days.
You were playing games. You were playing silly games. Let me see. What's this? I think that's the red that's finished. Okay, I think that's the
I only got 2 reds and 2 oranges. 2 different packs of pens.
Yeah.
And you're running out.
Yeah. Now, one of my favorite spiritual texts is written by an individual named Lao Tzu. Now, there's conspiracies if Lao Tzu was an individual or if Lao Tzu was a collection of individuals. It's the same thing with Confucius, but I think Confucius was actually one person. But some people speculate that it's multiple people in the same way they do it with Shakespeare. People these days say that Shakespeare might have been a multitude of people. Doesn't even matter. But Lao Tzu wrote a text. It's only like, I think it's like 20 pages. A text called the Tao Te Ching, spelt Tao Te Ching, but it's pronounced the Tao, right? Because when you see that, what people call the yin yang symbol, right? It's also the Tao. The Tao is the infinite. You can think about it like that. It's the infinite supreme being, transcendent of duality, hence the light, the dark, the circles within each. Now, Lao Tzu wrote a collection of texts called the Tao Te Ching, and one of the quotes is this. You got to get the... In fact, you should get all of these books. You should get all of these books and read them. You should get the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, and you should also get the Tao Te Ching. You should also get the Buddhist scriptures, which is just like stories of the Buddha's experience, like the one with, what was the serial killer called? Something. There was a serial killer that the Buddha changed and made him one of his best like students, best disciples. It'll come to me anyways. But one quote from the Tao Te Ching. To the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. Isn't that a bar? That's just a straight bar. That's just no games, no nothing. I don't even need to explain this. This is very self-explanatory. But I will nonetheless. Now, in the context of metaphysics, you have to understand that stillness is as close to God as we can actually get. And that's a bar, write that down. Stillness is godliness. Ooh, I like that. Stillness is godliness. I'm gonna write that one down. Can you write that one down for me and text it to me?
Stillness is
godliness. Yeah, that's fire. You know, from the movie Paid in Full, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, but nah, stillness is godliness. And the reason for that is because there's 46th chapter of Psalm, it says, be still, and this is in the Bible, it says, be still and know that I am God. Now, one thing that you have to understand is that the mind and the universe are the same thing. The mind and the universe and the same thing. See, when you're still, you've surrendered your mind. And I don't mean surrendered your mind in a scary sense, like you've given up your mind. But you've allowed all the internal chaos to kind of dissipate and dissolve. A lot of spiritual people have this tendency to still avoid themselves. See, we avoid ourselves and we mask it as watching videos and reading books and feel as if we're doing something. When the truth of the matter is, the best spiritual book that you could ever read is yourself. And that's what borrow that down. See, don't use me as a distraction. Don't use books as a distraction, because the truth of the matter is this work still has to be done. You can't boil, like there's another Taoist quote that says you don't boil rice by staring at it. There's going to be a point where you have to do the work, and the work gets done once you begin to immerse yourself into the stillness of your chaos. See, in this 21st century, whether it's, the things that we want, the things that we don't have, our brains are brain rotted. There's all these things that are happening. Our mind is moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. And because our mind is moving so fast, there's so much chaos that we seek to avoid by going into the external. But then we go into the external dissatisfied, and it's because we're unsatisfied with our internal state of consciousness, but we're unaware of it because we're so distracted by everything else that's going on outside of us. See, Lao Tzu said, to the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. If you want the universe to surrender to you, then you have to surrender to your mind. But the issue is you don't surrender to your mind. You avoid your mind. You say, you know what, let me read this book. Let me watch this video. You know what, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. And because you're trying to do everything, you're ignoring what you're being. But when you sit down and you immerse yourself, it ain't even got to be complicated. You don't need no guided meditation, and that's all distractions too. Just sit down in silence with your eyes closed and immerse yourself into the stillness of your mind. Because the moment that you do that, the moment you make your mind still, the whole universe will surrender because you will have surrendered. Lao Tzu has another quote that says, you can travel this entire universe without ever leaving your room. It's a bar. Heavy bar.
That's a bar still.
Heavy bar. Lao Tzu was cooking, I'm telling you. He was in the caves, just...
pen on fire.
Like, yeah. Or like Light Yagami. When he's ran in the Death Note, he's like... Literally, it was cooking like that. Because what you need to understand is, like I said, stillness is the prerequisite to godliness. You can't know God unless the mind is still. It says that in Psalm 46:10. Now let's extrapolate that over here and go deep with what Lao Tzu is attempting to say here. See, the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. We often want the universe to be on our side. Life can often feel like a war, like a conflict, like we're trying to do things and things just aren't going the way that we want them to. But the only reason we're experiencing this disharmony is because there's aspects of our mind that is in disharmony, but because we don't pay attention to our minds, we're unaware of the disharmony that we're experiencing within. So then when we see outside of ourselves, we're confused. But how confused would you be if you could see your disharmony clearly? There'd be nothing to be confused about in your world if you spent more time in the inner world. See, the outer world would begin to make a lot more sense once you begin to immerse yourself in the inner world. Then you'll be like, you know what? Shit makes sense why it's like that. We often want the world to surrender and bow before us and be on our side and the odds to be in our favor, when your mind isn't even in its own favor. But the only way that you can come to an understanding is if you seek awareness, and the only way that you can seek awareness is seeking to enter stillness into the mind, sitting down, closing your eyes, and just immersing yourself into the chaos. See what comes up, see what stands out. I can promise you that will be infinitely more valuable than watching 100 videos. So if you want to make the universe surrender, you gotta make the mind still.
Nero, from watching you in December 2024, then I was financially struggling and didn't have stability within my career. My frequency slowly shifted me into obtaining a new role as business development manager.
Wow.
That sounds like a big deal still.
That sounds like a very, very big deal.
And my portfolio within less than a year is 6 figures.
Jeez.
And I'm a diehard Tottenham Spurs fan.
Okay.
I've been manifesting cheaper tickets to go to games for time, and now they're about to be relegated. What the fuck have I done?
I don't know about that, bro. I don't watch football. AJ, this is where you want to step in.
Bro said he wanted cheaper tickets, so now they're going down to a league below.
Oh, they'll be cheap now, innit?
They'll be dirt cheap. Season ticket, £200. Nah, that's deep. If they get relegated, it's dark still.
Do you know how like old my knowledge is on football? Like, when I think about Spurs, I think about Gareth Bale.
I knew he was gonna say it. I knew it.
Bro, I don't watch sports. I watch anime.
That's never say that again. Never say that again. I might edit that part out. No, I don't think anyone needs to hear that, man.
What?
If we went to school together and you said we're in year 9 and bro said, nah, I don't want sports, I watch anime. Gooned out mind. I already know it.
Okay.
I already know it.
Okay. So my mind's got to be gooned out.
Bro didn't even defend himself, saying it's not gooned out. I know what type of man you are.
I know who I am.
Are you sure?
Listen, bro, there's no shame in my game. The annoying thing about anime, though, like, I remember when I was watching it growing up, like, whenever my mom would come in the room just to, like, see what's up, it would always be the maddest things happening on the screen.
See?
Always.
I remember we was going to New York. You was watching it on, was it on the iPad?
Yeah.
And, like, the flight attendant was coming around saying, you want another drink? And I just seen the craziest scene, and you were just, like, trying to tap.
That was bad, too. That was bad. Another thing that Lao Tzu has said, the final thing that we'll be looking into from the Tao Te Ching, to care for the opinions of others is to be their prisoner. I feel like Lao Tzu just got the bars. Like, he's just got bars. Like, it is what it is. But if we extrapolate that on a metaphysical level, when we care about the opinions of others, we're indirectly allowing ourselves to be molded by the collective consciousness. Understanding that the collective consciousness resides typically between fear and anger. How much value would you attribute to the opinion if you could see the frequency it was coming from? The opinions of others, the thoughts of others, how seriously would you take them if you could see their level of consciousness? And this isn't an encouragement for you to be an egotistical spiritual asshole and think that everybody's an NPC so you shouldn't listen to them, but it's to also get you to realize that not all opinions are made valid. Not all opinions are made equal. The opinion of somebody who's residing in a consciousness of fear to anger is probably going to have some essence of fear and anger within that opinion. So when they put that opinion towards you and then you internalize because you care about their opinion, you've now just allowed yourself to be molded by somebody else's frequency. In order for you to materialize what it is that you want, there has to be part of you that has the capability of transcending the collective consciousness. And the only way that you can transcend the collective consciousness is if you have the ability to detach from the opinions and the approval of the collective consciousness. Because the collective consciousness in of itself keeps us confined within it, because it's an egregore in of itself. An egregore is an occult term for an entity made of many thought forms, which has people under within this umbrella. And everybody wants to keep everybody the same and keep everybody everybody within the same energy. So the moment somebody steps out, that thing begins to attempt to use a defense mechanism to pull people back in. And that defense mechanism spiritually is typically love and approval. It's the love of, what if the love and approval, what if the love and approval of those around you is simultaneously what's confining you stuck into the same position? See, what Lao Tzu was referring to here is that oftentimes when we're caring about the opinions of others, they're the ones that are in our heads and not us. And if somebody's in your head, then they're in your reality, and that's what borrow that down. So, are you a prisoner? Most of us are prisoners. We think, oh, what is this person going to say if I do this? And what about this? And what if I say this? And in that job interview, what if I say this? And they look at me like I'm stupid. And, I don't want to say the wrong thing on a date because, I've already sent 500 DMs and they've already all aired me. So now, I've got this one and it's just long. You'll be their prisoner. And unfortunately, if you're somebody's prisoner mentally, the more than likely, assuming that they come from the collective consciousness, you'll be a prisoner of the collective consciousness. You'll be a prisoner of fear and anger. What if disappointment is the only pathway to freedom? What if disappointment makes you free? I had to disappoint my mom when I told her there's no way I'm being a doctor. Long. But now I'm free, Mom. And I think about so many people that will message me, they'll be like, I want to do this, but what about this? What about this? Prisoner. Prisoner in the sense of your life and what you can, the life that you want to live, but then simultaneously the vibrational prisoner of the collective consciousness predicated upon their opinions, molding your internal state, which then leads to reflect their external state, which one would assume you don't want. Now, the final thing. Now, with the Quran, I had lots of verses, but I chose one because I think this one encapsulates everything perfectly. But it's a hadith. It's a hadith. I think I should preface it with that. AJ, anything before this final section?
Let me have a look.
Well, have a look.
We got someone from Zimbabwe.
Jeez.
Yo, Nero, hailing from Zimbabwe.
Shout out my ends, man. My real ends.
Real ends of Jamaica, but
stop trying to claim me as Jamaican.
Been watching you for a minute. Now, I'm not gonna lie. At first, for a lot of your information that you were producing on Manifestation, I was a bit skeptical. Having been burned by the spiritual community.
Yikes. I know they had you doing a mad thing. What was you doing? Come on, you was doing the old method, innit? You was putting honey on your tongue, doing affirmations, innit?
Yo, that's crazy.
I know.
That's a technique.
People's, it's long, man. It's long.
But as of mid to late last year, actively believing, watching the videos that you release, practicing living in the end, and something that I desire from a reality is to become a millionaire. As of last week, I signed my first big contract worth $18,000. And honestly,
Zim, you're up.
And honestly, my dopamine didn't spike that much. It felt like the fulfillment of what I knew was coming. And I know you can imagine how much $18,000 is worth in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. That's like
trillion. This is trillion Zim dollars.
You're up. You're up. Nobody can chat to you the same anymore. Nobody can even chat to you. Tell them delete my number. Don't even.
I know this is the first of many, but I just wanted to say thank you for being you and for actually putting Mandem on game. And AJ too. Don't think I forgot about you, dog.
Jeez, you did.
Shout out Zimbabwe.
Shout out, man.
We're actually very similar.
What, Jamaicans and Zimbabweans?
Yeah, I do drink a lot, innit? So
I told you we're very similar. And I say this all the time. Bob Marley loves Zimbabwe. He has a song called Zimbabwe.
We're cousins, bro.
I think your ancestry test would come back Nigerian, bro. The issue with Nigerians is that they're everywhere. So many people are Nigerians. So many. And Nigerians are everywhere. Everywhere. You can go to any part of the world. And me and my Nigerian friends, we always laugh about this. You can go anywhere and you'll meet somebody from that country that's half Nigerian. I swear to God. Everywhere.
I'm Jamaican, bro.
Buffalo soldier. Born in America. Cool. I'll get AJ to pull up the actual hadith. I'm not sure if it's Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm not sure it is. But what we're going to be diving into in this instance is a hadith. Now, one thing that I should preface this isn't Sufism, I don't think. This is mystical Islam. I'm not sure. Sufis are mystic, but it's not the same. There's a multitude of Sufi or mystical Muslims. You have Rumi, you have Ibn al-Arabi. You should read. He has a whole book. It's really, really good. But point being in this instance, the hadith says, I am the way my servant thinks I am. Now, this is a very, very powerful hadith, and a lot of people don't realize this. This exists on two levels. The first is that oftentimes we don't take into consideration our perception towards God, especially if we come from a religious background. Now, depending upon what domination, and to end up becoming strong. This links up with this particular hadith. What is your perception towards Allah? What is your perception towards yourself through the I am? Because it's our preconceived notions about ourselves that begin to be reflected in our universe. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And you're both the thinker, you're both the prover. And simultaneously, if you have this idea that God is, very angry and is wrathful and is vengeful, then that's going to be the type of world that you live in, predicated upon your mind beginning to play those tricks upon itself and then manifest that out into itself. So you'd have to make sure that, one, your perception towards God is something that reflects a particular degree of harmony and something that reflects a particular degree of love, support, and guidance in order for you to experience that in your universe, as opposed to all the quote-unquote negative definitions or characteristics or traits that people attribute to God, such as wrathful, angry, so on and so forth. And now, simultaneously, you'd have to also begin to be aware of what is the I am that you have been exuding. Because typically that's going to be the I am that finds you. Now, you could be a god over Pharaoh, the third dimensional realm, or if that can be your god and you can worship false gods. Or that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the lessons from the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, and the Quran.
That was crazy. Like, I just came back from the bathroom for a moment. And I'm like, wait, why is the phone off? And all I see is overheating. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Holy shit. Yeah. I was napping. I took a nap. I was like, fuck it. Oh, hi, wife. That's wifey.
So because there is no past, the past is just a thought. There
Yep.
is no past that you need to fix, that you need to make amends for. It's gone. All that's left is just a thought. And all that's here right now is just this open, neutral space of clarity that's impersonal and that doesn't actually need a story or need a past or need a memory in order to exist. When you wake up from a dream at night, you don't try to go back into the dream and try to
get
fix it.
all my
That doesn't
strength
make any
out of-
sense because the only thing that's left over from that dream is just a thought about the dream, which eventually fades quite quickly as well. So what are you right now without your memories? What are you right now without your past? So because there is no past, the past is just a thought. There is no past that you need to fix, that you need to make amends for. It's gone. All that's left is just a thought. And all that's here right now is just this open, neutral space of clarity that's impersonal and that doesn't actually need a story or need a past or need a memory in order to exist. When you wake up...
Hold on. Oh my God.
From a dream at night, you don't.
Cool beans.
This is my morning routine, everything I do for my husband before he wakes up. Okay, wives, what are you doing?
Coffee, protein shake and coffee? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't need a wife to do that for me. I can do that myself. can't believe the phone overheated. That was crazy. That was wild. Oh man. And I see Deadpool was on.
By 2026, GPUs have been used for AI more than anything else, but they are hitting a massive physical wall, power consumption, and extreme heat. But a company just successfully deployed a completely different kind of processor into a German supercomputing center. The craziest part is that it doesn't even compute with electricity. And surprisingly enough,
What
it can
the
run on
hell?
a computer just like any normal GPU. And the claims are even crazier. Qwint claims that their chips provide 3,000% higher efficiency and 5,000% higher compute compared to a traditional GPU. Well, it turns out computing at the speed of light creates a completely new bizarre bottleneck.
Hold on. Before I continue watching this. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep. My microphone's good.
Computing at the speed of light creates a completely new bizarre bottleneck that nobody saw coming. But right now, they are at the edge of solving it. But before moving on to the photonic chips, we first have to understand why the
This is
current
interesting.
GPUs need a replacement. There are some massive bottlenecks that are slowly making our current architecture incompetent with our growing AI needs. First and the most important is the memory wall. Memory wall refers to the increasing gap between how much we have
I know what's going to happen now. Alright. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I know what's going to happen. Okay, so I know the solution. I know what's going to happen. I was just thinking about something. So, if they're a company right now, like Nvidia, Western Digital, Samsung, Seagate, Toshiba, Qualcomm, who else? They have to use memory. This war thing is going to basically escalate for people to figure out new ways to compute, new ways to bring different means of technology to make hard drives and SSDs with different materials in the world that does not need to be made by the only compounds that you can be found in like the Strait of Hamas. So this might force people to start to build things differently.
We have improved in terms of chip performance compared to the improvements in the memory performance. This gap is worse than ever, and it's only increasing. Considering the fact that how dependent GPUs are on the VRAM, it directly makes them a subject to this holy grail of bottleneck. The efficiency in heat generation, on the other hand, is a bit complex. You see, if the total power consumption of a GPU is 500 watts, all 500 watts would be converted to heat, and the GPU would consume almost zero power by itself. Why, you may ask? Because all a GPU or any other compute device does is calculate and produce information. Information is not a physical quantity, and it doesn't possess any physical fundamentals such as mass, velocity, or position. Therefore, it cannot contain any energy. This is why all energy coming into the GPU would have to go out as immense amount of heat. This is why the limits of efficiency is far from our reach, and there is a lot we can improve. And here's the interesting part. QAnt's native processing unit doesn't even compute with electricity. It computes with light, and it doesn't use standard digital zeros and ones either. It is fundamentally an analog processor. Instead of shoving billions of transistors in a small silicon die, the core of this chip is made of a crystalline material called thin-film lithium niobate. Instead of pushing an electrical current through logic gates, the data is converted into a laser beam. The chip then splits, bends, and modulates those light waves across different frequencies. And this is where it gets interesting. The physics itself is the math. In a traditional GPU, if you want to calculate a heavy AI workload, like a complex nonlinear function or running a transformer model, you need millions of transistors flipping on and off across multiple clock cycles just to brute force the multiplication. But on this chip, you shine the light through a specifically shaped optical element. As the different wavelengths of light intersect, that interference pattern itself literally solves itself instantly as the light passes through the chip.
Let's bring the phone over here, let it get some nice cooling.
And doesn't create any resistance that can produce.
Which is fascinating because we were just talking about the phone overheated, and this is talking about heating issues.
Avoid that by using photons instead of electrons. So the claims seem to be making much more sense than they should. But what about real-world use cases? We frequently see such revolutionary stuff that never gets to the market. But recently, they packed this crazy photonic chip into a standard 19-inch rack mountable server and deployed it to the Leibniz Supercomputing Center in Germany. They successfully installed the world's first commercial analog photonic AI processor into a fully operational high-performance data center. So how does a data center actually use a photonic chip? The best thing is that it's built as a standard PCIe card. This chip fits directly into the exact same server slots that traditional GPUs currently use. But the hardware is only half the battle. Remember why the GPU is practically a monopoly? It's because of the software and infrastructure. If developers had to learn optical engineering just to train a neural network, these chips would be dead on arrival. Nobody is going to rewrite millions of lines of code for this. To solve this, QAnt built a bridge called QPAL, the Photonic Algorithm Library. It acts as an invisible translator. Developers can write their AI models in standard Python and PyTorch the exact same way they write code for NVIDIA GPUs today. The library handles the translation from digital software to analog light waves automatically. And as for what they are actually doing,
but somebody had to make that coding.
Are being evaluated for some of the most compute-heavy, non-linear workloads we have. Real-time medical imaging, complex climate modeling, and running massive visual AI models with drastically fewer parameters than a traditional GPU would require. But before we declare the GPU as completely dead, there is a massive elephant in the room to undress. And it's the exact same problem we started this video with, the memory wall. Photonic chips like the ones from QAnt are practically magic at calculating data. But they have one fatal flaw. They cannot store the calculated data. This means that while the actual math is being done by light, the AI model's weights, its memory cache, and the final results still have to be stored in traditional electrical memory, like standard VRAM. And this introduces a new bottleneck called the conversion penalty. Every single time the photonic chip needs to pull data from memory, the system has to convert standard electricity into a laser beam. Every time the math is finished, it has to convert that laser beam back into an electrical signal to store the answer. This optical to electrical conversion takes time, power, and introduces latency. If an AI workload requires a massive amount of back and forth reading and writing to the VRAM, which it usually does, those conversions will eat up all the latency and energy savings that the light speed calculation just gave you. So how is the industry fixing this? Right now, chips like the QN NPU are highly specialized. They are deployed as co-processors alongside traditional hardware, specifically targeted at math-heavy, nonlinear workloads where the pure calculation takes significantly longer than the memory fetch. But the Holy Grail is currently being developed in university labs, the photonic latch. Researchers are figuring out how to create optical versions of SRAM, allowing microscopic loops of light to act as ultra-fast, temporary cache memory directly on the chip without ever converting back to electricity. If they can scale that up, the GPU monopoly is done for. Also, if you like this video, you can consider subscribing to my channel. Oh, and you can also join my channel membership, by the way.
No, I'm good.
Earlier this week, I looked at my electricity bill and realized my desktop GPU is drawing enough wattage to microwave a sausage just to run a local LLM that still confidently lies to me about how many R's are in the word strawberry. We are currently brute forcing artificial intelligence by feeding gigawatts of power into data centers just to simulate something biology solved millions of years ago on roughly 20
And I wanted to
watts of
see
power,
what
or about the
Deadpool
same
said
energy
earlier.
it takes to run a single LED light bulb. But the solution
You
to
can't
this
start a new
impending
chapter
energy
if
wall is
you
not
keep
just a bigger graphics
rereading the
card.
old
It's
one. Yep,
literally
I
copying how the
quote,
human brain
Allah
works.
does not
This
burden
is
a soul
neuromorphic
except
computing. And to understand
with
why
that
it's about to
within
make
its
our current
capacity.
hardware look like an
That's a
absolute
bar.
dinosaur, we have to look at the
That's definitely a bar.
catastrophic flaw built into almost every computer you've ever owned. For the last
Oops.
70 years, we've been trapped in a structural bottleneck known as the von Neumann architecture. This design mandates a strict physical separation between the compute unit and the memory. So whenever a GPU calculates a weight for a neural network, it can't just start doing math. It has to send an electrical signal across the memory bus, fetch the data from the VRAM, drag it all the way back to the processing core, do the multiplication, and then send the result all the way back to memory. It does this billions of times.
Okay. Wii U, Android, OnePlus Gaming. What is this?
My channel has been demonetized, no longer able to monetize. YouTube turned off my monetization.
Our channel got demonetized. I got demonetized. My channel was demonetized by YouTube's AI.
Animators are getting demonetized, creators are losing their jobs, studios are shutting down, and nobody knows why. So in this video, I'm going to cover why this is happening, what could be done about it, and who's to blame, because you're going to be pissed. First, I just want to say that one of my creators got demonetized too, a creator that I've personally coached. I actually have a recording of that session. This was back in December. This is Pixel Beef, aka Levi, and Levi is a genius. Here you'll see him showing me his inauthentic workflow, chock full of Blender files and pixel artists that he paid to make his characters, people he paid. And this here is my holy shit face. This is the face of a man getting taken to school. I coached him on script writing, and he coached me on his workflow and Blender, which I thought I was good at. What the f***? That is genius. So when he asked how he should appeal YouTube's decision, I told him to just show them what you showed me and make sure you show your face just in case they have some sort of AI scraper to help the human reviewer. But apparently that wasn't good enough because it got denied. So I wanted to talk to YouTube. I go over to Twitter, which is a joke. I don't know why we still have to do that. I hit up Team YouTube. I hit up Rene Ritchie for some clarification because he's awesome. And all these people start retweeting it, and I'm starting to get hopeful, like, hey, maybe this will get fixed. But no. I'm doing everything I can over there, but hopefully this video garners a little bit more attention for Levi and the animators that deserve some damn justice. Speaking of attention, Jack's Films. Hey, John Scott! This is the part that I wanted you to hear.
Oh, I want to check that out.
Up to March, I've covered all of YouTube's ban waves and the reason that they happen and the niches that were targeted. But mid-March, this channel, Eddie FRB, got demonetized, and Jack had this to say.
Inauthentic? I didn't see anything like that. So what the f*** gives? Why would YouTube demonetize a whole channel as creative as Eddie FRB's?
We had a creator in my community. They had thumbnails that looked a bit similar to each other, and their format was a bit repetitive. From a glance, I guess I get it. Without nuance, you're at risk, at least until the AI moderation gets better. Jack, basically I'm saying you were right. It was the formats and the repetitive shorts thumbnails because a creator from my community got demonetized for the exact same reason on March 25th. But then April 1st comes along, and you get this. Appeal videos start going up, theories start circling around. Maybe it's certain 3D assets, maybe it's 3D animation in general. That one really freaked me out. I had to go put a disclaimer on my 3D masterclass thing. So I looked into every theory, I looked into every video, and like 95% of these creators all have one thing in common. I'll get to the 5% here in a second, but that 95%, They all use 11 Labs voices, which we've been told isn't a problem.
Is this video something that shows an expression of creativity, of human creativity, regardless of the tools used to create it?
Are creators that put this much effort into their content losing money because of a tool they're allowed to use? To confirm all this, I reached out to a few animators that actually just use their voice, and none of them have been demonetized. I haven't been demonetized, I use my voice. Then Levi got a hold of a big animation channel that said, we used to use 11 Labs, but then our videos kept getting limited. Then Levi got a hold of an even bigger channel, this is where the 5% thing comes from. They said, yes, we use 11 Labs, but we have a theory why we haven't been demonetized. We're operating under the assumption that there's a bit of an immunity here for channels that have been trusted, that have been around for a long time, channels that are kind of too big to fail. I'm not going to reveal who it was, but they're popular. One caveat, though, is that that person showed their face early on in the channel, so why is YouTube doing this? YouTube is constantly under threat of slop floods, copyright issues, and hundreds of thousands of bad actors trying to circumvent every single rule they put into place. Anytime YouTube is transparent about anything, it screws them over. Like tomorrow, if they said, hey guys, yeah, sorry, it was the AI voices, then thousands of slop gurus would start pimping out voice actors as a business just so they could continue making this stupid fucking Socrates skeleton meme bullshit. Right now, it feels like we're all in a giant company going bankrupt, and the animation niche is the mailroom, and we're desperately trying to tell the CEO we're running out of stamps. And when we finally get his attention, he'll say anything to get us out of the room because the fibers that he's putting out are way bigger than we can imagine. So that's business. Here's how I imagine things are going on behind the scenes. Sir, we have way too many AI animations. How do we remove the incentive? Let's do a test on a couple thousand channels. Tell AI moderation to focus on repetitive characters. Oh my god, that got rid of so many animation channels. Because they all have repeating characters, like every cartoon ever. Okay, let's aim it at AI voices. Slop channels never use their own voice. Okay, that got rid of 500,000 channels. Great. How many were slop? Looks like 400,000. Great, I'm going on break. All these animation channels and studios that had so much hope they'd never have to work for Pixar or learn Maya, for God's sake. Creators like Levi are just collateral damage for a much bigger decision. But it doesn't have to be this way. If we just back up the timeline a little bit, we can see where all this started, and that's where I think the solution is.
YouTube,
All you skeleton niches out there, did you just wake up one day and think, you know what I really want to do with my life? I want to generate some AI skeleton animations. No, some fucking bullshit guru told you it would make money, and look what happened. It didn't. You want to know how I know? Because I get hundreds of skeleton channels showing up in my live streams asking, why am I not monetized? And I'm like, it's probably the AI generated skeleton bullshit you got going on here. How does anybody trust these all you animation channels that got demonetized, you are collateral damage for every bullshit AI skeleton niche, Socrates, this niche is pretty money, stupid fucking AI guru scammer on this platform. Slot gurus did this to you. You should be pissed off. Oh, stop there. Have you noticed the word commentary doesn't work? The commentary niche is now just stealing other people's content, throwing an AI voiceover with some subtitles. And these slot gurus sell subscriptions to tools that'll just do it for you. And yet, real creators are getting fucked. Not go-to creators, not creators that need other people to create so they can leech off their hard work. No. That would make too much sense. I got a solution.
don't you just love?
Every single channel encouraging other people to do something that you don't want on the platform, get rid of them. Every channel that said, this AI niche is printing money, get rid of them. Every single channel that pushed the skeleton niche pump and dump, get rid of it. This is the cause. Gut it at the source. Don't allow AI moderation to get confused in the first place. Now you might come back at me and say, well, on what grounds? They're not breaking any rules. I don't suppose you could just make one up. Or maybe inauthentic content. Super hot five. Because if those animation channels don't deserve to succeed on YouTube, neither does mine. Skeleton bullshit.
Never even heard that was a fucking term. Skeleton content? What? Like, I've never even heard that before. Every day there's like some new shit out there. All right, Mr. Suggiano. Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Suggiano, what'd you do? You made the video private, sir. What'd you do? You must have fucked up on the video. And this guy got demonetized. What the fuck is going on here?
As you can see from the title of this video, my channel has been demonetized and I will no longer be able to post on here anymore. In this video, I will walk you through exactly how I got demonetized and everything I've done to fight it.
That's crazy.
A lot of the subscribers here came from this video. During this time, I was thinking that if YouTube is my career, then I want to be the most successful YouTuber that I can possibly be. And the biggest YouTuber in the world is Mr. Beast. So I thought that if I invest a ton of money into big ideas, then I could also go down that path. But as well received as this video was, I lost a ton of money on it. And I just couldn't afford to make more videos like it. But the thing about the YouTube algorithm is that it rewards you for making more of the same. I learned this the hard way because I tried to make a bunch of different types of videos, different topics, different formats on this channel.
All right, let's get rolling.
None of them worked because they all hit the wall of the Bugatti video. They were being pushed to a car build audience and they never had a fair chance. Even then, I didn't want to give up. So I invested more money, more time. This dragged out for 3 long years.
That sucks.
I was stuck the entire time. Eventually, I saw that YouTube CEO posted something about investing in AI tools for the next generation of creators. And I thought, and honestly still believe, that the next generation of creators will use AI. But it's risky because right now, there's a lot of AI hate. And if you use AI, you're immediately outcast. Even then, I thought, if I can bite the bullet...
Well, that's not entirely true. If you're using AI, that's not true. So many people are using it. Work smarter, not harder. Work multi-dimensionally.
I noticed that a lot of channels that were using AI were creating pure slop. The way that I define
And that's the new term.
minimal or no human involvement. So they were creating scripts, clips, entire edits, all with AI. And they could upload 10 to 100 videos a day.
It's true.
Multiple channels. So I told myself that if I'm going to use AI, I want to try to create non-slop AI. So I wrote everything myself, edited everything myself, and each week I would post the very best video that I could make that week. It was a long shot and a huge learning curve to learn these new tools. And going against the hate of the old subscribers, abandoning the channel and getting mad at me for using AI. And what finally broke me out of the Bugatti jail was, and it wasn't an easy decision.
The Bugatti jail. That's a term.
All of the old viral videos, so the Bugatti and that whole series, because I wanted to give this new direction a fair chance. And after 3 long years, it was working. So, on April 7th, 2026, I got this email from YouTube. No warnings, the entire channel was just demonetized overnight. And at first I thought, okay, like, this has to be a mistake. Clearly, they're just trying to shut down AI slop. And I don't think that's me. So I'll just submit an appeal and everything will be okay. Within a couple hours, my appeal was refused. They said that my content was mass-produced, and these were the reasons why. It was either exclusively featured readings of material that I didn't create, it was songs that I didn't write or modify, it was highly repetitive with minimal variation across the videos, it was using a template across multiple videos, or it's just a slideshow with scrolling text and no narrative or commentary. If you watched more than 5 seconds of my videos, then you would know that none of that is true. If you really wanted to stretch it, okay, you could say that these but I'm gonna get to that in a second. I emailed them back and I sent them proof that I wrote the stories myself, I edited the videos myself, and I even had proof that I licensed the music, because surely this had to be a mistake. And just a little while later, I got an email back. Basically, he said that he looked over all of my screenshots, and sometimes, even with high-quality editing, using a template can still be considered mass-produced. Right. So, I use similar intros and outros. But on YouTube's website, they literally encourage you to do that. And it's okay, as long as the bulk of the video is different. So I'm kind of paranoid at this point. I take 2 of my scripts and I put them into AI and ask it, are these too similar? And it said, no. You use similar story beats, but your stories are completely different. One is about a zombie apocalypse, and the other one is about intercepting a meteor that's going to hit the Earth. Now, this is where it gets very gray, because if YouTube is saying that you're not allowed to use similar story beats, then they're saying you're not allowed to use formats. And that would mean that MrBeast's game shows would be considered a template. Ryan Trahan's one-star reviews would be considered a template. Arax sneaking in videos would be considered a template. I'm not trying to single them out. My point is that if they really went through with this, then 99.9% of YouTube would be demonetized right now. So I started to look for others that are experiencing this. A big YouTuber, Jax Films, made a video talking about a 2D animation YouTuber named Eddie FRB. When I looked into this, it really put my case into perspective. Because Eddie FRB does these animated rap battles, and he probably has some of the most original, most high effort, least repetitive content on all of YouTube. But here's the thing, he got demonetized all the same. And when he went to appeal, he got rejected, just like him. If Eddie FRB's content can be rejected after a manual review, when anyone who spends more than 3 seconds on his video understands this is obviously not mass-produced, then what chance did the rest of us have? So the thing is, after Jax Films made that video about Eddie FRB, and a bunch of community support rallied behind him, he eventually got his monetization back. I got the memo. The only way to get YouTube to give me a proper manual review is if I go and make a huge fuss on Twitter or X, whatever, to create enough external pressure so that they would finally...
Yeah, you have to do all kinds of shit to do that? Fuck that.
I went to X, wow. There were thousands of other creators every day that were being hit by this same demonetization. I started documenting what I was experiencing, responding to their posts, and trying to bring more attention to not just my case, but to the whole situation. But that's when I realized YouTube is not just demonetizing all of us with an AI. The appeal process was also done by an AI.
Yep.
And that would explain how the appeals are happening so fast. Within just a few hours, instead of days or weeks.
Exactly. It gave me a fucking strike for no reason. Or it gave me a warning because I was watching a WWE wrestling, WWE just interview. The fuck? Yeah. YouTube sucks now. That's why I will be leaving it soon enough.
Simulated data, they are recklessly using it.
Well, not leaving it, but you know.
Pulling people's livelihoods overnight with no warning and no apology, no ownership over their mistake. I mean, even for a $1 trillion corporation, this is just heartless. I just want to say that one more time. Instead of training their AI on simulated data, they are choosing to train their AI on real creators, real lives, and they just don't care. If you think that is bad, it gets worse.
It gets a lot worse.
So,
It gets a lot worse for the creators. It's funny how this popped up on my feed. Random soul.
Pay for some of the production costs that I invested in these videos. I mean, believe it or not, AI is still not cheap. I've spent thousands of dollars on these videos, and that's not including the time editing, writing, all of that. So out of my
crazy.
Frustration, I said, if you guys are going to steal my money, then I'm going to look into my legal options. And that was a big mistake.
Ooh.
More on that in a second.
Ooh,
So,
that doesn't sound good.
creator support, something really, really strange happened. I started to ask them, okay, specifically what did my videos
You know what's fascinating right now? I'm watching something that's drama, right? Because this popped up on my feed. I wasn't actively looking at it. I'm like, okay, let's see. This guy's getting demonetized by YouTube, right? He got monetized to only be demonetized, because that's possible, right? I gotta make sure that this channel, with absolute, like balls to the wall, I have to make sure that this channel does not ever... I don't care about the monetization on this channel, to be quite honest. It's cool, but I don't care about it. I'm just neutral. But that the channel is active and it doesn't get marked as some sort of like flag. Right? That's why like May 1st, you know, I think that's a wrap. Because there's like lots of different signs telling me you're not supposed to be on this channel, or go on a different channel, or go to a different platform. And it sucks for those who basically gave their livelihood to YouTube only for them to be demonetized, right? This is the life of a creator.
My videos do that. Templated visual overlay, like consistent pop text styles and transitions.
But anyways, it's funny, I'm watching dramatic content right now, and there's like 5 of you on right now. Because humans love conflict, right? So fascinating. I've always noticed this, that humans love conflict. Like if I'm talking about something very, very polarizing, or very, very like it's gonna stir some problems, people jump on like droves. But when I'm talking about, you know, you're a god and you're the one and you have all the answers, guess what? There's no one here. Why is that? That makes no sense. Because humans like conflict. They don't want to know that they're the answer, because the moment that someone knows that they're the answers, time's up for them. They have no choice but to start taking responsibility for themselves. It's interesting. It's weird. Right? There's 5 of you right now. There's 5 of you. Where were the 5 of you earlier when we were watching Nero, or when I was talking about some other stuff? Not to be here. It's kind of weird. So I've been noticing this a lot since I've, you know, been more very quiet and silent. Like whenever I talk about anything that seems to spark conflict or some sort of drama or a problem, that's when everybody starts driving on. They come on in droves. But when I'm talking about something that is supposed to be what we're supposed to be doing, that you're the creator, that you're God, everybody runs away like scared little chickens. Now, I don't know if that's a YouTube thing, but we'll be testing a lot of this theory out when I go to the other platforms. I do know that I'm probably going to do extremely well wherever I go. I'm going to be highly successful on Kick, highly successful on TikTok. I don't really care for Instagram and Facebook. But it's just fascinating. Anyways, we're watching this guy and talk about being demonetized. And sure enough,
standards. We don't provide a line item list of these patterns because they are inherent to the channel's overall format. While many creators use the 3-act structure, or hooks, our reviewers evaluate whether the unique narrative and original visual contribution outweighs the reused elements. These evaluations are done on a case-by-case basis, as we cannot comment on the status of other channels. They mention other channels because I brought up the Eddie FRB case. So, I mean, this all makes sense, but there's just one problem. I don't have 500 plus videos up. At the time, my channel only had 7 videos up and 14 shorts. And besides that, I don't have any gameplay in any video. So I don't know what channel they were talking about. Even if I did have gameplay, does that mean that gameplay, aka third-party assets, and reusing the same text and font animations would be considered inauthentic? But then that's when it hit me. These rules are fugazi. Vague enough that they could apply to literally any channel on YouTube. And I think that's the point. And what's even worse, the creator support that I had been emailing back and forth with, sending proof, passionately defending myself, not human. This was irrefutable evidence that YouTube had assigned an AI to be the creator support for everyone who had been hit by these mass demonetizations. So I shared this email on X, and this one gained some traction. Got just under 10,000 views, and it helped a lot of other creators realize that they were talking to an AI, not a person. So I took advantage of this momentum, and I decided to push as hard as I could. I kept emailing with creator support. I knew it was an AI on the other side, but I thought if I can trip it up, get it to hallucinate, keep the X momentum going, then maybe I could get a human to actually look at my channel. This went on for days. It's been over a week now. So I won't bore you with all of the emails back and forth, but it all ended up with two key moments. Yesterday, April 14th, 2026, I got two emails. One said that my channel had already been thoroughly reviewed and the decision stands. And if I keep bothering creator support, they're going to ban me for 30 days. Two was the heavy hitter. This email was signed off differently than all of the other emails, so I knew it came from a human. They referred to my legal threat from earlier. You remember that? And they used that as an excuse to close the case indefinitely and that it's been passed to YouTube's legal department. So if I continued to talk to them, then I would be talking to the legal department. Basically, they're bullying me into just shutting up. Lastly, they said that the decision was final, and the best part, at the end of all of this entire week, they could not give me an explanation for what rules I broke on any of my videos. After I got that email, I felt my stomach drop. I could not sleep at all last night. I was just thinking about the rules for inauthentic content. This is what they said. The patterns our team refers to involve the high frequency of recurring third-party assets, game footage, combined with templated visual overlay like consistent. Two was the heavy hitter. This email was signed off differently than all of the other emails, so I knew it came from a human. They referred to my legal threat from earlier. You remember that? And they used that as an excuse to close the case indefinitely and that it's been passed to YouTube's legal department. So if I continued to talk to them, then I would be talking to the legal department. Basically, they're bullying me into just shutting up. Lastly, they said that the decision was final, and the best part, at the end of all of this entire week, they could not give me an explanation for what rules I broke on any of my videos. After I got that email, I felt my stomach drop. I could not sleep at all last night. I was just thinking about what I could do next. And you might be wondering, why don't I just be posting on this channel and then reapply in 90 days? Well, there's two main reasons. One is that because I don't know what rules my videos even broke, then I don't know what to change. So even if I reapplied after 90 days, there's no guarantee that I would be reaccepted back into the monetization program. And two, over the last 3 years, I have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into this channel, and I have made not even a fraction of that back. So obviously, it's not about the money for me. YouTube has been my lifelong passion. It's what I live and breathe. But this fight with YouTube has led to insane stress and damage to my mental and emotional health. In my opinion, any human with more than 2 seconds of their time would realize that my channel is not mass produced. And this has been kind of reinforced by other creators on X who have taken the time to look at my channel and confirm they don't understand what I did wrong. So the bottom line is this. After an entire week of going back and forth with YouTube, giving them all of the evidence, not a single human from YouTube has taken any time to actually look at my channel. And this is coming from someone who has been creating on this platform for over 10 years. And this is how they're treating me.
Yep.
I don't feel like YouTube is a safe place for creators right now. I hope that changes.
However,
I really do. But as for me, I'm done.
You'll pull through. This is just a temporary thing, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it, dude. What is this?
This may be the most controversial thing we have on this table. This is a peptide that absolutely torches belly fat at a disproportionate rate. And what we found is not only do patients lose an incredible amount of weight, but they also get the best improvements we've ever seen in their liver health. It's absolutely wild. And I think this is going to be $1 trillion drug when it comes out.
And I brought you here because you're an expert on this subject matter, and it's worth saying that there was some significant news about this.
Correct. From the FDA saying that in July, they are going to consider legalizing 7 peptides. And by pharma's estimate, it might be the most dangerous thing to their entire business model.
So do you think it is plausible that Big Pharma didn't want these in the hands of regular people because they can't patent this and it's powerful?
110%. Because the question isn't what can peptides do, it's what can't they do.
And we've got several peptides here in front of us. I don't want to go through all of them.
Let's do it. So this is probably the most well-known peptide for skin complexion, and it improves quality of hair and nails. And then epithalon is maybe not going to be the fountain of youth, but I'm very skeptical as far as that goes. Next, we've got this. And if you injected that at night, it would improve your quality of your sleep. Next, melanotan 2. And this will actually end up giving you a deep tan in response to just a little bit of UV sun exposure. It'll also give you some of the most impressive erections you've ever had in your life, so be warned.
And what else have we got?
Oh my gosh. There's methylene blue, where people take it and they think it's going to make them live forever. Don't take this. It literally will stain your nails blue and your hair blue. These two here stimulates building muscle. This one can aid with healing after an injury. And then is this.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
So why don't I take it?
Well, we need to talk about that because there are trade-offs.
But also outside of the world of peptides for a second, I've got these 3 vials. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, this is unfortunately our future if we're not careful.
Explain.
So what we've got here is representing the fertility trajectory for young men. And I'm so scared.
This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many...
That's going to be an interesting
Here are
conversation.
the 10 most common lies women tell men every single day. Number 1, I'm just not ready for a relationship right now. Translation, I'm not ready for a relationship with you. When she actually meets the guy she wants, she will clear her schedule. She will move cities and introduce him to mom in 72 hours. If she's confused about you, I'm sorry, but you were never the prize. Number 2, I want a nice, good guy. No, biggest lie in modern dating. Nice equals spineless in her world. She wants the guy who can say no, who has boundaries, and who isn't terrified of upsetting her. That's why the she cries about still gets her wet, while the nice guy gets friend-zoned into oblivion. Number 3, he's just a friend. Sorry, no, there's no such thing as platonic male best friends who aren't secretly in love with her. He is an orbiter, a backup plan, a vulture circling ahead. Men don't invest time, attention, and emotional labor into women they aren't trying to sleep with. So never ignore the friend. Number 4, money doesn't matter to me. It matters more than she will ever admit. She doesn't need you to be filthy rich, but she needs you to be resourceful. Women are hardwired to choose the man who can protect and provide for her. So
The two
stay
Ps.
broke and watch how that fast love turns into
The 2 Ps, protect and provide.
5. I've only slept with 4 guys. Take whatever number she
And
gives
multiply
you and
that.
add 5 to 10 minimum. That math never adds up because the truth will make her feel judged. High mileage usually means higher chaos. Number 6. My past doesn't matter. I've evolved. I've changed. Your past is the best predictor of your future. If her history is a
This part,
dumpster fire of
this part is not true.
drama and broken men, guess who's getting burned next? You are, my friend. People don't change unless the pain of staying the same is worse than the pain of growth. Number 7. Oh, I didn't see her texts. I'm sorry. She lives on that phone like it's an oxygen tank. She saw it. She ignored it. Number 8. I want a guy who's vulnerable and cries with me. She wants a man who's strong enough to hold space when she cries. She doesn't want you sobbing on her shoulder at 2 a.m. because your feelings got hurt. Number 9. I don't know what I want. She knows exactly what the hell she wants. She just doesn't want you to know that you're not it. This is a test. Weak men chase clarity. Strong men walk away. And number 10.
Look, yeah.
I'm not like the other girls, I promise. Every girl who says this is exactly like the rest, biologically wired to chase strength, status, and leadership. The second you believe her unicorn story is the second she loses respect. Stop listening to her words. Start watching her actions. Words are free. Behavior costs something. That's why behavior is where truth hides. Which lie hurt you the most? Drop your number down below. Here are the 10 most common lies
Bar.
that tell men every single day.
There's a moment in Dragon Ball Z that everyone...
That's a bar.
You've definitely seen this gymnast on your For You page. This is Sydney Smith, and she proves you don't need a powerhouse logo to go viral. While athletes at big-name schools had national TV deals and full media teams behind them, Sydney was at Southern Connecticut State University, a Division II program, grinding with nothing but her phone, raw talent, and unreal flexibility. No hype and no spotlight, just consistency. Then everything changed. She posted one clip, the W pose. She drops down, folds her legs into a perfect W shape, and holds it like it's effortless. It didn't look human, it looked impossible, and just like that, the video exploded. Millions of views, shares everywhere. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. Overnight, she was being called the most flexible gymnast in the NCAA. You've definitely...
Okay.
There, Dad, you see? You can spar with me at full strength. Use your Super Saiyan 3. Did I say something funny? Whoa, what level is that? We call this Super Saiyan Blue. Is that Vegeta and Trunks? Yeah, now we're talking. I can't sense his energy, but I can feel this power in the air. It's overwhelming. Could it be? Father and Goku have discovered how to summon this blue.
I remember that. That scene was just pure magic. All right, let's see this.
Back with you on day 2 of the Showcase of the Immortals. The WWE
The changing of the guards.
No question about that, but we'd be remiss if we didn't revisit the magnificent moment that began the proceedings here on day 2 at WrestleMania after being defeated in an epic clash of titans in his match against Obafemi. Brock Lesnar, clearly emotional, removes his gloves and boots, signifying a wrap on his wrestling career. The Beast Incarnate would share an embrace with Paul Heyman, his longtime advocate, leaving folks wondering if this is the last time we'll see Lesnar. So, Triple H, what is the likelihood that this is the last involved here at WrestleMania 42?
Yeah, WrestleMania. Okay. Let's get rolling. Oh. that peptide one got me interested.
A 15th century.
And that's the thing about YouTube, because when you're on YouTube, right, there is billions and billions of videos that are accessible with clickbaity titles, and you know, they say that YouTube needs competitors. YouTube has competitors. It's just the fact is that all the creators have flocked to YouTube, and YouTube is great. I love it, but it also has its dark side of like demonetization. Now, of course, it comes down to frequency, right? You can be successful anywhere. I'm very successful on YouTube, and I will continue to be on YouTube, but I will be going on to a different channel because this channel needs to be archived. That's why the other channel is there. I'll be streaming there. And yeah, we get straight to the point. Every time I go streaming, the goal is to make sure someone knows more of who they are and garner the attention of the masses. Yep. All right. Time for us to get rolling. What's going on here?
Here at All Computers Go, our nerds can fix your computer issues remotely or in person.
It works!
Today we fixed a computer that hadn't started up in 6 months. We stopped a scam before someone... Here at All Computers Go, our nerds can fix your computer issues remotely or in person.
It works!
This is not a regular iPhone charger. This Anker Nano claims to help protect your battery health, but how the moment I plug my phone in, it automatically recognizes my device, shows the battery percentage right on the charger, and customizes the charging based on my phone. There are 2 modes. Auto mode helps prevent overheating during fast charging, and care mode keeps your phone temperature lower during extended charging, helping protect battery health. You are...
So Anker, huh? How many USB ports does this have? 1, 2? It's just 1 USB-C port.
Up to 45 watts of smart fast charge.
So now that I watched that ad, you're going to see it's going to start popping up everywhere. Babe's posting everywhere. Batmobile.
Oba, you gonna kill me? See, you seem still a little fresh in this business. You did big thing tonight, but I done that many times. And I done it with the title on the line. I did it, I took it, I defended it. Let's see how you do through the summer. Let's see how you do. And then we'll know if you can step up to the greatest of all time.
I love it. Nice. There goes the Supra. Nice. My car won.
A 15th century diplomat, don't tell you. Niccolo Machiavelli.
So why is it that some people can forward fold all the way down, while others have been stretching for years and never seem to get there? Well, the answer might not be your hamstrings. It might be how your nervous system is interpreting the movement. And that's why strength work like the B-stance deadlift can actually help you to fold deeper. If you see my block crush video, then you'll know that reciprocal inhibition plays a role. But it's not the whole story. There's a neuron in your spinal cord, the IA inhibitory neuron, that can suppress that relaxation signal. And when it does, both sides stay active. And that's co-contraction. And when it's untrained, your body braces. And that's why you get stuck. But when
Why does she
you
talk
repeatedly
like
load
this?
movement through range, your cerebellum builds more efficient motor control for that position. It learns this range is controlled. The nervous system stops bracing. That's how strength expands flexibility. Not by lengthening the tissue, but by changing the interpretation. And this is where the B-stance deadlift comes in. So what you're going to do is this. You're going to stand hip width apart. You're going to step 1 foot back, making sure that the toes of the back foot line up with the heel of the front foot. The heel of the back foot is going to be raised up slightly. Softly bend the back knee and then turn the back knee out. Then you're going to bend the front knee and slightly push that knee a little bit out so the knee is pointing forward. You're going to take a weight and hold it in the same hand as the working leg. Hold your hip and then bring the weight so it's close to your leg. Pull your shoulders back and down and brace your core. Feel the movement from the hip, driving the hips a little bit back, and then as you come up,
Interesting.
squeeze your glute. You should feel the load in your hamstring as well as your glute. And next week, we're going to go deeper into co-contraction and why it might be the argument for why yoga practitioners should be lifting weights.
There's three main areas to which people feel a particular degree of inferiority towards. And that is to others. You feel inferior to others. You feel inferior to adversity. All circumstances. Let me just... And then also the old frequency, which is nothing more than a representation of the negative aspect of yourself. So, let's start with the first one. You feel inferior to others. And this is kind of like a uncomfortable thing to even say. It's an uncomfortable realization to come to, the idea that we can be feeling inferior to others. It is. Bear in mind, one thing that I forgot to mention about the inferiority complex is that it's an illusion. And I'll be explaining further on in the video it's an illusion. But just remember, it's an illusion. Now here's the thing. Let's start with others. There may be people in your life, and this could be extrapolated to co-workers, it could be potential employers, it could be potential clients,
Getting warmed up.
prospects.
That was so fascinating. My phone overheated earlier inside the house. It wasn't even hot inside. So weird.
This could be family. There are individuals that exist within your reality that have the capability of making you feel inferior.
Nobody can make you feel inferior unless you accepted that you're inferior to others. That's a real bar.
Like I said, this could be prospects, clients, co-workers, employers, potential dating prospects, and family. And bear in mind, just remember, inferior just means nothing more than less than. These individuals have the capability of making you feel less than. And you have to come to a realization of one thing in particular. Now, we all go through these experiences where it could be our family, let's say negative people in our family that have the capability of making us feel less than based on the things that they say to us. Now, I actually have a video on how to stop negative people from filter free, so I'll get AJ to put that up on the screen. Make sure you go watch that. But it could be people that have been negative, it could be co-workers, individuals that simply have the capability of making you feel less than. Making you feel less than. And this could be them triggering a particular degree of negative thoughts.
We'll start at 2:30.
Internal degrees of conflict where you have things that you wish you would say to them, but you don't say to them. And the truth of the matter that you need to realize, whether it's clients, whether it's prospects, whether it's co-workers, whether it's employers, whether it's potential dating people, whether it's family, anybody that can make you feel less than is simply nothing more than you. And this is the first realization that comes to breaking the inferiority complex. You see, the illusion of the inferiority complex is that it places you in a particular condition of a low level of awareness. When I say a low level of awareness, I mean you're not seeing clearly. You see a separate individual. You see, this person will be interviewing me for a job. Cool, I want to DM this baddie. Cool, gotta go home and deal with my mom again, or I gotta deal with my dad again, or I gotta deal with my siblings again, or whatever. You're seeing these individuals as separate to you. And because you're seeing these individuals as separate to you, you're not taking into consideration that they are you. Because the truth of the matter is this. The power that these individuals have over you is nothing more than the power that you have over yourself. And that's a bar, write that down. None of these individuals are powerful. You're so powerful that you make yourself powerless.
That's a bar.
Write that down. And the reason why I say that is this. You have the unfortunate... What's the word? You're making the unfortunate mistake of seeing these individuals as separate to you. So you're then saying that person
Something going on
makes
with...
you feel less than. As opposed
Why
to
is he not moving smoother? Why is he very jittery?
by allowing this particular individual to
So
have power
the
over you.
tablet?
Now, all true power is internal. All true power is internal. It's
All
not
true
this
power is
some
internal,
snake
indeed.
bite that kills you. It's the poison that kills you.
sure it does.
Extrapolated to the nature of reality. It's not necessarily what people do to you that makes you less than. It's what you begin to do to yourself within after what they do to you.
Bar.
For example, let's say in the context where, you know, I don't know, shit. Let's say your co-worker's like, yeah, I don't even know what they say. Well, let's say they just say something horrible. Let's just say somebody says something horrible to you. The moment somebody does something to you, the external has now the opportunity to affect the internal.
Yep.
And that is all dependent upon you and your particular realization of this. Let's say a coworker says something horrible to you or does something horrible to you. What do you then begin to do to yourself after that moment passes? You probably replay the event in your head. You probably beef with them in your head. You probably say,
Why is this video jittery?
You begin to say to yourself, they're right, like, they're right about me, like, you know, maybe my breath does stink, like, maybe, you know what I'm saying, like, maybe what's wrong with me? And then you begin to condemn yourself. Self-condemnation then leads to self-punishment. Self-punishment then leads to the universe punishing you, because as within, as without, you begin to magnify the internal dialogue that begins to take place within you. And then without even realizing, you have made the mistake of doing one thing. And that's realizing that the power that they have over you is the power that you have over yourself. And if somebody has a lot of power over you, then you're just externalizing your power into them to give them more power, to have more power over you, but it's really you as well. So then it's this kind of paradox. And this is why inferiority complex is an illusion. This is why it's an illusion. Because the mistake of the matter is this. We begin to make the mistake of attributing causality to externality. When you see everybody as separate to you, you then begin to play the world's game.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about the world, the physical plane, reality, to which we see 0.0035% of, is that it's an illusion. It's a trap game. It's the world of limitation. In the Kabbalistic traditions, they call it the world of 1%, because we see a fraction of the nature of reality. And because it's limitation, you then end up beginning to limit yourself. Because here's the thing, that was in the negative context. Let's say, you know, you have a call with a potential deal that you want to close. Instantly, what begins to take place is that you now begin to place those individuals above you based upon your perception in terms of what it is that you're getting from them. So, more often than not, the unconscious dialogue that begins to take place is something to the effect of, I need to close this deal so I can get money. And without realizing it, you have separated yourself from that individual. And because you're the individual who is seeking to get something naturally, because humans are moved by self-interest, you begin to position that person above you and you position yourself underneath them. And unfortunately, until you're equal with them, you will never have the capability of materializing it. Because remember, you can't materialize anything that you're underneath. The only things that you can materialize are things that you're equal to, which means you need to have the equivalent state of consciousness, you need to have the equivalent frequency, you need to have the equivalent self-concept, you need to have the equivalent mental attitude, imagination of that particular condition in order to materialize it. You can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. And the thing is this, like I said, the inferiority complex is based upon allowing the external to affect the internal. And because you're allowing the external to affect the internal, you're allowing what people do to you or say to you to affect you internally, which then places you in a perpetual cycle of recreating that external event back into reality. And this is the fucked up thing. The external does something to you, someone says something to you to make you feel inferior. You then internalize and begin to carry on that particular internal degree of inner dialogue, whether you're repeating what they said to you, you're having conflict with them in your head. Either way, you're perpetuating something that's vibrationally resonant with whatever took place. Then that internal is then mirroring the external, because as within, as without, on earth as it is in heaven. The same thing again and again and again and again and again and again and again. The only reason we feel inferior to others is because we don't see ourselves. And that's
Bar.
that down. What do you mean by that, Nira? I walk past the mirror all the time. When I say you don't see yourself, I mean you don't see self. Because here's the thing about an inferiority complex. The inferiority complex traps you by lowering your level of awareness to see separation. You see separation between you and the individual before you. And because you see separation between you and the individual before you, you then begin to take on everything outside of you that they have that you don't have. For example, I'll be out with my guys in a club. On the rare chance I go to a club, they're like, yo, that girl's bad. I'm like, go chat to her. And they're like, nah, she's lame. Nah, she's too lame. I can't. She's too nice. She's wearing Van Cleef. She's wearing Van Cleef. Then, based upon that fact of separation, they're not seeing themselves as one with that particular individual. And because you're not seeing yourself as one with that particular individual, then you start playing the world's game. Then the world's game is limitation, because then everything outside of you that they have that you don't have begins to be reflected back to you, as opposed to seeing that individual being exactly like you, internally, beyond the third dimensional realm illusion. And here's the thing, a lot of people feel as if something or somebody's out of their league. But within your universe, nothing is out of your league, and that's what borrow that down, unless you make it so. And even then, it only is because you've made it so. And the only reason why somebody has a particular degree of superiority over you is because you're playing the world's game and seeing the external. So you might see a bad chick, but you're not realizing that that's still the same one consciousness. You may be seeing the employee who has the capability of giving you that salary that you want, but you're seeing this powerful puppet master, this puppeteer who has the capability of your life in their hands, as opposed to one consciousness no different from you. As opposed to seeing that potential family member who has the capability of affecting you as one consciousness, the same as you, no matter what is going on externally. Because the moment that you clearly begin to see yourself, then you recognize one thing, and that is this: nothing is superior over God. Now, so borrow that down. What does that have to do with anything, Nero? That's not me. The portion of the infinite being within you, the infinite intelligence, the aspect, what the Gnostics called the divine spark, the element of God that is within you. Think about
I'll be right back.
You scooped up water from the ocean. No matter where you take that ocean, somebody would be able to tell you the exact qualities and properties of that water. And you might even be able to pinpoint which particular region it came from. And it's due to the fact that even the fact that you are a droplet from the ocean of God, you still contain the exact same qualities, no matter how small. And if that is a droplet, it's still a droplet of the infinite. And if it's a droplet of the infinite, then why are you making things outside of you superior to you when nothing is superior to God? Everything is one with God. Everything. Every single thing.
Alright, y'all. With that being said, let's get rolling. No one, and I mean it, no one is inferior, or you're not inferior to anyone, because you are everything and everything is you. What's this?
YouTube has just released one of their biggest updates yet, and it's bad news for a lot of people. Now, over the last 6 months, there has been a huge crash in views across the entire platform, and it's much worse than most people have been quietly taking over a huge portion of viewership from YouTube. More people now than ever are turning to AI tools like ChatGPT for answers instead of watching YouTube videos on YouTube. And the tech bros at YouTube are pretty worried about this. Now, to give a bit of back...
Alrighty. We're gonna do this one. Alright. Let's get it. We're starting with chest. Actually, before I even start, for those of you who are going to be joining me, we will be doing another upper body. Today is Monday. Mondays are upper body. So with that being said, we will be, if you have some dumbbells, grab them. Doesn't matter what weights you have. If you have 10s, 15s, 20s, 5s, 2s, 100s, use what you got. We're going to be doing this. A couple things. If you don't have dumbbells, can you do this exercise with me? Absolutely you can. You can definitely do this. It just comes down to doing push-ups instead of using weights. So when we get to doing, when it comes to certain body parts, like we're going to be doing upper body, we'll be doing biceps, triceps, shoulders, chest, and back. You can do different variations of push-ups. Now, our standard push-up is going to look like this, where our elbows closest to our rib cage. Well, our elbows get a little bit closer to our rib cage. This is what we call the standard position. See, I'm kind of like figuring out like the mirror thing. So this is standard push-ups. Wide push-ups target your outer chest. Standard, so wide, standard, this targets your shoulder blades and your back. Narrow, so you see standard, narrow, this targets your biceps and your triceps. Pike push-ups, which I will demonstrate, targets your your shoulders and a little bit of your shoulder blades. But if you bring your hands closer, it actually targets your hamstrings as well too. So you get a little bit of an added benefit of targeting down there. Reverse push-ups, where your hands are going like this, and I'll demonstrate this one. This one targets your biceps and your triceps. And then there's diamond push-ups, where you bring your index fingers and your thumbs together, and these target your triceps and the inner part of your chest. So when it comes to triceps, you can technically be doing narrow push-ups, diamond push-ups, standard push-ups, and pike push-ups, and even reverse push-ups. So with that being said, let's dive right into it. Alexa, what is the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 4 degrees Celsius.
It's 4 degrees. Well, I had the room open. Alexa, what's the wind chill at right now?
Right now, the wind chill is 1 degree Celsius.
Is 1 degree Celsius.
It's expected to feel like minus 3 degrees.
Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, people. All right. So we're starting with chest. So we're going to start with wide push-ups. So this is drop sets. So you drop weight, but we're going to be using one weight. And let me just prep the camera a little bit better. All right, we're doing isometric chest press. So it's 30 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest, I think. And we do the same move again. And then after each set, we do a push-up, but he changes it for shoulders. Yeah, 15-second rest. I want to turn up the music. Nice. Then we have push-ups here. We're gonna do dumbbell push-ups. For those of you, just do wide push-ups or diamond push-ups. Awesome. Do diamond push-ups. We're going to be doing chest flies. This has become one of my go-to upper bodies. Very good. Same thing again. Okay, so we're doing decline push-ups. So if you don't have a chair or stairs or something nearby, then just do standard diamond push-ups or wide push-ups. Basically, going down, coming up. Awesome. We are doing, I think, shoulder, no, back. So standard push-ups. Narrow, standard. Bent over rows, right side. So he's using a bench. I'll use without the bench. So bring your left arm, balance it on your left leg, and pull with your right arm and keep your right leg back. Very good. There's a robin watching me over there. Same thing again. We should be doing reverse push-ups after this. Good stuff. So make sure your hands are in like a 45-degree angle here. Not too much of an aggressive curve. Remember, challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. Good stuff. Now we're doing the left side. All right, left side now. Awesome, let's go. Again. Down, 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 down. Okay. Reverse push-ups again. Alexa, when is May 1st happening? Alexa, how long is May 1st from now? Sorry, I don't know that one. It's not the question I should be asking. Shoulders, pike push-ups. .45-degree shoulder press. So this is where he breaks the push-up routine. But pike push-ups. What's next? Rear delt rows. That's shoulder blades and shoulders and bit of your back. But pike push-ups or standard push-ups if you like. Doing good, y'all. Feeling it. Shoulder shrugs. I think we're moving on to biceps. Yep. Narrow push-ups. So standard, narrow. We're doing twist curls. So you're twisting the dumbbell, coming up. Very good. This one doesn't really have too much biceps, so I'll tell you to do more narrow push-ups for tricep section. When we get to triceps, triceps should be with bicep. So like the next exercise, you can do narrow push-ups here, or with us with dumbbells, single dumbbell curl. Totally up to you here if you want to do the curls with your dumbbells or you want to do narrow push-ups. Okay. So tricep press is next. So I would say either do narrow push-ups or diamond push-ups here. So it's like a chest press, but instead of holding the dumbbell like this, you're holding it like this. So this targets your triceps. Okay. No, that's not what you're going to be doing. Stop thinking that bullshit, mind. I caught my mind thinking some stupid shit. Cobra push-ups. It's the song that has the... Totally forgot that Cobra push-ups also target your triceps, but to me they're like, I don't really consider these a push-ups. This is like too easy. But of course, you know, I say that, then go ahead and do like 1,000 Cobra push-ups. Yeah, then you'll feel it. I think we're going back to biceps. Yep. Hammer curls. I should do one. There we go. Single dumbbell curl again, or narrow push-ups. Then we're going to be doing triceps again. And then there's going to be abs after the next set. Weighted abs. Okay, cool. We should be doing overhead press. So you can either do narrow or diamond or even standard push-ups if you don't have the dumbbells. Totally up to you here. Each one of them will be targeting triceps. Very good. Let's go. Commandos. So commandos targets your core, your shoulders, your wrist, your back, your triceps. And also very good for that. Okay, we're doing abs now. He's gonna be using weights. We're gonna start with L-sit toe touch. Now, if you can't do this with the weights, don't do this with the weights. Just do it without the weights. But essentially, you're gonna bring your feet up and you're gonna bring your weight up to touch your toes. Now, my hands are holding the weight, so they are subbing for touching my toes. Otherwise, I'd be touching my hand. Now, if you can, keep your legs straight. If not, bend at your knees. Give yourself a little bit of finagling. We're going to be doing that again. We have Russian twists to do after the next two exercises. So, just because we're doing abs here doesn't mean we're not doing abs afterwards. There's a rule that I have that if there's abs in the main quest, and I call this the main quest, then it doesn't count. Same with push-ups or squats. I like this track. All right, now we're doing this without weights. Okay, we have Russian twists to do. Something else, on your mind, something else, If you can't do Russian twist with the dumbbells, just do standard Russian twist, also called universal twist. We have a push-up finisher shortly coming up. We'll be doing elevated push-ups. Then we'll be doing standard push-ups. Then we'll be doing decline push-ups. Very good. I think we're done with the weights. Standard Russian twist, universal twist. My fingertips are a little numb right now. Okay. Elevated push-ups. So incline push-ups, then decline, or then standard push-ups, then decline push-ups. And then we're done main quest. Let's go. Okay. Standard push-ups. Okay. Decline push-ups. We did it. We did the thing, y'all. Fuck yeah, let's go. That was good, y'all. Every time I do a play, I just feel like, whew, so much better. That's why I love doing playouts super early in the morning because I get the full benefit of it throughout the day. That's why when you're like a little lethargic, just get up and move your body. Like I took a long nap today. I didn't judge myself for that. I was snoring a little. Y'all probably heard the snoring, but it's okay, you know? I'm good because my body required it. I got a lot of sleep last night, but I just energetically felt a little tired, you know? A little not under the weather, but just a little drained. So, not that I'm labeling that as good or bad, but I decided to just get some rest. Nothing wrong with that. Did good, y'all. I wonder why Mr. Sugiano marked his video as private. He must have needed to re-upload something or edit something. Is this new?
When I started
no, this is not new. There we go.
All right, I just need everybody to see the...
If I told you that I could watch you and your partner and predict whether you're going to stay together or break up with about 95% accuracy just by watching you interact, would you believe me? Well, in 1990, psychologist John Gottman actually did this. He discovered that one action that he could count on to predict if a couple would break up or stay together. You want to know what that is? Let me break it down for you. Here's the scenario. You're walking down the street with your girl, and then she points out and says, "Oh my gosh, look at that cute kitty." You have two choices. One choice, you look and say, "Oh my gosh, yeah, so cute." Second choice, you nod and keep walking. Gottman calls these bids for connection. Those are tiny little moments where your partner is simply asking for your attention. These moments accumulate, and every time you turn toward your partner, they feel valued. But every time you turn away, they feel ignored. And those little moments accumulate little by little, day by day, year after year. The couples who eventually broke up, they only responded those little moments 1/3 of the time. The couples who stayed together, they responded 86% of the time. So what's the lesson here? It's about the small moments, the everyday interaction, the cute little kitty on the street. Those moments, again, they accumulate either into connection or into distance. There's no in between. So look at the cute little kitty and acknowledge it. If I told...
Where's she at?
I guess the pizza is okay. What the fuck? Okay, do we go with the vegan tacos or steak, pie, mash, peas and...
Weird.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sujano here, your source for gaming, tech, emulation, and open source news. Let's get started. Alright, to kick things off, someone in my last video asked if I could do a campfire backdrop for this one, and well, here you go. Some people accuse me of not reading comments, and well, here you go. So first up on the docket here, we're talking about Resident Evil Mobile, and well, I was sent this one from someone very excited to see Resident Evil Requiem hit Android. I don't necessarily know if they installed this game though before sending in the tip, because taking a look here, this is 100% not real. Could be wrong with that. I really don't think so here. It's got already over 10,000 downloads. It does contain ads and anyways, if you wanted to play Resident Evil Requiem on mobile, I'd recommend checking out something like Winlater or Game Native or GameHub. There's a few reasons here as to why I'm highlighting this, and I'm going to try to not get worked up too much about this. So a few people here, or maybe more than a few, maybe a lot of people, maybe over 10,000 people thought this was Resident Evil Requiem. I think the game gets around it by calling it Resident Horror Evil Game or Resident Horror Evil Requiem. It's been on the Google Play Store for like a half of a month and Google hasn't done anything about it. And then I see stuff like this here, PS5 Games Emulator. This one contains ads. The developer, the person behind this one, is making money off of this thing. And it has over 100,000 downloads. That is a lot of people, in my opinion, who have been duped here. We don't have PS5 emulators for Android that can play games. This thing does not work. I can work of the CMU project, but it is a port of CMU to Android. And CMU, the Android port, got a brand new update. So at the time of filming here, CMU spoiled a little bit earlier on by, I think, Bandai Namco themselves. We talked about it in a previous video. It was teased as Age 1000. Anyways, the official announcement is up on YouTube. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 3 is releasing in 2027. Is it Xenoverse or Xenoverse? Anyways, here taking a look, it's not coming out for the Switch 2, so the announcement has PC, PS5, and to a roster of already a whole bunch of characters. This is an absolutely massive game, and I mean, taking a look here, I have Sparking Zero, I like Sparking Zero, and it seems they're making Sparking Zero even better. This is coming a lot sooner than 2027, available summer 2026. Now, in my opinion here, if you're a Dragon Ball GT fan, you might be really excited about this DLC. Unfortunately, I don't know the price of the DLC just yet. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero on Steam right now is 50% off. And speaking about games with the word dragon in on an upcoming gaming handheld, mimics a Steam machine, or maybe is their take on a Steam machine, or just a small form factor PC that is geared towards gaming. So taking a quick peek at the device here, it's $1,139, not cheap at all. It features 512 gigs of storage, 16 gigs of RAM, a 9060 XT, and a Ryzen 6 core CPU. Overall here, I believe it's also running Linux, something based on Arch Linux. Let me know your thoughts.
Alright, time for us to get abs done. Alright, let me just say hello to Mom and get rolling with abs. Hey, Mom. It's ab time. I'm just scrolling through Mr. Sujano's thing quickly. There's nothing really exciting today.
Person in a Mac and a video is debating on whether or not to talk about this, but, well, this is just a fun fact, and a lot of people like hearing about RPCS3. So here we are. RPCS3's version 0.0.39 builds are now up on the Internet Archive. This is great for preservation. That's really about it. No emulation improvements to talk about today. But anyways, that is all I've got for you in this one. Straight to the point, all stuff and no fluff. Thanks for sitting around the campfire today as we went over the latest and greatest in gaming, tech, emulation, and open source news. Feel free to discuss anything we talked about in the comments below.
If you like this video, leave a like. If you didn't like this video, leave a like. Hit that subscribe button. Check out my other videos. Don't tempt fate. Save your state. Do you see how it's now ingrained? That's funny. Too funny how that's ingrained.
What is going on, guys? It is WrestleMania here, back with some more news. Join us now as we look at the wildest news stories and rumors you need to know, including, did Brock Lesnar go off script as nobody knew in WWE that he was going to retire? FTKO chants have landed. Cody Rhodes' injury looks absolutely awful. WWE fans arrested at WrestleMania 42. Where in the world was Triple H? WWE changed the WrestleMania finish. What were the original plans for Mania? CM Punk goes off on a fan. Bayley helps a WWE fan suffering a seizure, and much more. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos, and follow us on Facebook for exclusive links. Now let's hit the intro and get straight into our first story. This has been a long-ass weekend. But our first story looks at, did Brock Lesnar go off script? And our top story today looks at speculation that Brock Lesnar may have gone off script with his retirement last night. As we all know, Lesnar seemingly retired last night during the opening contest in Night 2 of WrestleMania. Lesnar, after being defeated by Obafemi, left his gloves and boots in the ring before embracing Paul Heyman and thanking the crowd. Some fans were a little confused when Brock Lesnar threw up an X signal in the ring. And normally the X signal is reserved for referees in wrestling matches, as when the X sign is thrown up, it means that someone is legitimately injured in a match and they need immediate medical attention. However, in this case, it was used slightly differently. When Brock Lesnar threw up the X sign, it meant that something was off script and actually real. Something that was genuinely not part of the WrestleMania script. And let's face it, Brock Lesnar has been known to go off script many times before. This came completely out of nowhere, as reports suggested that Lesnar was going to retire at SummerSlam later this year, so fans have to be wondering whether this was an impromptu move on Lesnar's part. Well, the first report relating to this is provided by BodySlam, and it states that only a select few names within WWE knew that Lesnar was going to retire in the manner he did last night. Brock Lesnar took off his boots and gloves and seemingly retired at WrestleMania 42 last night in Las Vegas. Sources indicate to BodySlam that only a few people knew about this, and many were under the impression that he would be retiring at SummerSlam in Minneapolis. A Triple H would also comment on Lesnar's supposed retirement, and the game heavily implied that he had no idea it was going to happen, suggesting that Lesnar may have indeed gone off script. Well, it certainly seemed that way. Brock is not a walk back through the curtain and have a long conversation guy. Brock walks back very angry, goes to his bus, and that's the end of it. So it wasn't a discussion afterward. And Triple H then seemingly mixed kayfabe with reality by stating that Femi made Lesnar call it a day, but he once again suggests that this was completely unplanned. The smart ones know when that happens, and they call it a day. I don't think that was planned. I think Brock went to the ring and walked into a wall called Obafemi. He ran into the next big thing, a brick wall, and the intelligence in him said, maybe I should call it a day. So he took his boots off, put his gloves down, and walked away. Now, it's been heavily rumored on social media today that this is one big angle, and that WWE is going to have Gunther call out Lesnar tonight on Raw. This is certainly a possibility, especially with Paul Heyman owing the ring general a favor, and according to reports, Brock Lesnar is planned to make an appearance tonight. If WWE plays this correctly, it could be one of the most memorable retirement storylines they've ever delivered. The WWE wrestlers have also reacted to his retirement, including longtime rival Kurt Angle. You write on X, love you my brother, there will only be one like you. Enjoy retirement, Brock. But the most notable of the night was a reaction by Kofi Kingston. My man literally took to X and said, avenged at long last. This was pointing out to his WWE Championship squash on SmackDown. Some people were even joking that Brock Lesnar just lost to one black man and then dipped. However, some may forget that Bobby Lashley did pin Brock Lesnar at the Royal Rumble in 2022. But what do you guys think? Is this an actual real retirement, or is WWE going to swerve us and Brock Lesnar is still going to have one more match at SummerSlam and then retire for good? Next up, CM Punk goes off on a fan. CM Punk was absolutely pissed after his loss to Roman Reigns, losing the World Heavyweight Championship at the Night 2 main event. Emotions were definitely high. Punk would be heard saying to a fan, "I'm sorry, it effing stings." He was also tripping all over the place, feeling the effects of those several Superman punches. Punk has always been a great seller. He even had a touching moment at the ringside area as he embraced his adoptive mother. However, things went quickly wrong after the night ended. Footage obtained by TMZ saw Punk get into a confrontation with a fan at the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino. Apparently, a fan was filming Bayley giving a hug when CM Punk just suddenly lost it and then smacked the phone right out of the fan's hand. The fan did apologize several times after the incident. Next up, Cody Rhodes' injury looks awful. Cody Rhodes endured a punishing main event clash against Randy Orton at the Night 1 WrestleMania main event. Orton delivered several punches that busted Rhodes open, causing significant facial trauma. By the end of the match, Rhodes' left eye was swollen shut and the damage worsened backstage. According to WWE, they did place him in concussion protocol and confirmed an orbital injury, deeming him not medically cleared to compete. Cody Rhodes had to cancel a photo op, and there was a good reason why, as Cody made another public appearance, and a photo was taken revealing the full extent of the damage with Rhodes' left eye badly swollen and bruised. I mean, the guy really did look like Guile's losing screen on Street Fighter 2. Next up, WWE fans arrested at WrestleMania 42. Or maybe fans who paid absolutely major bucks to attend Night 1 of WrestleMania were really disappointed with the whole show that they felt that they needed to get their money back. It was reported that several fans were arrested for attempting to steal commemorative arena chairs. These special seats that are normally positioned in the first couple of front rows were not part of the standard ticket packages. Only fans who purchased premium ticket options received authorization to take them home. Fans who were able to take them home had specific blue wristbands. Security teams then closely monitored the exits and quickly intervened when they spotted individuals trying to walk out with the chairs without the proper wristbands. A video shared online saw fans being confronted, detained, and eventually arrested by police for theft. Next up, is Triple H hiding? Triple H has been outright accused of hiding from fans during WrestleMania. Traditionally, the game takes part in a post-show interview, but he was nowhere to be seen for this year's Mania. There has been speculation that the game wanted to avoid fans heckling him, as the Royal Rumble post-show probably broke him so much. He did deliver his brief interview with ESPN and then just dipped. Whilst the game hiding away from fans after Night 1 may be understandable, he was expected to take a victory lap of sorts for Night 2, so it's a huge surprise that he stayed away from the fans. Next up, FTKO chants have landed. It was only a matter of time before fans began to chant negative things relating to TKO. Last night, new world champion Roman Reigns appeared on the post-show, and this specific comment made fans lose their minds. I knew it from the beginning. I said it before. I'm $1 billion check. We just haven't cashed it yet. And now look at us. Graves was there, Cody's dad, cutting promos on a Wednesday in a warehouse. Biggie was there too. I said it. I'm an unassigned $1 billion check. And guess who cashed it, baby? The WWE TKO Endeavor. The fans immediately chanted FTKO, and the chant was so noticeable that Reigns looked towards the crowd and even asked the host what they were chanting. This made for perhaps one of the most awkward things ever seen on WWE programming, and it was made even more awkward due to the WWE production team literally panning to the fans chanting it. The WWE is clearly over the TKO involvement, and the fact that the production team had no issues with the chant shows that the reports of the internal conflict
It's always
are 100%
drama.
real and authentic. Next up, is Roman Reigns full-time now? There was justified concern that if Roman Reigns won the world title, he would take on a part-time schedule in WWE. This, of course, was one of the primary criticisms of his last reign, so WWE were advised to avoid this at all costs. But Reigns has now addressed these concerns directly on the post-show Mania last night, and he seemingly confirmed that he's no longer a part-timer, and we'll be seeing him throughout the summer months. I'm going to take y'all to Monday Night Raw tomorrow night. All that part-time crap, we're going to fix that. Y'all better make some room because y'all going to see my ass all summer. Now, this is great news, but again, what happens after the summer? Is he going to dip after that? Surely the man isn't going to be in for a short reign, so we'll see if he sticks by it. Next up, Reigns vs. Femi incoming. A Roman Reigns vs. Oba Femi appears to be WWE's next big program. Oba Femi appeared on the post-show after WrestleMania last night, and he wasted zero time in directly calling out the new world champion. I think tomorrow is a celebration. I think in the coming weeks is the establishment of a new main event player. I think at the end of the year, the OTC can get some. WWE then immediately followed up with Reigns cutting a promo on Femi saying, "Oba, you gonna kill me? See, you seem still a little fresh in the business. You did a big thing tonight, but I've done that many times. I've done it with a title on the line. I took it, I defended it. Let's see how I can do through the summer." In San Jose, yeah, Randy was winning at that point. The report has since been verified by numerous other sources. This is a huge development, as it's unusual for WWE to pivot so drastically with a WrestleMania main event in this manner. Things are normally... When it comes to the Punk vs. Reigns match, PW Insider Elite notes that Michael Hayes and Bobby Roode also helped produce the critically acclaimed match as winning the tag titles, which didn't exist before. So that was a whole... A random guy called Adam Wiesman joined the commentary team alongside Wade Barrett and Michael Cole. But fans were a little confused when the guy who was seated next to them didn't say a single thing throughout the whole match. Was this a make-a-wish?
Sensible. And then you, which I think has, in an attempt to provide fairness and equality for trans athletes, in women's sport, it doesn't apply the other way in men's sport. In women's sport, it's created a new inequality and unfairness where you have trans women born with superior, powerful male biological bodies who are beginning to beat women with comfortable ease in many sports, and yet they were very unsuccessful comparatively when they competed against other biological males as they were before they transitioned. So my question, I guess, there is, isn't that a clear case where science has to be the determining factor?
Okay, let's get abs done. Standing. Which one are we going to do today? We did this one yesterday. Usually the older ones are very, very difficult. That one's only 6 minutes. I don't do anything less than 10 minutes. That one's really old. That one's like 20 minutes. Let's do this one. I don't think this one has a rest period. I don't think this one has a rest period at all. All right, you know the drill, people. Keep your lower back flat. 30 seconds of play. Let's see. Starting with flutter kicks. Once we're done this, I'm going to put on a podcast talking about peptides. Yeah, there's no rest in this one. Reverse crunch. Scissor kicks. It's basically alternating leg lowers. Learn to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. That airplane that just flew there looked like a great white shark for some reason in the air. I don't know why that plane looked like a shark. I guess sharks look like airplanes? I don't know. I think sharks look like airplanes. I don't know why I'm thinking that right now. Or I can say, why do airplanes look like sharks? I mean, they have a tail. Planks. We got a hole for a minute. We're going to be holding planks for about 4 times. Just breathe. Suck in your gut and breathe. So we're doing cross crunch to toe touch. This is the right elbow to left knee, right hand to left foot. Then we're gonna do the other side. Did I not tell you the older ones are harder? But I got this. That's what I used to train with. It's over the years, Dan. I'm not saying his quality has gotten less, because like, you know, his workouts are still really demanding, but like his older ones, like especially his abs, like you feel it more. Like his newer ab stuff, which he doesn't do that much of nowadays. This one's good for memorization. We're doing this. Get ready for another plank. It's coming up. Move that forward. Let's go. Hold for another minute. Starfish crunch. Hollow to tuck. I'm curious to see peptides in action in that podcast. Cross crunch Expect another plank here. Yep. Oh my God, feel it. I don't think we're doing another plank. I think we're almost, that was it for the planks. When I was doing my planks just now, I felt my wife sitting on my back while I'm in the plank. Because she's a feather, she's light. But she does add just a smidge of weight. I felt her like cross-legged on my back while I was sitting on my plank, doing my plank. Fuck yeah. We did the thing, y'all. Alright. Oh, yeah.
If your stomach looks like this during ab exercises, then you're not training your core. You're just pushing everything out. In my previous video, I showed you 4 really powerful deep core exercises for your transverse abdominis, but none of them will work if your breathing is off, because proper breathing is your foundation. Here's the thing. When you breathe into your belly, your stomach pushes out, and then you lose tension. When you breathe into your chest, then your ribs flare and your lower back lifts. So either way, you lose control.
True.
And
that's a bar.
So what you want to do instead is to keep the tension and just breathe into it. So you want to start by pulling your belly button in towards your spine.
Contracting your
If
core.
you're on your back, like in the dead bug exercise, then you want to press your lower back into the floor and hold that tension. And now just take a small controlled inhale into the side of your ribs. Think of expanding your rib cage out to the sides instead of forward.
Yep.
Your stomach stays flat, your core stays engaged, and that's where the magic happens. Now, as you expand your arm and leg, you want to use the power hiss. Hiss the air out through your teeth while pulling your belly button even deeper into your spine.
That's contracting your core.
That power exhale activates your transverse abdominis, which is the deep core muscle,
Yep.
and locks everything in place. And remember, this isn't just for the dead bug exercise.
It's for anything.
This small and wide inhale and the power hiss apply to every core move that you do, from planks to bird dogs. So you want to master this first, because this is what makes the exercises actually work. And I will show you the ultimate deep core exercise in my next video, so stay.
Cool beans.
You're not losing your man because he doesn't love you. You're losing him because you don't respect him, okay? So just let that sink in for a minute and let me explain. Love does not keep a man. Respect does. And most women don't understand what that looks like for a man. It's not what you say. It's how you say it. Your tone, your reactions, how you speak to him when you're upset. And when people are watching. Because you can say, I love you all day long, right?
Yep.
It's words. If you interrupt him, correct him, roll your eyes, make him feel small, belittle him, that's disrespect. And men don't stay. They feel that.
Exactly.
Forever. They will detach. Quietly. Less effort, less presence, less interest. And once he checks out, you don't bring him back with affection or sex. He's already gone.
Exactly.
Being strong means challenging him, controlling everything, and needing to win. But that is not strength, especially feminine strength. That is ego. Respect looks like trusting his lead, listening without trying to overpower him, speaking in a way that builds him up and not breaks him down, okay? You don't lose your voice. You learn how to use it, because when a man feels respected, oh, God, he shows up different, more grounded, more driven, more intentional, more willing to actually lead you. So before we say he's not stepping up, ask yourself this. Have you actually been giving him something worth stepping up for? You're not losing your man because he doesn't love you. You're losing
Bar.
him because you respect him, okay? So just let that sink in for a minute and let me explain. Love does not keep a man. Respect does. And most women don't understand what that looks like for a man. It's not what you say. It's how you say it. Your tone, your reactions, how you speak to him when you're upset, and when people are watching. Because you say, I love you all day long, right? It's words. But if you interrupt him, correct him, roll your eyes, make him feel small, belittle him, that's disrespect. And men don't stay where they feel that. They don't argue forever. They will detach quietly. Less effort, less presence, less interest. And once he checks out, you don't bring him back with affection or sex. He's already gone. You think being strong means challenging him, controlling everything, and needing to win. That is not strength, especially feminine strength. That is ego. Respect is like trusting his lead, listening without trying to overpower him, speaking in a way that builds him up and not breaks him down, okay? You don't lose your voice. You learn how to use it, because when a man feels respected, oh, God, he shows up different, more grounded, more driven, more intentional, more willing to actually lead you. So before we say he's not stepping up, have you actually been giving him something worth stepping up for? You're not losing your man because...
Sorry for the delay. It's quite all right, Kakarot. I've waited so long. But now the moment has arrived.
I don't want any damage I take from you to help Majin Buu awakening. Got it? So I'm gonna hit you hard right from the start and get this over with.
Fine by me. Let's see the results of your training in Otherworld, Kakarot. Impressive. You're stronger than Gohan was against Cell.
So maybe this fight isn't going to be quite as easy as I thought.
I'm ready! And this time, you're going to die!
What's the matter, Kakarot? I thought that you wanted to end this quick. Yes, that's the idea. Sorry for the delay.
It's quite all right, Kakarot. I've waited so long.
That's a quick generator.
You opened it.
I don't really want to risk it. You could have Noed. Oh! I'm gonna hit you? What? Does he have a Blood Warden? game, man. Best killer I've ever played. Damn, that's quite a compliment. Sack of shit. Sadness. No way! Where is he? I'm a little nervous with the play thing.
God damn.
Why do us women keep male friends? Let me explain why. Because it is safer. It feels easier. And
All right, I'm gonna go. I want to have a snack before I get rolling. Okay, we're gonna fuel up, get rolling with our play out.
it feels easier. And because a lot of the time it comes with benefits that we don't get from our female friendships. Most women believe that we can have male friends, right? But if we're being honest, a lot of male friends come with a hidden deal. He gives attention, you get validation, and validation is addictive. It's a personal confidence boost whenever you need it. He responds fast, he compliments you, he makes you feel wanted, and our brains love that shit. That's what's called variable reward. You don't get attention constantly, you get it randomly, and that random reward is what creates that stronger attachment than the consistent one does. That's why people get hooked. Now, let's flip it. Compare that to female friendships. When men don't like each other, they physically fight each other or they just separate. It's clean. Women, on the other hand, they can dislike each other and still stay close. Still go to brunch, still smile in each other's faces, still shop together. And that's because women's social circles often run on comparison, status, and unspoken competition, so to speak. All it takes is one wrong birthday,
one jealous moment, one boyfriend that they don't approve of, and the friendship goes away. So, a male friend can feel like a relief. Less competition, less judgment, and less jealousy, a little more peace. Also, a male friend can feel like protection. Somebody to call, someone who actually shows up and makes you feel physically safe. And yes, sometimes women would rather have a male friend who secretly loves them than a female friend who secretly hates or resents them, because desire feels like admiration, and admiration feels safe.
That's a bar.
This is the part that men understand and women ignore. Men know how men think, and a lot of those guys aren't friends. They're orbiters. They're waiting. They're hoping, and they're being patient and waiting to shoot their shot. So, you're in a relationship, here's the rule. If it's truly friendship, it will survive daylight. No secrecy, no late night emotional dumping, no private conversations that you hide from your man, because if you have to hide it, it's not a friendship. That's your leverage. And this is the true test. If your male friend got a real chance with you tonight, would he take it? The answer is yes. That's not your friend. That is a man with patience. And I bet 100% of your male friends, if given the chance, would sleep with you in a heartbeat. So no, you can't have male friends. Why do us women keep male friends? Let me explain.
I love it. That was funny. Final message. When you see this, I'll be gone. What is this?
Well guys, this is going to be a short video, and where do I go with this video? Well, if you're watching this video now, it means I passed away.
What?
So, I'm not going to go into any details of what's reasoning and stuff like that. Just means I'm no longer with us. So, where do I go? What do I say? Not much I can say, other than I really appreciate everyone that has followed my channel. All the people who helped me grow the channel to where it is now. So, like Shark Scrapper, Ian Matthews, E-Waste Mike, Mike's Meltdown, Ralph Morrick, even Park Nest. Even though he wasn't a scrapper, he was always up on the channel, chatting, doing whatever. Everyday Solars, let me adjust this camera a bit. Everyday Solars, Raphael, Scobby Scrap Picker at the start. I'm sure I'm going to miss some names, so I don't want to do that. I don't want people to think. I'm sure I'm going to miss some names, so I don't want to do that. I don't want people to think I don't appreciate them. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to list out a load of names and say. But I will have a little chat about the channel in general. So for a start, I don't want people to be all sad and going on and whatever. It's what it is. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. I want the channel to continue in some form, whether it's just up there so that people, would say my nieces, nephews, parents, brothers, sisters can always just go on there and see me on the channel. It is making a little bit of money, the channel. It is monetized. And I'd like it to still carry on making a bit of money. So that's where you guys come in. But I'd like that money to go towards my family. I'm not a very rich person. So I've left very little behind me. I'm more a spender than a saver. So I was. More spender than a saver. So I would appreciate if you could still continue watching my videos, checking out my videos, interacting, even though I'm not there. I may have some videos in a line that will come one after another that I've done for a while or whatever, and they may start appearing up, so don't think I've miraculously returned. These are videos that were done a while back or whatever. So I hope that someone in my family might take the channel. They mightn't do anything with it, but they'll have access to it. So they might be able to put up a post every so often, just interact with people, answer a few questions of people, have any questions. They mightn't have all the details about gold recovery, but I would like it to continue, the channel. I would like you guys to have interact. So if you see a question that someone has put on the channel, you might be able to answer it for them. Let the person know the answer, because I won't be there to answer the question. And stuff like that. By watching, put my videos on the stream. I've also set up a little membership there. Now it's only 99p or 99 cents a month, something like that. It's only a small thing. If you wish to join it, the money will go towards my family. I wasn't married myself, I had no kids, but my nieces, nephews, stuff like that might help with their education going forward. Stuff like that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it might never happen. The channel might just be closed down or whatever. At the end of the day, it'll depend on what my family want to do with the channel on it. But that's all I wanted to say, guys. So it's been an eventful journey. It's been fun. I enjoyed it. There's been ups, there's been downs, there's been arguments, there's been laughs. We've lost other people along the way. So look, more channels will come along. Channels come, channels go. But I want to thank you all for what you've done for my channel. So, and if my family are watching this, I want them to know that I love them dearly. And you know, this is me. This is me. I always make decisions, sometimes rash, sometimes not rash, whatever. But I always do stuff, and I decided to do things on my own way. So, guys, appreciate you all taking the time to follow my channel. All the likes, all the comments, all the subscribes. So, please, even though I'm not here, if you're new to it, you come across this video, go check out my other videos, join my channel, subscribe to it, watch some videos, and give it a thumbs up if you don't mind. Don't give the thumbs up on this video, maybe not. Maybe do what you want. You're free to do what you want, guys. So, till we meet again, stay safe, and catch you all on the flip side. Or as Ralph Mark would say, scrap you all later.
That's fascinating.
Give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe, and some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly. So, favour to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show, and you know what we do here. We're approaching quite a significant landmark on this show.
So, instead of watching me, I'm going to have you all just enjoy an episode of Diary of the CEO and our dude talking about peptides. So enjoy, people, and I will leave the microphone here so that you all can just
in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do we have a deal? If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show. Dr. Alex Tatum. There's this word that has exploded in society in recent times. In fact, when I look at the data, people searching this word has increased by 400% just recently, and that word is peptides. I have no idea what peptides are. I'm someone that wants to be healthy, that wants to optimize my health, wants to live long, doesn't love aging. Yeah. And I'm told that this word peptides is somewhat linked to it. So I've brought you here because you're an expert on the subject matter. I've watched your videos on YouTube. To start at the very beginning, Dr. Alex. Sure. What the hell is a peptide?
Peptides are a structural class of medications. The best way to think about peptides is that just like we have small molecules, which are drugs that are very small, taken in a pill, and have a wide-ranging effect throughout the body, peptides are derived from little pieces of amino acids, which think of them as the Legos that make up the human body, the Legos that make up proteins. These are fragments of proteins that are designed to specifically target certain receptors and affect cells in a very targeted fashion. Or a best way to think about it is a very specific targeted key to unlock a very specific lock. So instead of a small molecule that may have a wide-ranging effect throughout the body, peptides are much, much more focused.
So you've got different types of Lego cubes here. Would they be different types of peptides, or are they different types of amino acids that come together to make a peptide?
Yeah. The best way to think about it is my son loves Legos, which is why I'm glad that we have these here. But he can take the same set of Legos and he can build a rocket ship. And then just a few minutes later, he can build a pirate ship, and then he builds a race car. And he's using the same Legos, but he's creating very, very different things that all do very, very different things. And so peptides have become incredibly popular because, yes, we have some really fascinating peptides that can help with anti-aging, with healing, and with tissue repair. We're going to talk about some of those, hopefully. But they can do so much more than that. The first peptide that was actually isolated and used in medicine was insulin back in 1921. And then all the way in 1985, in the world of urology, which is where I was trained, we had Leuprolide, which is a different peptide that, again, also a peptide like insulin, but instead of having wide-ranging metabolic effects, it had an endocrine effect. It was designed to shut down the production of testosterone for prostate cancer patients that needed to have their testosterone taken away.
I'm here. I'm just watching this in the background, doing my thing.
Insulin's a peptide.
Because it's a series of amino acids
that are put together.
Okay, so you said that the combination of amino acids forms a key. Correct. So what is the lock?
The lock could be a cellular receptor. It could actually be regulating a certain pathway within the cell.
Okay, so let me repeat this back to you to make sure I understand it. So
yes,
peptides are like a key.
Yes.
Which you can make by configuring amino acids in a certain way. And there's different locks in our body that these keys can go into. So if I take, we've got some peptides on the table in front of us here.
So a good way to think about it is this. If you've got a hammer, right, which is what a lot of small molecules are, like you can do a lot with that, right? Like you could hammer in a nail. But if you try to use that hammer when you're trying to put in a screw or you're trying to put together, a table that you got from IKEA, it may not always end the way that you want to. And that's the problem that we have with a lot of small molecules. It's not that they don't do what we want them to. They do a lot of other things while they're at that job that can have significant negative side effects, which is why a lot of these small molecules actually don't make it all the way through the FDA approval process, because we find something, it does what we want to do, but it has significant safety concerns down the line. All right. Now, what we see with peptides, for example, I've got in my hand right now a little vial labeled, BPC 157. This is probably one of the most popular peptides that we're talking about right now, because BPC 157 is a synthetic version of a naturally found peptide in the gut. But what this actually does is it enhances blood vessel growth in areas of injury. And it kind of makes sense, because if you think about it, our gut, our stomach is really just this bag of acid that sits inside of our abdomen, and yet somehow you and I are here talking to each other and our bodies aren't eating themselves. Well, how does that work? Well, it's because we've developed a lot of really robust systems to encourage healing of the gastric lining. And so the idea is, if this is one of the compounds that can help do that, it's been proven in multiple animal models. For example, they have completely transected the Achilles tendon in rats. And then transected. So they've cut across the Achilles tendon. So not just a small injury that you or I might experience in the gym where we pull it or strain it, but actually surgically cut the Achilles tendon. And then they administer it to rats, and they are healing spontaneously with administration of BPC 157. If you have an Achilles tendon injury and you're a rat, BPC 157 is one of the best things that you can ever have. Now, that is not a one-to-one translation to what we might see in humans, but as we talked about earlier with our point on safety, when they were studying BPC 157, we try to look for something called the LD1 or the LD50. How much can I give this to someone until 50% of the population that receives that dose doesn't do well or dies, okay? That's called the LD50 dose. We have yet to figure out what the LD1 dose is for this, which is the amount that it would take to hurt even 1% of the population, because it is so incredibly well tolerated. So just giving you an example of this is a compound that can have profound healing effects, at least in our animal models that we've seen so far. But so far, we haven't seen any precipitous negative effects in human patients when taking this, okay? But we need more data.
I am mind blown, and I'm very, very excited. We've got all of the several peptides here in front of us. I want to go through all of that and understand which ones do which things.
Sure.
But there's a bigger question here.
Yes.
Which is, why now? Why have the subject of peptides suddenly exploded into society's consciousness? What's going on? What's the big picture?
So this is really interesting. In 2013, there was actually a court case in the United States. It was called Myriad Genetics case. This was the company that actually patented the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes. They discovered the genes that cause breast cancer. All right. This was mind-blowing. They identified the specific genes that would predispose patients to developing both breast, ovarian, and since we've learned, also prostate cancer. It was a fantastic discovery, but they patented it. And they said, we now own this intellectual property. And then everyone else said, no, that's the human body. You can't patent that. And the Supreme Court actually sided with that argument, saying that if something is natural, it's found within us, okay? I can't patent, your muscle cells, right? Which is a wonderful thing. But the unintentional byproduct of that is all of a sudden, pharma had no incentive whatsoever to pursue really promising compounds that they could not monetize. So that happens in 2013. At the same time, I believe it was around 2012, 2013, there was a terrible event that happened in New England where there was a compounding pharmacy that was not doing the right thing, and they ended up having a bunch of contaminated specimens that caused a fungal meningitis. A bunch of patients got really sick. It was a huge scandal. And all of a sudden, the FDA stepped in and said, hey, historically, all right, states have been allowed to regulate compounding pharmacies themselves, but we need some federal oversight here because this is not acceptable. Completely agree with that. And they introduced a new set of regulations on top of compounding pharmacies, basically saying what you can and cannot make. And what they eventually said is, well, you can only make three things. You can make things that are in the USP, United States Pharmacopoeia, okay? Things that have been, well described, already published, things that are already in drugs that are already on the market, or three, things that are on a very specific list that we're going to give you, okay? And in that list, they actually included a lot of these very promising compounds that were stuck in drug development, limbo.
And you say compounding pharmacies. You said that a few times. What is a compounding pharmacy, just so I'm clear on the definition?
Back in the 1800s or early 1900s, if you ever needed a medication, you'd go see the pharmacist who had a shop down the road, and he would actually make your medication in front of you. And he would do that custom for every single patient that came by, all right? And it was only since the advent of modern factories that we had the modern pharmaceutical industry come about. But the truth is that, again, that's kind of paint by numbers. You're creating this one pill, and, it always seemed kind of crazy that the adult dose is one standardized dose for all adults. Yeah. Like if you look at what your body composition is versus some of my patients, why is the dose in your blood pressure medicine the exact same? Like that doesn't seem to be quite right, but it is what it is. So when patients fall outside of that and they need custom medication, we still have those people who make custom formulations of medications. But instead of it being just your local pharmacist who's using a mortar and pestle and is creating something in his back office, these are now large, sophisticated industrial operations that can make custom formulations for patients. All right?
I think the important context for people that don't understand how drug development occurs is that to get chemicals like the ones we have in front of us on the table through FDA approval, you've got to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars.
Sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, an incredible amount of money. And
if you know you can't protect it once you spend $100 million, you have no incentive to just do charity work.
Absolutely not, okay? Because you have shareholders and you have to make payroll. And so because drug development is so expensive, there is no incentive for commercial pharmaceutical companies to pursue the development of these compounds. And then on the other side of that, well, we have compounding pharmacies that, for them, it makes sense. What if we could just make these compounds and then sell them directly to patients? We make a small margin when we sell it. This makes sense for us. Well, they could do that starting in about 2014, whenever that legislation finished. All right.
What did it do?
Essentially, what it did is it gave a assignment to each one of these compounds. It was either going to be category 1, which is you can compound this. This is on our specific list of approved compoundable drug ingredients. Number two was, hey, we see some negative safety signals here. You cannot make this. Okay, something goes in category 2, it's forbidden. And then we have category 3, which is we just need more information. And all of these original compounds, these peptides that we're so interested in now, were originally on that first list, category 1. All right. And so they were able to be compounded. We could prescribe them to patients. I prescribed them to patients, all right, from 2014 onward. But then in 2023, the FDA at that time switched all of those peptides, 19 of them that were popular, to category 2, and then they were banned. Overnight, we got notifications in our email inboxes from our compounding pharmacy partners saying, hey, we can't make this anymore. We're sorry.
So I've got 2 questions there.
Yes.
The first is, when you were prescribing these peptides to your patient,
yes,
were you seeing incredible results?
Very much so. Very much. Again, you have to use the right key for the right lock. Okay. But I think a really good example. All right. So there is a compound that is not technically a peptide. It is a small molecule, but it was lumped in with all of these and was the victim to the same process. Something called MK677, also known as ibutamorin. So this is a small molecule, but when a patient takes it, it's orally available. It binds to this receptor called ghrelin, and it actually stimulates the release of significant growth hormone. But what was really interesting is that it would actually stimulate hunger a profound amount. And all of a sudden, patients that were struggling with cachexia, okay, so being very, very thin, very malnourished, maybe they're going through cancer treatment.
Ghrelin's the thing that makes us feel hungry. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were able to stimulate the hunger response, and patients were actually able to eat more to meet caloric goals. And so this was a medication that was fantastically effective at that. Again, it had gone through some clinical trials, but was never taken all the way to commercial. And so it was never going to be available from CVS or Walgreens, but you could get it from a compounding pharmacy. And so that was one that made a big difference for us. We also had other peptides. So GHRP2 and GHRP6 were some of the ones we were using at that time. Those are growth hormone releasing peptides that stimulate the release of your body's natural growth hormone, which can help with tissue repair, can also help with fat loss and with building muscle. We also had BPC-157, and we had derivatives like thymosin beta-4. These are also compounds that can help stimulate angiogenesis, so making new blood vessels, all right, and tissue repair. So if we have a patient that's injured themselves, maybe we could help them get back at life faster. These were all things that were used very commonplace for many years. And truthfully, they weren't super popular at the time. We were just using them. And then they were banned overnight.
And they were working.
And they were working. And we were not seeing adverse events, which is the most important thing.
What's an adverse event?
An adverse event is a patient has a terrible side effect. They call you, they have an allergic reaction to something. They've got shortness of breath, and it's a direct result of the medication that you gave them. It was working, and by all accounts seemed to be incredibly safe.
And then they banned it.
Why? That's a great question. So officially, what happened is there was a meeting where they brought together the experts at the time, and they said there is insufficient data for us to say that these are safe because, again, they had not gone through the full FDA approval process. And so as a result of lacking that data, we're going to say that they're too dangerous. Now, there wasn't any evidence of any of that in the population. These were widely used at the time. Potentially, we had commercial pharmaceutical companies saying, well, hey, this is people spending money on a compound, on something that isn't coming to us. So, hey, like, we love medicine, but maybe only when it's our medicine. Mm-hmm. And so there's concern that that was at play as well. And so there is not a great paper trail, and there's not a great explanation why. And that's something that's been iterated by our current administration from RFK himself. You know, he himself has characterized that move done in 2023 as being illegal.
With everything you know about the medical industry, do you think it is plausible that Big Pharma
110%
didn't want
110%
these in the hands of regular people because they can't patent this and it's powerful?
So ultimately, the way to think about it is this. Pharma may not have a compound that directly competes for BPC-157.
BPC-157.
So this is the medication or the peptide that can aid with healing after an injury, okay? So it's not necessarily there's direct competition. But at the end of the day, your average patient going throughout their daily life only has so much money that they can spend on medicine. Mm-hmm. And $10, $15, however much money that goes to this doesn't go to a prescription drug from a commercial pharmaceutical company. And so there is real concern that potentially that was at play during that decision.
And you said 110%.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because, I try to walk a very fine line between what I can prove versus what I suspect after being in this space for a long time. Mm-hmm. And, ultimately, I don't think it's accurate to characterize pharmaceutical companies or really any other entity as being, evil or bad. And the truth is maybe a little bit more ominous. The truth is that they are these large machines that are designed to prioritize profit over everything.
Yeah.
And that's everything.
I think this is one of the really interesting observations I've had the higher I've gone in my career is that oftentimes, we heard about the Illuminati. Like when I was growing up, I was like, oh, there's this Illuminati.
Yeah.
And you think of it as these like shadow hooded people that get together and decide evil things. But the further I've gone in business, the more I've realized that the Illuminati or these evil forces are actually just machines that were designed to optimize for profit.
Correct.
So like corporations are the Illuminati.
Yeah. And so I don't actually think that there's necessarily, a group of maniacal individuals, the Legion of Doom, plotting to like take away your health. But at the same time, I think that there are these large organizations that really couldn't care less about your health. They are prioritizing what's important for them. And regular people just get caught up in the mix. And what's challenging is that as a physician, I took a Hippocratic oath. I care about my patients. And so those are the people that are in front of me every single day that are seeking to improve their lives, to recover from injury. I have, fertility patients that are just dying to start their family. And I have patients that are suffering from hormonal imbalances that haven't felt right in years. I treat erectile dysfunction in men that have been struggling for years after prostate cancer treatment. I mean, these are people that are broken and hurting. You want to be able to help them. And so I feel that as a very strong personal calling that I have to be the advocate for that patient, both in the room whenever I'm treating them and taking care of them, but also when I'm talking to others and I'm, speaking out about these issues. Like I want access to these medications because I care about the patients who benefit from them.
So they banned these peptides that we have here.
Correct.
And we're sat here 2 years after the ban, I believe, roughly 2 years after that ban.
Yeah.
And suddenly everybody's talking about peptides again.
Yes.
Why? What's going on?
So I think what we're seeing is the forbidden fruit effect because this was banned and all of a sudden, oh, well, why'd they ban it? Well, they wouldn't have banned it if it weren't working, right? And we're also seeing the effect of TikTok and short form content being spread very rapidly, very virally. And that's been going on for 2 years now, combined with new emphasis from administration leadership and HHS and RFK.
What is the most incredible impact that you've seen peptides create in a patient?
Oh my gosh, I have a best story for you. So one of the most frustrating things about my practice is treating infertility in young men that have significant metabolic dysfunction. These are young men that have a low sperm count, right? So they can't get pregnant because they just don't have the numbers to make it happen. And you're looking at them and they're morbidly obese, okay? They have high insulin resistance, all right, and their endocrine system has been damaged by that obesity. So they don't have low testosterone levels, and their brain is not making enough of the signals to stimulate their testicles. Now, we have medications that we can use to help stimulate that, to make more of that signal stimulate the testicles, right? But really what is eating at them, what is causing this is not that chemical imbalance. That's the symptom. That's not the problem, okay? And treating symptoms doesn't really get you very far.
What's up, dude?
Patients that I would take,
just saw you were there.
We would never see a significant improvement in their numbers because losing weight is really, really hard, regardless of all of the education and resources I try to give them. But now we have peptides.
Diary of CEO, some dude talking about peptides. It popped up on my feed. I figured I'd give it a watch and see what this is about. I know what peptides do. It's just more of like a health thing to see. I'm just in the background doing my stuff. Since there's no point y'all watching me just do my stuff when I can just watch this and see what he's going on about. But he's talking about all kinds. He's gonna be talking about different types of peptides because I saw the intro and seeing the benefits of what peptides do and whatnot. He hasn't gotten to that point yet, though. So he's just kind of giving us the cliff notes, you can say, of what peptides are doing. They're like keys that unlocks the locks within ourselves. But of course, when they use thumbnails like that, right? To get your attention. That's what the thumbnail does, capturing someone's attention. But I'm just curious to see what he's on about.
In the form of
Because the one thing I do is I make sure I kind of am well-rounded in all vast aspects, so I don't just lock myself to just one thing. I'm like, I know a lot about a lot of things. So like, I want to see from a health internal standpoint what these peptides are actually doing, because he's going to have a whole bunch of vials he has a whole bunch of vials on the table, about to explain what each of them are going to do. And apparently someone in the comment section was saying, I've been on peptides for 4 months and they have changed my life. Best thing I've ever done. So, of course, that could be just a bot trolling, but you never know, right? So,
GLP-1 drugs like semaglutide.
You doing good? By the way, we had winter, but it didn't like keep the snow on the ground, but it did snow yesterday, and it's cold today. It's like 4 degrees.
Due to using tirzepatide, exercising, and improving his diet. And he has totally changed his life.
And that started with a peptide.
It started with a peptide.
So we've got lots of peptides on the table in front of you. We will go into them individually, but just can you give me a
here we go.
high-level view of the types of areas in our health and life that these peptides can help with? So we've talked there about infertility,
correct,
as a downstream consequence of the weight loss and fixing the metabolic health. What other parts of the body do peptides touch?
The best way to think about it is like this. So peptides are almost like an app on your phone. So imagine before we had apps.
That's fascinating that you have more snow.
Log on and do my banking online before we had apps, and gosh, it was so painful, right? Like there were ways to accomplish things, but they were very inconvenient in a roundabout way. And now all of a sudden we have these apps on our phone that can do just about anything except fold your laundry, right? You know, there's some limits to it, but I mean, really the sky's the limit from an electronic standpoint. And really, that's what peptides are. So the thing is that we have peptides that
peptides are like apps for our body. Gotcha.
Peptides that can improve skin quality, like GHKCU. We have peptides that can help heal your gut, like BPC 157, particularly effective in ulcerative colitis, which is something that's being investigated with the FDA's planned upcoming meeting on it. We also have peptides that can help with sleep and with recovering the gland in your brain that's responsible for melatonin and regulating your sleep-wake cycles. So the question isn't, what can peptides do? It's kind of, well, what can't they do? And if they can't do that yet, can we develop a peptide that can accomplish that task? And the answer is probably. And simultaneously, while there may be resistance from pharmaceutical industry in these peptides.
I as well, but I don't think these are pills. Like, peptides they show up in like powder form, even though pills are technically powder, just with a plastic casing around it. But yeah, I'm of the nature of like I can make all these things within my body. Well, most things. Like I can make anything. If I choose to say that I have healthier hair and healthier nails and healthier skin and I can start reducing my grays, then I just have to give the command and then the body has to start to adhere to it, right? Of course, there's still some physical limitations we still have to adhere to, like, don't expect to go to like a black hole and come out on the other side still being you, because your atoms are going to get ripped to shreds, right? Like there's still some sort of physical limitation to our body, unfortunately. So, there are certain aspects, or like saying, okay, I'm going to go drink bleach and I'm going to be perfectly normal. Like, first of all, I wouldn't do that. Bleach tastes awful. I've never tasted it. It just smells awful. I wouldn't even ingest that shit. But, these are those things, those limitations that I'm referring to. But, yeah, I'm of a type of person who still stays on natural. I'm just curious to see what these things actually do.
The ones that we're most interested right now.
Speaking of which, though, vitamins, because vitamins are technically kind of like pills. Are you against vitamins too? Vitamins can help, but they're also placebo. Even though I take them, they're still placebo. But I give the mind something to kind of like work with.
They have signed multi-billion-dollar deals with other pharmaceutical companies that are involved in peptide development aided by AI to try and fast-track their own peptide products.
Interesting.
And so we are going to see exponentially more of these products come down the pipeline from pharmaceutical companies in the form of commercial products.
And it's worth saying that there was some significant news today.
Correct.
What happened today, but also
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's April the 15th.
Yes. So today we got a press release from the FDA saying that in July, they are going to consider 7 peptides for removing from category 2 back to category 1.
Legalizing them.
Okay. And some of the heavy hitters from that list include BPC 157,
which is the one we talked about to do with like repair and injury.
Absolutely. Okay. And then we have the brother to that, which is TB500, this vial over here. This improves blood flow to an injured area. You could think of this as sending the soldiers, as sending the cells that are required for rebuilding that tissue matrix that was damaged by a tear or a cut. All right. On top of that, we're also getting something called KPV, may not have it here, but that is another peptide that has been linked to angiogenesis and tissue repair. We're also getting MOTS-C, and some patients will call it exercise in a vial. It improves your VO2 max and your exercise tolerance by regulating the energy pathway, basically making more ATP, the energy that we all use to move. It makes more of that available. All right. We're also going to get DSIP, epithalon, and Cmax, which are all peptides that affect cognitive function. So improving thinking, like Cmax is a great option for that. And then DSIP and epithalon both have roles in regulating sleep and recovery.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty wild.
And I've got to say, so some of them are becoming legalized, but even the ones that aren't legal right now, a lot of people are taking them anyway.
Correct.
So
I have a thought just came through. It's an interesting one. With pills and vitamins and all that, we forget one thing. That even though they may be putting some sort of like the chemical, all of this stuff is still technically speaking coming from the earth, right? Because it's not coming from outer space. But of course, this is the human aspect of getting things that are not necessary from the body, or like things that are not necessary for the body, right? But it's a very gray area that itself and I have been like talking about for a while. I'm like, well, itself, if I tell myself that I eat that cookie over there, right, and I don't tell myself I'm going to get fat and it's actually giving me protein, can I trick it? Because isn't it the mind that's really giving it everything? Because the mind is all, the universe is mental, right? So like with a pill or a vitamin, technically speaking, if I told myself that this is what this is doing, wouldn't it just create it? But of course, there's the other side of like the additives that they add into things that are not meant for you, right? It's a very fascinating and gray area when it comes to the body. That's why I'm just curious about what this is going on about, essentially.
My question is, how are people getting them? Listen, I don't want to promote illegal drugs here. This is not that kind of shit. No. But I just want to know what's going on.
No, this is important to talk about, right? Because we have to understand like what's going on in the marketplace. The moment that these drugs were banned, or these medications were banned in 2023, it was kind of like the United States experiment at banning alcohol. It didn't go very well, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the mob came around and we started, seeing unregulated saloons and unregulated alcohol production, and it was contaminated with all the stuff that you didn't want. And so we're like,
people are traveling.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's not a good idea, right? And so what happened is we banned these, and the gray market stepped in. And so these are companies that will sell.
See how I said gray zone, and he said gray market?
And the idea
funny time.
That takes them out of the FDA's jurisdiction, because they're not selling it for people to inject into themselves, out of the FDA's hands. I'm just creating a vial of this magical juice that you can use for your rat, okay? That's the idea. We all know that's not what's really happening. But because there isn't any quality control, it's kind of like getting gas station sushi. Like, yeah, you can do it, but you don't really know if it's sushi, and it may not end very well for you.
Yeah.
And so, again, not saying that there aren't some people who have gotten good results with research use only peptides, but again, it's not standardized, which is why I think moving this back into the 503A compounding world is the best thing for everyone.
Which is the legal framework.
Correct.
Okay, so how does one take a peptide?
That's a great question. So what's interesting is that, as we mentioned, peptides are just made up of building blocks of amino acids. And, if you were to go make yourself a protein shake, what is that going to look like from a Lego standpoint? It just looks like this, a handful of Legos in your hand, right?
All sort of ground up.
All ground up in individual pieces, right?
Okay.
Well, the thing is that your gut is designed to break up any sort of protein that you ingest orally into these little pieces. Okay. And so if you were to say, I don't know, drink some of, this TB500, your body wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that and a piece of chicken.
Because it would break it all apart.
It would break it all apart. Now, there are some very unique exceptions to that. There's a form of BPC 157 that actually is tolerated in the gut. But by and large, the overwhelming majority of these have to be injected either subcutaneously or into the muscle. And that's usually a preference.
Subcutaneous being my belly?
Just underneath the skin. As I tell patients, just pinch an inch, inject under the skin. We do that for a lot of other medications as well.
Is that what this is?
Yeah, so this is a prescription Mounjaro pen. So Mounjaro is the brand name for tirzepatide, all right? Tirzepatide being the leading GLP-1 product right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the whole injection aspect, but, I'm just, like I said, I'm just listening to just for sake of just listening.
Mechanism in which people inject peptides.
No, a little bit different. This is an auto-injector pen. And so what you do is you're able to actually ratchet the dose there on the right side, and then you pinch an inch in your skin and then push it up against, and it'll auto-deploy. And so there's nothing that you need to do. You don't have to learn how to drop medication and inject. Whenever you're administering peptides at home, especially for patients that have obtained them from research use only markets, they usually come in just little vials that need to be drawn up with a needle, okay? Now, the benefit of that is that you can do custom dosing, right? But the drawback is that, well, you have to know how to calculate that and put it together.
This is weird. The reason I said powder is because my brother, he has collagen upstairs with powder, and he has peptides with it. I don't know what type of peptides, but because I didn't read the thing, but it just says collagen with peptides, right? And his fiance, she studies a lot of health stuff, so she makes sure like he takes like good stuff, right? Because that's what she does. She does a lot of research, and they don't just buy like crappy things. Now, mind you, though, they themselves they still adhere to like junk food and whatnot. But when it comes to like health products, I do see that she buys not the cheapy stuff, but like the good stuff. So it's interesting how, peptides, with the collagen specifically, it comes in a powder form, but this guy is saying that's in a vial liquid form. Yeah, he's back. But when he came back, he was sick for a week. Like, he came back, he had a sore throat, and that seemed to be the extent of it. But then within the next like couple days, like it took a massive he was like in bed. He was like, number one, there's a time zone aspect, right? He got super jet lagged. He's back to normal. He's good now. But for a whole week, he was done. He was done like dinner. He told me, well, I'm going to turn the camera to me for a moment so we can just chat for a sec while I do my thing. He told me that when he went to Japan, he enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. He enjoyed it, but he didn't enjoy it the way he enjoyed it the first time. He was telling me, he would always tell people to go visit Japan, but because he went during the pandemic, right, and he had to get the COVID shot because you couldn't come to Japan without having your shot, unfortunately. So if you were anti-COVID and you wanted to go to Japan, you're shit out of luck because they forced you to get your shot. So he went in 2023, just as I came back from New York. And Was it 2023 or 2024? 2024, my bad. He came back. He went in 2024. He went in March, February. He went in February 2024. I had just come back from San Diego. From that, was it my 30 days sleeping in the car aspect? See, I get my trips mixed up. No, it wasn't. It was the one where I stayed with Chuck. And he told me that Japan, when he went during pandemic, was quieter, of course, because, you know, not that much tourists. It was cleaner, it was nicer, it felt friendlier. But him and his fiance, her name is Nancy, they told me that this time around, it felt like as if they didn't leave Toronto at all. It felt like they were in Toronto. I'm like, really? It's like, yeah, there's so much tourists there. The streets are like messy. They're vaping everywhere. It's dirtier now. And the locals are very unhappy with how Japan has turned out because, you know, the boom of the post-pandemic era. Now people are back and traveling there, and you don't need any of that stuff. But it rained a lot as well. They didn't buy as much stuff because of inflation right now, pricing. They still bought stuff, right? Like he got me a little music box from Kingdom Hearts, which I didn't get to show you. I'll play it. Which now is getting me into like maybe buying more music boxes, or it's kind of short, but you know, let me see what you said. All my food organically. Oops. To a place where I can plant my food crops year round. That makes sense. This is Kaori's theme from Kingdom Hearts. It just plays this over and over. So he told me that Japan isn't as good as it was this time around. And he also went with another friend. Her name is Sam. And Chris. I didn't know Chris and Sam were dating, but Sam was a girl I actually had a crush on, but because she had never left the country once, ever, this was her first time traveling, you know, she had a lot of insecurities and a lot of like, you know, she's very like, you know, not open and free to like travel and stuff. Like, so he told me like he would not be going traveling with her again. Like you know, they're friends, but like he wouldn't travel with her again because it was the four of them. And I was like, yeah, so he came back 2 Tuesdays ago, so like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, he like when I asked him like, how's your trip, he's like, he wasn't as like when he first came back the first time, he was more excited. He's like, man, I didn't want to leave Japan, like I didn't want to come back. But this time he's like, you know, part of me wanted to come back. I'm like, wow, really? Like, yeah. I'm like, when's the next time you're gonna go to Japan? And he said, maybe till the next time I move there. But, you know, I don't know. It's starting to slow down. There's a lot of Final Fantasy music boxes. So, this little present that he got me. So, I appreciate it. I didn't know about these music boxes until he told me, and then I started seeing Final Fantasy music boxes. I'm like, oh my god, Amazon has them, and they're like $90, but they're supposed to be like $30. So of course, you know, they're being scalped online, because you know that's how our world works. Unfortunately, people scalping shit and jacking prices up for no reason, because we think that everything's scarcity here. Yeah. Probably. That's probably a thing. I'm sure that's how it is, but they're not happy. The tourists, or not the tourists, the locals there, they're not happy at all. They're not happy whatsoever. There's a couple of things that he also mentioned. I'll get to it in a moment. So he mentioned when they went to a restaurant, they were given an appetizer. And he's like, I hope we don't have to pay for this, because we didn't order appetizers. And when the restaurant owner was there, or when there was any tourist or foreigner who went to a restaurant, because he was there and he saw 2 Japanese businessmen and a white businessman. I hate using the word color like that, or people of color. The Japanese locals didn't get the appetizers, but the foreigners, like he's a foreigner, they got the appetizers. And guess what? The appetizer was more than the main dish. The appetizers were $25 a piece. And they had to pay for it. But they didn't order it. So they did the same thing to the Japanese, the local, or the white businessman. And the locals didn't get the appetizers. Yeah. Little things like that, he was telling me. He also told me, when he was in the bullet train, it was so packed in the bullet train that they couldn't take proper video with their phones. They got some decent photos, but videos they weren't able to get that much videos. They just didn't get the best experience that they wanted, because not only was it cold, it wasn't that warm there either. It was they didn't leave Toronto. That's what they were saying. Not only was it cold, it rained a lot, and taking products, buying stuff, they didn't want to carry their stuff in the rain, you know what I'm saying, because they're walking around, right? The first time they went, they came back with so much stuff, but that's the inflation rate over there wasn't that high, and they had saved up for a while. He wished he knew more Japanese so that he knew what to expect. But Nancy was studying, some Japanese before she was leaving, so that they'd be a little bit more prepared. But still, that wasn't enough preparation. There was a park that they're about to walk into that you have to pay. And he met up with his friend who used to live in Toronto. He met up with him in Japan, because now he's living in Japan with his friends as well. And he was about to walk into a park, and his friend said, "Don't go there." And basically, had his friend not been there, they would have been charged for going, not charged, but they would have to pay to go into the park without them knowing, right? So it's little things like that he told me that Japan's kind of changed in the last couple of years. He also went to Super Nintendo World again. He didn't get to see Peach. He got to see Mario and Luigi, but no Peach. And it wasn't as exciting as it was the first time. And then they also went to the Pokemon Park. It was called Poke Park, Kanto. But Kanto is the first 151 Pokemon. But yet they have Pokemon from all over, from other regions, from the other Pokemon regions, like Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and that's not Kanto. So he also didn't feel like it was worth the value of going to Pokemon Park. So I told him it's an experience, but you know, let's see. Yeah, that's why I feel like it's best to always know a local person in a place you're going. Yeah, true. 100%. For me, where I go, they speak English. And if they don't, they speak Spanish. But most San Diegans, most Californians, they speak Anglais, English. There's one time when I was in Laguna Beach, and some dude, he was like, I don't speak no English. I'm like, what? But you just said I don't speak no English. That's technically speaking English. I asked him about a parking spot. Like, do you know where I can park like my car closer? He's like, I don't speak no English. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. So it's funny. It's funny. I know when I head to Egypt, whenever that is, it's going to be interesting because, you know, I know if you go to the pyramids, there's a lot of scalpers and a lot of people who want you, they come up to you, they want to like take your bags, or they want to have you take some photos, and then you got to pay like $80 or some shit like that. Like, there's a lot of scams that happen right around the pyramid, and you got to be more vigilant. Like, you just got to like look and be mindful, right? And make sure when you're buying a ticket that you're buying it right at the pyramid itself, right? Not, or you buy it online or whatever it is, but yeah, just stuff like that. It's also like New York. If you ever go to New York City, right, make sure you don't go and take a photo with like Spider-Man, because this is what happened to me. So this was when I went to New York. I was like, you know, it's fine, it's whatever, it's an experience. I didn't mind paying, but like, it wasn't by choice, right? I'm like, they came up to me, they're like, hey, you want to take a photo? I'm like, no, not really, I'm okay. Thank you, though. But they just kept surrounding me, and they're like, they kind of like tag you up. Like, it was Minnie Mouse and Spider-Man and Batman and Elmo, and I was like, you know what? This is how they get you. And then, you know what? Sure, whatever, right? Because, you know, sometimes they just use persuasion, and then they took the photo, and I'm like, okay, cool. I don't really want the photo, though. So, you know, I'm good, right? I don't really care for the photo, but thank you. But they're like, no, you got to pay. I'm like, what? Yeah, you got to pay. But I'm like, I don't want the photo. I clearly told you guys I didn't want the photo. No, you got to pay. I'm like, fine, whatever. How much? $25. $25 for a photo? Are you for real right now? And they want it cash. So I'm like, now I have to go find a fucking like vending machine, draw out money from my Canadian bank card to American. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. $25? I mean, look, it's not even about the money, it's about the principle. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me with this shit. I'm paying what? $25 for a photo? That wasn't even that great. Like, I should be getting some next level, like, you know, next level photo, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I was so disappointed. So disappointed. But you know, it is what it's meant to be. And I was like, fine, whatever, I'll pay for it. So shit like that, like, you know, gotta be mindful of. Yeah. For me, I always wanted to go to Japan, but I don't think I really desire to, because, you know, after my brother's experience, like, this is how humans sell, by the way, because now he unsold me the idea of going to Japan because of his last experience. Because like say, for example, you go to a restaurant. We're always selling, just so you know. Let's say you go to a restaurant and you're like, hey, I had the best burger at this place called like I'm gonna make up a name, Waluigi, because, you know, why not, right? Had this best burger at this place called Waluigi's. I know it sounds Italian, and I know it's a Nintendo character, but I had the best burger I've ever had there. I think you'd enjoy it. Of course, then someone will be like, you know what? I'm going to take your recommendation because I trust you. And then, of course, you go have your burger, and that person's like, oh my God, that was a really great burger. Of course, you know, best is subjective. But we're always selling, so like, or we're unselling. So like with him going to Japan, he still says like he loves it there. It's just the tourism screwed it over. Like, so much tourists are there. So then I asked him, hey, did you run into any fancy, like, you know, Supras or anything like that? He didn't run into any fancy cars. I'm like, wow. Either it wasn't in his RAS, his reticular awareness system, because there's another sister who just went to Japan. Her name is Katie. I don't personally know her, like in the, like a person. She's a YouTuber, and she ran into a RX-7 that was modified in Tokyo. So, don't know. So, maybe the Supras were there, he just didn't see them. Because, you know, that's what happens. When your RAS is locked into something, everything else is completely invisible. That's why I said all things exist. You just have to be in resonance of it for you to see it. Otherwise, you're not going to see it. So, like, for example, there could be an opportunity out in the backyard right now that I'm missing, that I can't see, but is there. Right? There could be actually a yellow Supra, like, in the backyard right now, and I'm not seeing, because my brain has not activated the awareness system to look for a yellow Supra in the backyard. But if I look hard enough, I wake up one day and I can probably see a Supra in the backyard. I'm like, how the fuck did a car get in our backyard? And there's no way it can fit through the gate. It must have just fucking landed into our backyard. Or, you know, maybe somebody threw a toy car and like it just magically showed up in the field. You know, now I'm saying yellow Supra, watch. I either run into a yellow Supra somewhere. We'll see. We'll see what happens. One more. Like, for example, you know, for me, my favorite meal in San Diego, which is not really a San Diego meal, funny enough, is a salad. That's probably my favorite thing I've ever ate. A salad, really? Yeah, a salad. Gee, Orion, how can a salad be so interesting? How could that be your favorite? Well, because it tastes amazing. back to this. Yeah.
This may be the most controversial thing we have on this table.
Ooh.
And by pharma's estimate, it might be the most dangerous thing to their entire business model. Because this is tirzepatide, the exact same thing that you had in that pen. But this is made by a high-quality 503A compounding pharmacy. And the reason why this is so controversial right now is because it offers an incredible amount of flexibility, because what you have in your hand there is very standardized, and you administer it once a week because that's what's approved by insurance.
This is like the Ozempic thing everyone's been talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. But think of that as paint by numbers. Okay. You are this section is this color. This section is that color. All right. Think of this as
the thing you've got in your hand
right now. Yeah, exactly. Just a vial of tirzepatide as having infinite permutations and dosing ability, because you can draw this up with a small syringe and do microdosing. So instead of one large dose once a week, because what many patients will experience is they'll have a return of their hunger by the end of the week and they end up losing ground. You can actually, instead of doing a full dose once a week, you could do multiple mini doses throughout the week with this formulation and with this presentation of the medication. All right. But the challenge is that
sounds like
that allows this to be compounded by compounding pharmacies, because
that sounds like a world of fun right there.
Similar to what's in your hand, right? But it offers more flexibility that may be the right choice for some patients. So personalization of medicine, okay? But the challenge is that if you spend however much money on this, you're not giving it to Lilly. And so as a result, we have seen an unprecedented crackdown in the United States from the FDA and trying to shut down compounding pharmacies and prevent them from making these medications, even though that ability to customize, the fact that this is not an exact copy of what's in your hand right now, should protect it under current legislation. But there's now enough pressure from the powers that be and from lobbyists from both Lilly and Novo Nordisk, which are the two companies that make the GLP-1 medications, that we're seeing Marty Makary, the FDA commissioner, has now tweeted more about cracking down on compounded GLP-1 medications than he's tweeted about diabetes or heart disease in his entire time in office.
And just so I understand, I want to play this back to you to make sure I understand.
Sure.
In my hand here, I have tirzepatide on my left.
Yep.
And this is made by Lilly, which is
Correct.
a corporate company who've patented it so they can make lots of money from it.
Correct.
In my right hand, I have tirzepatide.
Tirzepatide with niacinamide.
With niacinamide.
Yep.
And this is not patentable.
So Lilly has a patent on the tirzepatide molecule in that formulation in your hand. Mm-hmm. Okay. And if anyone violates a patent, that can be pursued in U.S. court.
Yeah.
Patent law, right? But what's interesting is that Lilly and Novo Nordisk know that that's different in your right hand. It doesn't look the same. You can dose it differently. And they know that if they were going to fight that in court, it would cost a lot of money and take a lot of time. So you know what's a lot easier? Calling your friend at the FDA and getting him to step on the competition so you don't have to. And then who's paying for that enforcement? It's not the lawyers that the pharma company is paying for. It's the taxpayer paying for the FDA through taxes.
And you seem to imply that this was actually better because you could take it in a more flexible dose. You could take a little bit, a lot. You can take it when you want, whereas this is kind of once a week.
Well, I mean, what is better, right? So I like this option for many of my patients because it's flexible, all right? So that is something that works for most patients, all right? But then again, this works great for patients too.
Okay.
But what you want is you want an ecosystem where you have choice so you can make the right choice for the right patient. For a lot of patients, they're going to do exceedingly well on this, and there's so much data to support that. But I also have a lot of patients who get really ill after they do a large dose of Mounjaro or of GLP-1 med. And if we take that same dose and we just cut it into multiple doses within a week, we can avoid those side effects.
So you've told me that these peptides we have on the table in front of us can improve your skin, weight loss, muscle, energy, chronic illnesses. You talked about the cognitive upsides, and you talk about it very passionately.
Yeah.
So one should ask you, presumably you're taking some peptides.
I am, yeah.
Which ones do you take?
So I will tell you that as of right now, the only peptide I'm taking is a small dose of tirzepatide.
Which is the one we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because back a couple of months ago, I was probably close to about 240 or so. And I was into powerlifting, I still am. But, it's really great to be able to deadlift 500 pounds, but then stairs become really hard when you're trying to walk up. And you're like, I don't know. I kind of like being able to not take a break after 2 or 3 flights of stairs. And so I was like, okay, all right, longevity is a priority of mine. I'm going to slim down a little bit. I was like, let me just try this for a little bit. And what I found is that it is incredibly potent and at a very low dose, very, very tolerable.
Why don't you take some of the others?
Honestly, because right now there is not a legal framework for me to obtain them. And the truth is that I want to be an example for my patients. And that's why I'm out here advocating that we get access to these peptides in a legal, safe way again. All right. And because it's the best thing for everyone.
If they were legal, which ones might you consider?
Oh, man.
Is it really though? I don't know about that.
How old you are, Stephen, but I'm
33.
in my 33. God bless you. I will tell you, once you get over 35, man, that is brutal. All right. I sleep on my neck in a wrong way, and I need like a freaking brace for like 2 weeks. And so, as someone who spends a lot of time in the gym, working out, like you start to accumulate all these little aches and pains. And so, the idea of, for example, I have a very finicky right shoulder. If I try to do a really heavy bench and I haven't warmed up, I can tweak this, and it takes me out of the fight for at least a month. Okay, and I have to do other things. I would have killed at various points in time over the past 2 years to have had BPC and TB500 to hopefully speed that sort of healing. All right. Also, for example, I suffer from really bad rosacea. It flares constantly.
What's that?
So just a redness of the face. Mm-hmm. Okay. That, it makes me look like I'm sunburned. And then I come in the office on like a Tuesday, and then my staff's like, oh my gosh, you go out in the yard and do some work this week? I'm like, it's just my face. For example, that's something that a lot of people have reported benefits from GHKCU from. So again, another compound, another peptide that could be beneficial for a patient like myself.
What about muscle mass and gaining muscle?
Yeah, so that is an interesting misnomer because that has been a common selling point that you'll see on social media. But as of right now, the only peptide that you might construe that way would be this guy right here in my hand, IGF-1 LR3, okay? Now, IGF-1 LR3 is basically the longer lasting version of IGF-1, which is the downstream effect of growth hormone. I'm sure you've heard of bodybuilders taking growth hormone to increase size and, lose fat. In higher doses, it can help contribute to muscle mass, all right? But truthfully, if you're trying to gain significant muscle mass, this is not the way to do it. And so right now, one of the things that peptides can't do for you is independently put on significant amounts of lean mass.
You still have to go to the gym.
You still have to go to the gym, believe it or not. And guess what?
Well, that's the end of the podcast.
Yeah, I'll tell you. But something that blows my mind is that I have so many patients that think that they can just take testosterone and just put on muscle naturally. And it doesn't work that way. You might get a tiny little bit, but you still have to have stimulus. You still have to get in the gym. You still have to put the work in. And so I tell patients that I am not a replacement for a personal trainer. I'm your doctor. You also need your personal trainer. And most of you need a nutritionist, man. And so I'm lucky to work with some great people in the community who partner with me on that. But, it's a full court press when you're trying to get people to, live the highest quality life.
What about some of these metabolic disorders and diseases in terms of like insulin resistance? People on the Diary of a CEO, the audience, are very interested to learn about insulin. I see that a lot in the comment section and a lot of the data.
Yeah.
So if someone's struggling with their insulin levels or their glucose response, how does these peptides help?
Honestly, the best peptides for that right now are the GLP-1 drugs, okay, hands down, because what you're doing is you are slowing gastric emptying, and so you have a slower absorption of that bolus of food that you've eaten, so your glucose doesn't spike. And so as a result, that increases insulin sensitivity significantly. Now, again, you have to be careful about what peptide you're using for what. A lot of these peptides that boost growth hormone and boost, let's say, IGF-1, those can actually increase serum glucose. And that may not be what you want if you are someone that is trying to work on your insulin sensitivity.
And do any of these peptides come as like creams or as pills or anything like that?
If you look online, you can probably find a version of everything. But if we're talking about actual legitimate formulations, the best example of a topical cream is going to be GHKCU. And this is interesting because this is a copper tripeptide that has been found to decrease in expression and concentration as we age. But when it is applied topically, it's highly effective. Topically. So putting on a cream on your face, all right, it's been found to be extremely beneficial in regenerating the quality of skin. So complexion, all right, increasing the amount of collagen and elastin, the things that we need to keep our faces taut hot and youthful, the things that people will pay lots of money to go get lasered to get improvements. Not that it's a replacement for that, but that's a topical form that, believe it or not, you could go out and buy today, because topical GHKCU is regulated very differently than the injectable form.
Is it expensive?
Usually.
You know, growing up, I thought all these sort of anti-aging creams were bullshit. But you're telling me that this has actually been associated with improving signs of aging.
I will tell you this. When I was going through college and medical school, I was the biggest skeptic. Like, I did not believe any of the health or wellness claims that we saw coming out at the time. And again, you know, that was at a time where we were getting bombarded with stuff about the Atkins diet and this, that, or the other. But then all of a sudden, you start having patients come back to you and they're testifying as the benefits they've seen from these things. You start to actually look at the biochemistry behind them. And you're like, there's a lot of science backing this up. This isn't just mumbo jumbo. And so, believe it or not, yeah, there are creams that can slow the process of aging, at least from a visual standpoint, when it comes to your skin. I have yet to figure out anything that, makes me as energetic as I was in my early 20s, but, I'm working on it.
But on that point of energy and cognition, if I wanted to become a better podcaster, and I sit here sometimes we do 2 in a day, which means I might sit here for 8 hours. Once we did, I think a couple of times we've done 3 in a day.
That's brutal.
Which is 12 hours of recording.
Yeah.
But what would you recommend if I was trying to improve my cognitive performance?
So again, as a physician who likes keeping my license, I wouldn't say necessarily recommend, but I would say if we're looking at how these medications have been used, and potentially one that may be legal again coming this July, pending what the FDA says, intranasal Cmax. And this was one that was originally studied actually in Russia many years ago. And what they found is that this 7-amino acid peptide, when it was administered after a TBI, so a traumatic brain injury, or acute injury, that patients tended to bounce back faster. Also, they saw evidence of it improving outcomes after stroke. And it also seems to upregulate the same sort of factors that help with cognition and with, connecting sentences and bits of data in your brain. And so it's also interestingly enough, one of the ones that is available, intranasally, because it goes through the mucous membranes and gets right where you need it. And so that's going to be a really, really fascinating compound to see back on the market. And then we can actually get more data regarding efficacy and across a wide population.
So interesting. And you sniff that through your nose?
Sniff it like you would for any nasal decongestant, right? If you have allergies or something like that. Also, for someone like yourself, you travel a lot. You're going in between different time zones. You're balancing multiple obligations at different odd times of the day. I shudder to think what your circadian rhythm looks like, my friend. But that is what we have some of these other compounds that are going to be available for. So if we look at DSIP, that has been shown to be helpful with regulating your circadian rhythm. All right. That is one of the ones that's going to be approved hopefully here soon, again in July. Right. Mm-hmm. And then, on top of that, you've got, things like Selenk, which is another one that can help calm you as you're going to sleep about an hour ahead of time. And again, help those, deep delta wave brain waves that are so restorative whenever you actually are, resting.
Where will we be able to buy these when and if they are legalized?
So from 503A compounders here in the United States with a prescription from a physician.
So you still need a prescription?
Still need a prescription, correct.
Could be quite a crazy world when everybody is going to be injecting themselves every day. I mean, we're already getting to that point now with the Zempic, where I've got loads of people in my friendship group that are.
And they're doing great.
Yeah, they're doing great.
They're doing great. And that's what I like about, the advent of these GLP-1s is they're removing the stigma of a needle. Mm-hmm. And I look at some of my friends who have been on it. I can't recognize them. They look awesome.
Are you concerned with any of them? I've got a couple of friends in my circle where I'm a little bit concerned. I don't even know if I should be concerned, but it's just when you see someone change so dramatically, so quickly.
Yeah,
I think there's something in us, something prehistoric in us, which goes, "Oh my God, there's a problem."
Yeah. One thing I am concerned about is the rapid weight loss with GLP-1 medications. Because the problem is that when you go into such a radical caloric deficit, your body goes into catabolism, which is breaking down tissue. And you want to break down fat, right? But your body isn't that judicious. It's going to break down muscle. And muscle is the most metabolically important tissue that any of us have. And so if you really want to optimize your insulin sensitivity, well, you need to maintain your muscle. And right now, really the only compounds that we have that are really good at preserving muscle with resistance training is testosterone, right? But that isn't going to be a good option for our male patients that want to get pregnant because testosterone turns off fertility in men, all right? It's also not a great idea for our female patients, all right, depending on their age. Testosterone, TRT is a thing in older, women. Menopausal, won't go into that. But truthfully, testosterone is not the right answer for everybody. And so what we are going to see come down the pipe very soon is kind of the older brother of peptides, the more complex form, biologics called monoclonal antibodies that are specifically designed to inhibit the enzymes that break down muscle. So these are specifically called myostatin inhibitors. There are 3 that are coming down the pipeline. There is one called bimagrumab, which is owned by Lilly. That is going to bind to the peanut butter to myostatin's jelly, which is called Activin. And then you have paretosmab and trevogrumab, which are 2 other compounds owned by a different pharmaceutical company that are all designed to maintain muscle even in a significant caloric deficit.
This is getting interesting now.
Yeah.
So you're telling me I'm going to be able to inject myself with a Ozempic to lose the fat, and then inject myself with something else to keep the muscle?
It's wild. It's wild. And I'll tell you, one of the hardest things that I'm sure you've heard being on the receiving end of this is just the complexity of it. And there are so many levers that are moving at once, and trying to get your head around it and balance it all.
This is going to be one hell of a world we're going to live in if we get into all this stuff.
Who's well educated on them. And that's one of the challenges, is that there isn't broad, great education on these products right now in the medical space. And
so why does someone, I'm just going to pause for a moment. Why is someone going to do this? Well, they want to live longer. They want to look healthier, right? There's all kinds of factors, right? Let's say someone is in their 50s and they want to look like they're in their 20s, right? Because there's a stigma with the number of, your age number, right? Especially when it comes to guys and girls when they're over the age of 40. That's an illusion. Age is but a number, right? Do you need to go through all of this stuff? No, right? Some of us are blessed genetically. Some of us have to work at it, right? I don't want to use the word age, but I did accelerate my evolution during the summer last year. Spent a lot of time in the summer, but not only that, I also stressed the fuck out because of the whole, my 5th awakening, remembering and then going through that chaos mode of like dark depression, insanity. But why are people doing this? Because they want to live longer. They want to feel better, right? Because when you start to get your silvers, you start to freak out a bit, right? Or because you didn't get your partner in your 20s or your teens, right? You start to freak out. So you want to start doing things better. You want to look better. You want to attract someone. You don't want to die alone. Most people don't want to die alone, right? Others are looking for significance in others, right? Of course, they got to start with themselves. But, they also want to just look good. They want to look attractive, right? Is it worth it? Well, that depends per person, right? It comes down to the value. I personally don't think I would ever go down this road. I say that, but then I go and do it, right? Because it's one thing to say it now and then then you eat your words later. Because I've said that many times. I said many times about many things, and now here I am, loving the thing that I absolutely hated at one point. Case in point, California. Once upon a time, y'all, if I haven't already shared this, and I know I have, I used to hate California. I used to hate everything American. Even though I loved traveling there, I hated the idea of being American. Now, I love being American. It was like who I was supposed to be all along. It feels like that's what I was supposed to be. And I can see why a lot of Americans love being American. What about Canadian? Don't you like being Canadian? At one point I did. Now, not so much. There's no benefit of being Canadian. We're always forgotten about. We're not talked about much on the world stage. The ambition here is much lower. Not to say there aren't YouTubers making big waves out here, because there's plenty, like Dave 2D and Unbox Therapy. They're doing their thing here, but you know, they got in very early during their YouTube phase. Plus they had a lot of money, right? You have to have money to do stuff. But that's not entirely true. That's a limiting belief. And I feel more connected to California than I do Toronto. Like, this is not my place. I can make anywhere my place, but my place, I feel more naturally thriving in San Diego. That's like home. Like, I just feel good. So, in any event, you know, would I do this? Well, who knows? You never know what happens in the future.
And so that's something that I'm very passionate about, is improving education across my colleagues so that they're not afraid of these anymore.
What do you say to people that are listening to this now and go, fucking hell, why don't you just like eat your greens and go to the gym?
Yeah.
And just be more human and you'll be fine.
I love that. I love eating your greens and going to the gym, okay? But the unfortunate reality is that here in the United States, it depends on what database you look at, but obesity rates are estimated to be 40 to 70%, okay? Whether you, depending on what BMI cutoff you're using, okay? BMI is not perfect, but it is what it is. And so the thing is that, well, eating greens and going to the gym are not working for us as a society. And we could talk about how we don't have real food anymore. We have food deserts. We have this calorically dense but nutritionally poor food. I'll tell you, the most disturbing thing I see as a surgeon is I'll see a patient come in the door and they're morbidly obese. They're a large individual, but I have to do surgery on them. But the connective tissue, the stuff that's made up of protein that makes them, that literally holds them together, is paper thin, because they're eating an incredible amount of calories, they're gaining fat, but they don't have any protein in their diet. And that's not something that's rare. I see that on a daily basis. And so the truth is that, you know, we're talking about this from the angle of biohackers and people that are super engaged in our health. But the truth is that this is going to be able to be used to help our population at large and, you know, ultimately, hopefully avoid a lot of the terrible disease states that we're seeing overwhelm the medical system right now.
How big is the peptide industry right now?
If we look at the top 4 large language models companies, all right, so all the heavy hitters and how much revenue they're generating, it's estimated be between 58 billion up to maybe 62 billion. Yet the income and the revenue from just semaglutide and tirzepatide alone is going to be over 55 billion this year. And so what we have is peptides, without even considering all of this happening in the research space or the research use only space, without even considering the peptides that we'll see come from compounding pharmacies, we're already approaching parity with what we're seeing in AI as far as revenue goes. That is the demand that we're seeing in the marketplace.
I run multiple companies that have multiple sales teams.
I don't need your ad.
Like, well, what are you trying to do, right? And then you start to talk to someone there, like, well, I'm trying to build this. Okay, you need a saw, you need a screwdriver, you need this. And some of those tools might be peptides, all right? But some of them may be hormones. You know, some of it may be diet and exercise. And so peptides are just another type of tool that we can use.
We all want a shortcut, though. Doctors, we all want a quick way to be better.
Yeah.
And ideally not to have to do hard work. That's like what most people, you know, the average person is looking for. And we hear about these peptides, we hear other people are taking them, we hear the fantastic results in skin, hair, muscle. Yeah. And we go, fucking, what about me?
You know what I tell patients? I'm like, me too, man. You know, but my alarm still went off at 4:45 this morning so I could hit the gym before I made it to clinic, because there are no real shortcuts. There are things that can help, right? GLP-1s are the best example of that, right? Okay, this is the closest thing to a shortcut you're going to get. But the truth is that this isn't going to go to the gym for you, and it's not going to lift the weight, so you can maintain that muscle mass so you get the best possible result and try to hold on to your muscle while losing the fat.
One thing I've learned from doing this podcast that has really grown with me over time, people ask me all the time, like, what's the one thing you've learned from the podcast? One of the answers that I've never given that I'm going to give now is that I've learned that there's no such thing in life as a free lunch.
No, absolutely not.
And what I mean by that is, like, everything is a trade-off.
Yes.
And if you ever hear on a podcast or in any medium that something has tremendous upsides, the first question one should ask is, what's the trade? And like just with everything, you can apply this to having a relationship with a partner.
Yeah.
Huge upsides. Also, trade-off.
Trade-off. Yeah.
Kids. Like
I love my children. I haven't slept in years, right? You know, like this is life, right? There are trade-offs. And even with great tools, there are trade-offs.
So what are the trade-offs of these peptides?
The biggest trade-off right now is you don't know.
I don't know about that, to be honest. It all comes down to perception and perspective there. What you might call a trade-off, someone might call a perspective. Because, you know, that's you all being human there for a moment. But when you know you're God, being a human, there are no real trade-offs because you just know. Right, sure. Will you have to have trade-off if you have kids and they have to wake up at 3 a.m. and you're not going to feed them? Of course you have to wake your ass up and feed them. But you made that choice, knowing that full well. Right? So, or like you get a pet and they get sick and you have to take care of them. You got to go to the vet. You got to pay whatever bill you got to pay. Right? Trade-off. Yes. But it's also perspective because you chose to have that. You chose to encompass these things in your life. But at the same time, it's not really a trade-off because you choose to do it. So it's not really a trade-off. So, perspective. Perspective and perception always is your best friend.
If you're even getting what you want, right? Because you're ordering this from some research, compound only. You don't know whether or not they've gotten out all the appropriate endotoxins. You don't know if you're getting what you actually paid for. So that's the biggest thing. And also the thing is that, well, all right, these have a good example of, preventing or helping heal injury. But the thing is that, well, we've got other compounds over here. Let's go ahead and let's just pull tesamorelin as an example. So this is actually interesting. It's a peptide that is commercially available right now. I could write the script for you. You could go pick it up from CVS or Walgreens. Okay. This is available as a commercial product and people really like it because it'll help boost growth hormone and it happens to be uniquely good at stripping abdominal fat. Okay. Or visceral fat. But the thing is that, the moment you stop taking it for a brief period of time, well, if you haven't changed anything about your lifestyle, you're going to go right back to where you were.
It's good at stripping abdominal fat, belly fat.
Belly fat. This is what it's known for. Yeah.
It's good at stripping belly fat.
Stripping belly fat specifically. So bodybuilders actually really like it for that particular application.
I had no idea there was a peptide for stripping belly fat.
There you go, man. And for example, here, we've got another one. So this is melanotan-2, right? So this is a melanocortin receptor agonist. So melanocortins, that's what makes you tan, right? So you can administer this, all right? And it will actually end up giving you a deep tan in response to just a little bit of UV sun exposure, all right? Now, I know, right? Listen, I've embraced my pasty whiteness, so I'm not, not necessarily my bag, but it's real. Now, again, there are some safety concerns with this because, again, could that potentially stimulate a melanoma or something like that? But this is something, again, it's a peptide that gives a wildly different result than tesamorelin, right? Because it's a different
tan.
It does. Yeah, it does. It'll also give you some of the most impressive erections you've ever had in your life. So be warned.
Wait, it's literally turning you into a black guy.
Finally. Yeah, right. And it's wild. So there's even a derivative of melanotan-2 called PT141, bremelanotide, that is a commercial product right now that you can write as a prescription. Okay. But that doesn't have the tanning benefit, but has the sexual, benefits.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Keep those ones over here.
We have to talk about this. Another really interesting phenomenon that we've seen, right, is that now we've got all of these companies that are making these research use only compounds, right? It used to be that you would have a compound that's in drug development and you're seeing all the advertisements for it. Maybe if you follow these sorts of things like I do because I'm a nerd, right? You get excited about it, but you don't get access to it, right? Well, believe it or not, the next blockbuster drug that Lilly is going to come out with probably in the next couple of months is this guy called retatrutide, all right? And retatrutide is fantastic in that it is the first 3-receptor agonist GLP-1 drug. So the GLP-1 drugs, okay, whenever you're talking about semaglutide and tirzepatide, they have slightly different profiles.
This is the Ozempic category.
Correct, right? So GLP-1 is the primary receptor that they work on. And what that will do is it slows gastric emptying and it limits caloric intake, all right? But then in tirzepatide, not semaglutide, but tirzepatide is a dual agonist. So it has effect on GIP, which is a different receptor. Well, retatrutide adds in glucagon receptor activation. And so, believe it or not, your liver actually acts like a repository of energy where it stores glycogen and fat that your body can use as energy. But that's a problem, right? If you get too much fat there, if you have a caloric excess, then you could end up having what's called NASH cirrhosis, but non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, basically inflammation of your liver due to accumulating too much fat. It's a problem. But by stimulating the glucagon receptor while simultaneously hitting GLP-1 and GIP, what we found is not only do patients lose an incredible amount of weight, but they also get the best improvements we've ever seen in their liver health that we've ever seen. And people have been buying that from research use only websites and using it for about 2 years now. And bodybuilders have already made this the standard in their protocol when it comes to cutting for a show. And it is wildly effective. And we're now seeing the population using a drug at scale that hasn't even made it through commercialization yet.
Why are you smirking? You're using it.
No, I have not. I can honestly say I have not used Retta, but I find it fascinating, though. It's absolutely wild. You know, talk about power to the people, right?
What about these others then? What else have we got here that you think is interesting?
So we've got these two here that I think are really interesting. So CJC 1295 and ipamorelin. So the whole idea is that, you know, can we stimulate growth hormone? And there's an interesting story behind that. You know, actually growth hormone itself was very, very popular for many, many years as an anti-aging compound. But then we changed some laws here in 1990. Okay, that made it a little dicey to prescribe growth hormone. And also, you know, it's kind of a blunt instrument. We wanted something to stimulate more natural growth hormone release. So we have this entire class of medications called secretagogues that help stimulate natural growth hormone release. And these are two of the most potent ones that are often combined together.
And when we say growth hormone,
yes.
What does growth hormone do?
So growth hormone acts like a signal that tells your liver to make more of another compound we talked about, IGF-1. What growth hormone does is growth hormone actually stimulates building muscle. Okay, yep. It also strips fat. Okay, and it's also been found to help with tissue healing.
Okay,
and so there's a significant benefit in that regard. And so people want to boost their growth hormone. It improves quality of skin, improves quality of hair and nails, and that sort of thing. And so these two compounds together are particularly potent. CJC 1295 being a growth hormone releasing hormone derivative. And then we have ipamorelin, which is a ghrelin receptor agonist. So again, improving the release of growth hormone through two different synergistic mechanisms. And so that one is really, really interesting, or these two together. And then on top of that, so this one, somatotropin, another word for growth hormone. Okay, so this is growth hormone, okay? Just a different word for it.
So what would happen? Let's just take this one.
Sure.
Somatotropin.
Yeah.
Somatotropin.
Yeah.
If I bought this for research purposes.
Research purposes only.
And I started injecting some of this into me.
Yes.
What would change?
So it depends on how much you do and when you do it. So the idea is that if you injected that at night, it would improve your quality of sleep. Okay. You would get a boost in your quality of your hair, your skin, nails. Theoretically, it'd be easier for you to recover from injuries, hopefully put on a little bit more muscle, a little bit easier, maybe lose a little bit of fat.
So why don't I take it?
Well, because if you take a little bit too much, you can actually get insulin resistance because your glucose levels will go too high for too long. All right. You abuse too much for too long, you will actually get acromegaly. So that's development of your bones continue to grow, but not only in certain junctures. And so there's a very specific look that bodybuilders who abuse growth hormone in high amounts will get to them, all right, which is an irreversible change to the facial bone structure. You can also theoretically, if you had a cancer, maybe it could make it worse, all right. We've never shown it that it causes new cancers, but that could be a concern. And, you know, on top of that, it could give you insulin resistance because, you know, yeah, exactly, right. And if you take too much, it could potentially make your hands numb in the morning because you get effusions into the joint space. And so bodybuilders will talk about lifting a dumbbell and having to drop it because their hand goes numb temporarily if they're taking too much growth hormone too soon.
That's crazy.
And what else have we got here?
Oh my gosh. So epithalon. So this is the medication that is theoretically going to be available to us in July. Okay. And so the hope is that, you know, this is going to expand cell life. So epithalon, the purpose of it is it works to enhance telomerase. So at the end of your cells, imagine it this way. You're trying to copy the genome but the little copier that copies it takes up space enough itself. So it's kind of like it cuts off the last couple letters every single time.
This is when you're aging, right?
When you're aging, you're creating new cells, right? Cells divide through this process called mitosis where they split, all right? Well, if you got to make an exact copy, well, you've got to read through all these lines of code. But because of the way that we're built, we always end up cutting off the last little bit of code. Now,
which is how we age.
Which is how we age. It is one of the things that contributes to aging, all right? Now, that is considered to be, quote unquote, junk information. It's at the very end called the telomere, all right? But we know that shorter telomeres are associated.
Hey, the telomeres. Now we're talking about my telomeres. I love telomeres.
Repair the telomere called telomerase. Epithalon helps encourage that. And so some people are looking at that as being one of the fountain of youth compounds. I'm very skeptical as far as that goes, but it does show some benefits when it comes to healing parts of your brain that are associated with regulating your circadian rhythm.
So the average person listening now, they've heard a lot of stuff about a lot of things. How do they know if they should pursue getting and taking peptides? Like, how do they know? What are they looking for?
So what I will say is that think of peptides as falling into three categories, all right? You've got category one, which are peptides that you can prescribe right now, legal from, a commercial pharmacy. That includes the GLP-1s, PT141, bremelanotide I mentioned to you earlier, oxytocin is another one. We have these different compounds that are available. And then we have what we call category two, which we don't have anything in right now, but that will consist of the 7 peptides that are hopefully going to be approved in July whenever they get moved from category 2, cannot compound, to category 1, can compound, all right? And then everything else is kind of in this category 3, where it's only available for research use only. And so my recommendation for patients is don't go out and buy research use only compounds, all right? You don't know what you're getting, and you don't know if you're dosing it right. You don't know if it's contaminated. So really what the public should be doing is educating themselves on this, and then going and talking to their doctors about what problems they have. And then potentially when those options become available, a peptide might be part of the answer for their problem.
Okay, so speak to your doctor.
Yeah.
Consult with your doctor. And make it a conversation with whoever your medical professional is about your symptoms and what might be useful and what the range, the toolbox, the options are to attack those symptoms.
Yes, absolutely. Collaborate with your doctor. Your doctor should be your partner in you getting as healthy as humanly possible.
We talked about trizepatide, Ozempic, semaglutide. One of the questions that's front of mind for everybody, whether they're taking them or watching others take them, is what happens when you stop?
We've looked at that. You actually regain the weight. And so, because the truth is that you have introduced something into your life.
Basically, yeah. Until you've changed your lifestyle, like if you just take something, it's sort of like a shortcut. So that means like once you stop, right, it's like anything else, it'll atrophy.
That has moved the needle in one direction. But if you don't change anything else, well, you take that back out, well, you're going to go back to where you were. And so if you're going to maintain that weight loss, you have to make lifestyle changes associated with that. Right. And what we found is that people do regain, if they do make lifestyle changes, they do regain some of the weight, but not necessarily all of the weight. And there's also data showing that you could potentially stay on that medication, but at a much lower dose, and then maintain your weight, okay? So there are options to minimize your medication burden long-term.
And of all the things we've talked about today, if you had to just pick one thing that excites you the most, that's either coming down the pipe or here already, what is the thing you're most excited about? I see your eyes wondering.
Hands down, it's that one over there, retatrutide. Because the changes in body composition that we have seen both in clinical trials, and in anecdotal reports from users who have obtained it on their own are wild. We're talking losing 20 to 25% of total body weight within a relatively short period of time. And I think that this is going to be basically the Ferrari of GLP-1 medications when it comes out. It's not for everybody, right? It's going to go faster than everything else, but it's going to change the game. I think this is going to be a $1 trillion drug when it comes out.
And no one's going to own the patent, so everybody will be able to access it. Is that right?
No, that is going to belong solely to Lilly. And so you are going to see, and they are going to enforce it, as aggressively as they've ever enforced anything. But you will see profound results in patients.
People are referring to peptides as Silicon Valley's miracle drug. And I wondered why that was, why it's been associated with Silicon Valley. Have you heard that at all?
I have, and I'll tell you, I've seen some peptide stacks from Silicon Valley, founders and individuals that blow my mind. I'm like, oh man, even I think that's a lot.
Why would people in Silicon Valley, why would founders be interested in peptides?
Well, I think it's because we all want to live our, best version of our own lives, right? We want to perform at the highest level. And so, people will do whatever they can. They'll drink caffeine, they'll, pop a Zen in their mouth, and they'll try to tweak whatever variable they possibly can to get the best possible performance. And the thing is that anabolic steroids come with, significant side effects, and that's not everybody's cup of tea, right? And the health consequences.
That's what I was leaning to earlier.
Dwarf anything that you might experience with peptides. And so peptides offer a lot of flexibility in pulling many different levers that are interesting to like your regular average person. And honestly, it requires a little bit of DIY right now because of the nature of these peptides. And I think you combine that with the kind of rogue, founder spirit that is common in Silicon Valley. And I think it's a perfect fit.
I asked you a second ago, what are the 3 questions that people come to you and ask you as a doctor? The first one, as it related to peptides, was which peptide should I be taking?
Yeah.
Are there any other questions we haven't covered off that are commonplace in your practice?
The second one is, can you prescribe me? And then I have to explain to them the regulatory environment, surrounding peptides that, as of right now, the only peptides that I can prescribe are the ones you can get from CVS or Walgreens, which is going to be your GLP-1 medications, and a handful of others that usually aren't applying to the young men that I see in my practice.
I've had so many founders speak to me and say, why didn't this particular ad that I ran on this platform work for me? Is there a super peptide for anti-aging and skin and some of those issues?
Oh, for skin, GHKQ.
GHKQ.
Yeah. So this is, probably the most well-known peptide for use for skin complexion. And really, it may have some small benefits when it comes to hair. All right. But those reports are a little bit more spotty.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then so outside of the world of peptides for a second.
Yeah.
I've got these 3 vials in my hand.
I'm so scared. All right.
Do you know what those are?
Oh, yeah. This is, unfortunately, our future if we're not careful.
Explain.
So, what we've got here is we have 3 different canisters containing water that has a little bit of coloring in it. And what you can see is that all the way back in 1973, this is pretty opaque. All right. Like, this is not what you can't see through it. And then 2026 has a little bit of color to it. And then we've got over here 2045, which is totally clear. This, unfortunately, is actually representing the fertility trajectory for young men, because what we're seeing is that back in 1973, total motile sperm count, so how many healthy swimming sperm do we have in each ejaculation, is exponentially higher and more dense than what we're seeing today. And so what we're seeing is a progressive decline in male fertility over time. And that's been demonstrated in multiple studies. We've debated this at multiple meetings. People have tried to argue that it's a measuring difference. But as we give it more time and as we give it more scrutiny, this is real. We are experiencing a significant decline in sperm quality and motility and concentration.
Why?
So the leading culprits are going to be, yes, microplastics and environmental toxins. Okay, things that are put in our environment that we have been exposed to that we can't help. But again, the biggest modifiable risk factor is insulin resistance and metabolic disease. Obesity. And so a downstream effect that we may see from peptides, like we discussed before, is we may be able to help reverse this for the first time in history by trying to prevent the development of metabolic disease.
Using some of the peptides we talked about earlier.
Exactly. I gave you the example of a patient that I saw in clinic this past week that increased his sperm count 10 times over. Imagine if we had given that to him before he even got that obese, when he just started to get a little bit overweight and at a lower dose. Well, he may have never ended up in my office, right? Because his primary care doctor would have identified that, treated it, and he never would have needed the specialist.
It's crazy.
It's wild. So ultimately, if you look at what are the ills that are affecting healthcare in, any first world nation, the number one offender is metabolic disease and metabolic dysfunction. And this is something that was actually hinted at.
Just have to pause for a moment. Just doing my 55 curls in the background. Basically, that was a ripple effect. But that comes down to choice. And the choices that you make, we all make, of what can and may happen as a, every action has the equal and opposite reaction, or another way of saying that, every cause has an effect. And every effect has a cause. So, for me, specifically, I choose to move my body every fucking day. Whether I eat 10 pounds of ice cream, right? I eat not the healthiest things in the world at times. I still choose to move my body because this is giving my body movement snacks. And my body loves this, right? I actually enjoy when I get to move the body. Even when it seems like I'm kind of like taking longer than I should, I'm giving the body time to just kind of like rejuvenate, relax, but like kind of like, stretch it out throughout the afternoon into the evening. And, I'm making choices that's returning me, which I'm already there, to the age of 17, 18. So just before I hit my 20s. Minus, of course, the dye on my beard, but, that's whatever right now. Just making sure I stay the healthiest I possibly can. And, this is a reason why, like, when I saw that guy, when he was a 99-year-old man in the gym lifting 30-pound dumbbells, and he's looking like he was, like, in his late 50s, early 60s. I was like, yeah, this guy don't look like he's 99. He looks like he's probably hitting late 50s, early 60s. And I'm like, yeah, if I can get to his age with that look, I'll take that. So I'm going to take it a step further. So I'm making certain choices to make sure that I keep moving my body. And that's why I want to share with the world as well, that you're not only God, that you have the power in every present moment to make the choices that you choose to. The only reason why you're not making those certain choices is because of the emotions that you've assigned to the words that you've been speaking throughout your life. Everything is interconnected. Nothing's compartmentalized. Let's go.
Metabolic disease and metabolic dysfunction. And this is something that was actually hinted at, by, RFK whenever he was talking about root cause of disease. Well, yes, we have many, many diseases and many, many infections that don't stem necessarily from insulin resistance. But if we look at cardiac disease, if we look at issues with lack of perfusion, my specialty, erectile dysfunction, right? We look at cancer. All of this is related back to obesity and metabolic dysfunction. And so if we can eliminate that, as a society, or we can minimize it to as little as possible, well, I mean, man, maybe I'd finally work myself out of a job.
Your specialty is erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, so my specialty is this branch off of urology that we broadly call men's health, okay? And so what that incorporates for us is going to be low testosterone, advanced hormone management. I take that a little bit further than most people. That's totally cool. And then also erectile dysfunction, Peyronie's disease, which is damage to the penis that causes curvature, and then male fertility on top of that. And I do a little other thing, treating leakage after prostate cancer treatment. And that's basically it. I treat like 5 things maybe, and that's it. So I'm very, very specialized because I was the kid that, liked to take my sandwiches apart and eat it one at a time. I was very precise. And I figured, you can do a lot of things in this world and be okay at them, or you can pick 4 or 5 and get pretty good at them. So that seemed to work for me.
I was looking at a photo of you 5 years ago, and you were very different.
Yeah.
You've changed a lot.
So I will tell you this. Medical training in the United States has gotten better, but it is grueling. It's absolutely grueling. For 5 years, I worked anywhere from 80 to 100 hours a week in a hospital. No eating, very little sleep. Did not care for yourself at all. And again, we can argue.
I know that feeling very, very well.
But the truth is that it really beat me down. It absolutely took me apart physically and psychologically. In part, it's designed to do that, because the idea is that as a surgeon, you have to be able to perform when all the lights are on, when everything is against you. You have to be the one to hold it together in the operating room and command that ship and save that patient. And I remember being totally devastated towards the end of training. And I did a very challenging surgery on a very needy patient. The gentleman was about to go into renal failure, did not have a lot of kidney left, and he had a very challenging kidney tumor that was in a very treacherous location. It was in a location where he should have lost that kidney by all measure if we were going to take out that cancer. And he was at a county hospital. He had no insurance, and we swung for the fences and did a very, very challenging operation on him. And against our best efforts with having everybody there, he ended up having a bleed post-operatively that night. And I remember getting the call, I was on call, and that his blood pressure had dropped and that he did not look well. And I knew exactly what it was because, again, this was a very treacherous surgery. And I went in the middle of the night with my attending, who was a different attending than the one I did the initial surgery with. And I remember just opening him up and just being covered in blood that we were taking out of the abdominal field, that we were evacuating, eventually identifying the area of the bleed. And there was no way that it could have been avoided. I remember my attending yelling at me, and we ultimately had to take that guy's kidney. And I remember walking out of there, just being totally shattered, covered in blood, crying in a hallway by myself, wondering if, what was the point? Like, is there a tomorrow after this? Like, I spent all this time in this training. Like, am I good enough? Am I going to be able to make this? And, I wasn't well put together, wasn't healthy. And I ended up spending a lot of time with that patient, literally held his hand throughout the rest of his hospital stay. And he ended up recovering and against all odds. But, afterwards, I took a strong interest in not only taking care of my patients, but also practicing what I preach, taking care of myself and prioritizing my own health. I got evaluated. I was diagnosed with low testosterone myself. Turns out not eating or sleeping for 5 years will do a number on you.
Cortisol stress.
Through the roof, 24/7. I cannot even imagine what, there's a part in the brain called the hippocampus that when they do MRIs on soldiers that come back from war, that'll be degenerated in them. I wonder if we did that in surgical trainees, what that would look like. But I made a commitment to take care of my patients, to take care of myself and make that a priority, and to be, simultaneously the best doctor and, the best father and, husband that I could be. Not perfect, made a lot of mistakes along the way. But, what you're seeing from 5 years ago is where I was, I've been in training now for 7 years, so it took a while to kind of recover from that. But what you're seeing is, what focusing on health and wellness can potentially look like.
The emotion in you is palpable when you talk about this. And I'm wondering where that comes from. What is it? Because you're looking off into the distance at something. And I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm caring for my patients and I see a young man that is struggling with his fertility and he wants to be a father, I was that guy. Me and my wife couldn't get pregnant when we first tried. We ended up having to do in vitro fertilization and IVF. I remember feeling like I wasn't a man because I was sitting in that room holding her hand and not having an answer as to why things weren't working. When I see my patients who come in that are, struggling because their hormones are out of whack, and no matter how they try to take care of themselves, something just isn't clicking. I've been that guy. And then when I see my other patients, that are further on in life and struggling with things like, prostate cancer or erectile dysfunction, whatever the case may be, I see my father, my uncle, my grandfather, and they are someone's father, grandfather, and uncle. Like, these are our brothers, and this is who I have been called to care for. And I care for my patients deeply. And it's because I care for my patients. And this is a calling for me that I care about stuff like this, because I want my patients to have every tool physically possible to live their best quality of life so that they can be whole and they can be happy, and so that they can be the best version of themselves for their loved ones.
Well, thank you for caring, because it matters. And a lot of this stuff is quite opaque and confusing to an average person like me, but I'm so glad that we have people there in the world like you that are demystifying all of this for us and explaining it in simple terms, but also championing it. Because, one of the other things I've learned from doing this podcast is solutions to problems that a lot of people are suffering with are option right in front of us, but they need voices and educators like yourself out there leading the charge so that these types of things are available to everyone, not just the few.
Absolutely.
Not just the billionaires who can get whatever they want straight away any day.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing I love is that I've been very blessed in my practice to take care of people that are much fancier than I am and sit in boardrooms and that sort of thing. But you know what? I love taking care of my regular patients who are, farmers, iron workers, tradesmen, guys that, truthfully, I have more in common with than anyone else. I joke with my patients, I'm just an overeducated plumber at the end of the day, right? Urologist. And so it's health is for everyone, not just for the fortunate.
The last thing I wanted to talk to you about is linked but random.
Yes.
That's a bar, by the way.
Enhanced games.
Let's do it. I am so excited about these. So
do you know them?
I do very well. So for those of you, or for those who may not know, the Enhanced Games is a project based off of the World Anti-Doping Agency's own data. Potentially up to 40% of athletes that are competing at the Olympic level are currently using or have used banned substances at some point in time. All right. And also, we know that a lot of the compounds that are used for enhancement maybe aren't quite so dangerous if they're being administered by a trained medical professional with proper oversight. And as of right now, that's not happening. Also, at the same time, we know that Olympic athletes aren't paid enough, right? These are the best of the best of the best, and they're not even making the poverty line a lot of years. And so the idea is this, well, what if we go ahead and we strip away those rules, okay? We allow athletes to use medications that can enhance performance. We watch them very closely, and we have a team of doctors and medical professionals watching them. And then let's see what they can do at these traditional Olympic events and see if they smash world records. Oh, and they're going to give $250,000 to any first place winners and $1 million to anyone that hits a world record.
And just for comparison, how much are Olympic athletes getting paid?
They don't get paid to compete at all, okay? So they don't get paid to be an Olympic athlete. They end up getting sponsorship deals, and that's potentially the money that they can make. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it's basically the doping Olympics where everyone's allowed to dope.
That's the idea. There are some caveats in there. They're trying to say that only FDA-approved medications can be used. Okay, so you couldn't use something like Trenbolone, which is for veterinary use only, or theoretically any of the compounds we've talked about today because they're not FDA-approved. But also at the same time, they've said that they're not going to test for those things. And one of their athletes, Magnuson, has openly admitted to taking BPC 157 and that sort of thing. So I think we can kind of figure out that it may just be a wide-open playing field, maybe. So.
The International Olympic Committee does not pay athletes a single cent for winning a gold medal.
Yep.
Just crazy.
How many billions do you think they make off of those with all the advertisement?
So much money.
Right? Yeah.
And this is taking place in Las Vegas.
May 21st through the 24th, I believe.
Are you going to go?
I'm going to be watching, that's for sure.
Do you want to go?
I would love to go. That would be incredible.
Well, if you want to go, I know a few people that are putting the event on, so do let me know.
I'm there, man. I'm already interested. You got my attention.
Is there anything else we should have talked about that we didn't talk about as it relates to this subject we've discussed today?
I mean, honestly, I think that we've gone pretty deep on peptides. And so I think we've, covered that. But one thing that I did want to just leave with you, because I think it's pretty humorous, and I think you've talked to some of my colleagues about this before. Mm-hmm. But, one of the things that I deal with as a surgical specialist is the end stage of vascular disease, the end stage of diabetes, which is going to be erectile dysfunction. All right. And, believe it or not, whenever we're dealing with that in male patients, they eventually get to a point where things like Viagra and Cialis do not work, all right? And that is a dark place to be as a guy. And so you're taking these medications, all you're getting is a headache and nothing else. And then maybe you have other options. There are actually injections you can do into the penis, which is about as appetizing as you might imagine. But men want a better solution, and they'll come to us as sexual medicine specialists, seeking that. And that's what I do. So the bulk of my surgical practice is actually fixing erectile dysfunction with a procedure called implant placement. Okay.
Oh, no.
Absolutely. So now, I think, did Rena show you one of these last time?
She brought it, and I didn't ask her to. Show me. It makes me I get full body shudders when I hear about this stuff. Yeah, the thought of putting that up my penis.
Well, so
you can show me. No, you can show me.
Well, I will tell you. The good news is you don't have to. Okay, like that's what we have a job for. Okay, but the way I explain it to patients is like this. So take this out of the picture. Okay, ultimately, like the male erection is just two inflatable tubes that start in the pelvis and go out the shaft of the penis. It makes sense, right? It is a hydraulic motion. What happens is you get stimulated, get a rush of blood into those tubes, get a rigid erection, able to use that for intimacy, and then when you climax, pop-off valve opens back up and everything drains out. All right. So if you can understand brakes on a car, you can understand erections. But the problem is that when you have long-term metabolic and vascular dysfunction, the brake lines, the blood vessels that feed those erections, they fail, and all of a sudden you can't get enough blood flow for it to work. And believe it or not, you can actually get atrophy of the penis over time, and you actually lose size. All right, which no man is eager to see. All right, but whenever the easy things like oral medications, Viagra and Cialis don't work anymore, the next best option, if we're looking at patient satisfaction, durability, concealability, is this little thing that I do, which is, what if we took our own tubes, okay, and we put them inside your body's natural ones? It's invisible. Nobody looking at you could ever tell that you've ever had anything done. But all of a sudden, when you want to get an erection, instead of having to rely on pills that don't work or putting a needle in there, right, you could reach down, and there's a small pump that we hide underneath the skin, down in the scrotum. Okay, so I joke it's like a third testicle, but again, nothing external, nothing you can see. And all of a sudden, whenever you squeeze this, what it does is it moves saline that we hide in a little reservoir that goes in the belly, you never feel that, into the cylinders. And all of a sudden, men are able to get a firm, rigid erection that looks natural, feels natural, and they can use it as long as they want or until their partner's sick of them, and then press a button and it goes back down.
Do they still feel the same pleasure?
Yeah, so it does not affect sensation. And so the nerves that affect sensation run along the top of the penis, if you're looking at a clock, at the 12 o'clock position, and we stay totally away from those.
So this is surgically put inside the penis?
All internal. And believe it or not, that takes me about 13 minutes to do.
How many people have these?
Well, I've put in about 11 or 1,200 personally, but
11 or 1,200.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's quite a lot of people. There'll be people listening now that have these.
Well, this is what's interesting. If you look at in the United States right now, okay, there are 30 million men with erectile dysfunction in the United States right now. That's more than the population of Australia. All right.
Oh, wow.
And if you look at statistics, the oral medications are going to fail in 15 to 40% of those men the first time they fail that. And so you're talking about millions and millions of men who aren't responding to oral medications and need a better option.
So where's the button to get rid of the erection?
You see those two little bars right there?
These two.
Yep. Go ahead and put your thumb on. Do that, and then squeeze from the end of the device back towards the pump.
So squeeze it.
Yep. Right there. There you go. It's down. And then you would have the weight of your natural tissue push things down.
Okay, and then okay.
And there you go.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm happy people have the options, because I can imagine what that would be like to not be able to get an erection. It would be devastating, frankly.
Well, I'll tell you this. I get more hugs and high fives than anybody else in my practice, and that includes the guys that treat kidney stones and cancer. So I feel like you're doing some good work here until peptides put me out of business.
I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. And you have a great YouTube channel.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Which I think everybody should go check out, because you really are great at explaining all this stuff in simple terms. So I'm going to link Dr. Alex's YouTube channel down below. We'll try and collab. So if you just click on the Diary of a CEO icon now, you'll see Alex's channel. And I highly recommend you go check out his content, because he's really, really leading the charge on this subject of peptides. When I spoke to my team and said I want to have a conversation about peptides, they gave me lots of options of lots of different types of doctors, and you are by far and away our preference, because of the very fact that you're very, very good at communicating. You understand people, and as you've demonstrated today, you have a very big heart.
I appreciate that.
And you're clearly, it was wonderful to see what's actually driving you, and you did that in a way which is irrefutably authentic. So please go check out Alex's channel. You're around 100,000 subscribers on that channel now?
I'm so close. We're at like 98, 99 any minute now.
Okay, so hopefully we can help push you over that milestone.
Yeah.
We have a closing tradition, Alex, on this podcast, where the last guest leaves a question for the next, not knowing who they're leaving it for.
Okay.
The question left for you is, if you could give 1 billion...
Go shower just now.
You don't know personally, who is it? And what do they have to spend it on?
Give it to me and I'll show you.
Honestly, I would give it to Elon Musk. Okay. And it's not because I think that he's hurting for $1 billion right now. But if you look at what he is working on to accomplish for us as a human race, right? I truly believe from what I've seen that he has a similar heart for humanity that I've seen in a lot of physicians, but on a macro scale as an engineer and an entrepreneur. He's trying to solve some of the greatest problems that are facing us today. And I think that what we are going to see, hopefully coming from the Terafab down in Austin, is going to be wild with recursive feedback and engineering on AI chips that are going to get better and better and better in a short period of time, and increasing independence when it comes to chip foundries for the United States. Like, it's wild. And I think that $1 billion would go further and do more for more people than anywhere else I could put it.
And he's also working on Neuralink, which is a really interesting company, which puts sort of brain chip interfaces to allow people to hear again, see again, allow paraplegics to walk again, which is really, really incredible. Dr. Alex, thank you so much. It's so illuminating, and I can't wait to have you back again sometime soon to talk about all the other things we could have talked about today. We focused on peptides predominantly, but I know that over on your YouTube channel, you talk about a lot more than that. So highly recommend everybody go check out Dr. Alex's YouTube channel, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI. All of your viewing
Okay,
behavior.
I'm gonna go shower.
This video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out, and I bet you might love it.
I bet you, I probably might or might not. Let's actually play. Let's go back a couple of seconds. I want to see if it actually is going to be different.
Humanity that I've seen in a lot of physicians, but on a macro scale as an engineer and
I want to see. I just want to see if it's going to be the same video or a different video.
And I think that what we are going to see, hopefully coming from the Terafab down in Austin, is going to be wild with recursive feedback and engineering on AI chips that are going to get better and better and better in a short period of time, and increasing independence when it comes to chip foundries for the United States. Like, it's wild. And
I like how he keeps saying it's wild.
$1 billion
It's
would
wild.
Go further and do
It's
more
wild.
for more people
It's wild.
than anywhere else I could put it.
And he's also working on Neuralink, which is a really interesting company, which puts sort of brain chip interfaces to allow people to hear again, see again, allow paraplegics to walk again, which is really, really incredible. Dr. Alex, thank you so much. It's so illuminating, and I can't wait to have you back again sometime soon to talk about all the other things we could have talked about today. We focused on peptides predominantly, but I know that over on your YouTube channel, you talk about a lot more than that. So highly recommend everybody go check out Dr. Alex's YouTube channel, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know it.
It's the same video. It's the same damn video. All right, what do we got? What's on the bucket? The bad boy always wins. We've been listening to her a fair bit. She's been showing up on my feed a lot. Oops.
Let me tell you why the bad boy wins in the end every single time. I know. You wanted the good guy to win, but life is not a Disney movie. Sorry to break it to you. The bad boy, right? He ends up happily married. Yes, he does. While the nice guy is still sitting at home, confused about women. And the reason is honestly simple, guys. The bad boy, he's not naive. He knows the game. He knows how women use, abuse, manipulate, and switch personalities the moment that they want something. So nothing surprises him anymore. When a man has options, he stops romanticizing women. He doesn't
This is
chase.
funny.
He doesn't believe every sweet thing that comes out of their mouths. And he sure as hell knows how to spot genuine interest and connection from the get-go.
It's true.
So when he finally chooses a woman, it is extremely intentional, and it is not desperate at all. But let's flip it. Let's look at the nice guy. One woman smiles at him. He is ready to get married. One text. He's attached, and he thinks he's in love. But he's not in love.
This used to be me.
Relief that somebody finally looked his way. Relief that somebody finally validated his existence. And when you build a relationship on relief instead of intention, that falls apart every single time. Experienced men understand something that the inexperienced ones haven't figured out yet.
I have some
women
stuff to say in a
are
moment.
for a while, and some women are for life. And if you're confusing the two, we got a problem. The inexperienced guys marries looks, chemistry, fantasy.
Yep.
He loves a woman who gives him those butterflies, right? Yeah, those butterflies, buddy, that's anxiety. Those aren't necessarily happy and positive. But
Bar.
the experienced guy, he looks for peace,
Yep.
respect,
Yep.
and stability.
Bar.
That's it. Because after a certain age, a man doesn't tolerate drama anymore. He
Yeah.
wants peace. He's done playing the games. And here's the irony of it all. The guy that was called a jerk is becoming a better husband than the guy that they referred to as the nice guy. Funny how that works, right?
Right.
Experience creates clarity. And clarity beats innocence every single time.
You're damn right it
But
does.
You're more than welcome to keep believing in fairy tales. Let me tell you why the bad...
Bar. That's a bar. CM Punk breaks down a rare moment with his adoptive mom. This is the CIA officer who exposed America's torture program. Yeah, as you can see, my feed is quite the fascinating feed, isn't it? What are we going to watch? Black holes. Look at that. How this is hijacking a generation. Yep. This. That's funny. This guy, look at that. Two phones. Two phones. Two phones. What is this guy doing? Actually, I'm curious. I want to just quickly check this guy out. I want to see what he's doing.
Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. It's been a WIRL stream, and I'll see you
A
guys.
W.
Oh shit! It's actually a video. It's a bit different than the
What
first
the
setup
fuck
that
is
I showed
going
you
on
guys. But
here?
I'm gonna explain why and why you need a Samsung. Any sort of phone with a Play Store will work. But what up, guys? It's your boy Lefty. This is not another gear video. This is more based on the software.
What the
Before we
hell
get
is
into the
going
software,
on
I
with
wanna show you
this?
guys
Look,
what I
look
updated
at
on
this.
setup, right?
What
so
the
two things I
fuck?
say different is the short cord. I finally got the short cord. It came in. It's literally a perfect length. And we
What the
have
hell
a
is
new phone,
going
guys.
on
We
here?
no longer have a second iPhone. The reason we have a Motorola is because one, it's very affordable, and two, this is for TTS and for chat.
TTS? Oh,
Now, obviously,
chat. Oh,
we
got
could
it.
look at chat on this phone. If you guys want TTS, you're gonna need a speaker like this. You need a phone with a Play Store, whether it's Motorola, Samsung,
Okay,
Android,
what
whatever
the
phone
fuck is
has a
going
Play
on
Store
here?
and you're able to connect it to the internet, it will work. The
What
reason
the
we
fuck
can't
is
use
going-
two iPhones is because the app called IRL Pro is not working on the iPhone, guys. This is only an app for Play Store. But this is pretty much my
Android,
setup,
bro,
guys.
not Play
I have
Store.
this bag to have
Come
my
on.
cables and
Come on
charger.
now.
I got the speaker and the mic connected. If you guys want a part 3,
Bro, get a better microphone.
TTS, make sure to leave a like. All
I-
right, we're gonna be talking about
Hold on. Anytime I see the big ass like microphone blocks, I know this was from 2 years ago, but still, like the small microphones existed 2 years ago. But like the fact that he's using the big ass microphone, it just cringe. Like soon, even this will be considered big. I keep forgetting how awesome this microphone is. But yeah, just it just look at that. Ugh. It just drives me nuts.
All right, we're gonna be talking
What is this?
about IRL Toolkit. All right,
fuck is
step
this?
up your streams to the next level. I 110% believe. This
Believe
is
or
the
no?
one thing you need to invest in if you want to do IRL streaming. One, never drop again. If you IRL stream off your phone and you lose connection even for 1 second, it's going to restart your VOD. Now, a lot of people might be asking, how do I run internet off those phones? Well, it's through my data, through my service.
Duh.
Through AT&T, that's what I have. So if you guys have AT&T, you should be good to go. I know like T-Mobile, Verizon, they're good, but I think AT&T is the best so far. I'll show you guys some examples of my IRL streams. They do lag sometimes, guys. This is not a perfect solution, but
No
it does
solution
work
is perfect.
as long as your data and your service is good. If you're in a bad spot with no service, your stream is not going to work unless you get an IRL backpack, which is a lot of money. And
You don't
this
need a
is what I need
backpack.
because it pretty much lets you have OBS.
See, I like
on
the
your phone.
I like the
So
fucking
I
chat.
cannot see
Like I
chat,
like
notifications, anything on this phone, right? But on this phone, I see the chat, I hear notifications, TTS, all that good stuff. Now that's because I have an app called IRL Pro. So you guys know, Prism Live is the app I use, and that's literally what you see. I don't see chat and I don't see my overlay on this phone. I only see it on here. Y'all see it, and then I hear the notifications from my second phone as well. If y'all want to look through all the features, y'all can read.
two
through
phones.
You know, this is just pretty much full access to OBS.
Two phones, y'all.
Ooh,
Yeah. I mean,
text, all that stuff, my overlays,
that's
everything
crazy.
through OBS in the cloud, which is what IRL tool is.
That is
So
crazy.
once you make an account and you do buy this, which this is the one I bought right here, I pay about $137 a month. Once you get this, you will get an email.
$130 a month for this?
Get into the IRL.run. This is pretty much.
I mean, look, money is money, but come on, like, really?
2 minutes to start. I'm gonna start it right now. This is where you configure your OBS, where you start and stop your stream, and all that good stuff. If you have any questions about streaming,
He has a newer video.
IRL streaming, always leave them down below in the comments.
That's a lot of money to pay for
When you guys
OBS.
finally open this up, it's very confusing. But this is
I'm making something similar, cheaper, but no direct OBS.
They have like their own starting soon logo, BRB. If you know you.
Fuck it.
Yo, what is up, YouTube? It's your boy Lefty, and welcome back to a brand new.
Wait, he's a different channel.
We'll be talking about IRL streaming and how to stream on your iPhone. So this is all you need to stream on your iPhone.
Okay. The fact that you're still using that microphone. Ooh, come on, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing with yourself?
A few months ago, and they've been doing really good. And I wanted to make it.
Why, bro? Why?
You need now. It's very, very simple. You know, you don't need a lot of gear anymore. By the way, all the gear that I'm gonna be talking about today will be in the description, as well as
why?
3 tutorials on IRL streaming. Just so you guys know, I also don't want to focus on things that I already talked about in my last video. So I recommend you guys watching all my videos that I've posted about IRL streaming.
No.
Guys, we're gonna head over to the computer.
Okay, fuck it. We're done with this shit. What the fuck is this?
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are, dude. That's why these trials. What, are you missing data out there?
Neil deGrasse Tyson joined Patrick Bet-David on his program to talk about the vaccine and the vaccine.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Dead by Daylight has a huge skill issue. What is this? Is this a clickbaity title?
Dead by Daylight has a huge skill issue, and it's getting to the point where I'm using my platform to stop it. If you unfortunately have the Twitter app downloaded, you might have seen some of my tweets over the past few days. They had some pretty crazy reach, because I was talking about something controversial. I think Dead by Daylight has a massive skill issue. As of recent, Survivor players are way worse, and it's pretty much the same for Killer players. So as I've been saying the past few days, I've been posting some stuff on Twitter, right? Because I think over the past few months...
Drama. This is all drama. If a woman is attacking you, it is okay to hit back. Why or why not? No. Because if you know who you are, you don't need to even entertain that shit. If you think praying actually works, you need to see this. What the hell is going on here? So much like stuff on YouTube's crazy.
Of the 18% of people that say they don't believe in a God, they are almost certainly going to hell, according to scripture.
Well, so James, the book of James in the Bible, who's actually the half brother of Jesus, he writes a book and he says, "You believe that God is one." He says, "Great. So do the demons." So the point is, like, if anybody knows and believes in God, it's the demons. It's Satan, right? Okay, sure. So what's the difference there? The difference is that there's a relational component of when we, in sort of the Christian terminology, when I say Jesus is your Lord and your Savior.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'll check that out. The illusion of time. I'm looking for a video that y'all can watch while I go and like do my thing. Oh yeah, we need a video. Come on. Come on. Where's she at in the game?
That sounded kind of mean, no? Oh, I'm happy that you were here, Brainerd, then. Say, Marcus, is there any way I can help?
Nah. I don't want to watch her playing Final Fantasy 9. I'll get too attached to watching. What the fuck is this? Okay. Better human, better dog. Better human, better dog. We've seen practically all the damn episodes.
The only thing I wanted to do is to teach people there is no such a thing as a bad.
Alright, I'll be back.
She's safer with me. Today, I'm still doing what I love, but the world has changed. Record dog adoptions have made many packs complete, but now, more than ever, people and dogs still need help.
We can't live like this.
The problem is me. What do I do? More pushes, more problems, right? He needs rehab like ASAP. So many things you can fix already.
Sorry,
Ignore the excitement.
I just don't want you to get fit.
Do you know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to teach the world to honor the pack code. Honesty, integrity, and loyalty. Once you get this, you're gonna have everything else. And that's how we create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time. During the darkest time of COVID, many of us turned into the comfort of dogs. Thousands of new packs were formed around the country, and dog adoptions went through the roof. Today, I'm meeting a woman that adopted 4 dogs during COVID. 4! That's a lot of dogs. Now her new pack is tearing her life and her house apart. So, I'm gonna help her get her pack back on track.
I'm Sherry Schweitzer.
I'm Chris Carisu. We've been going out about 6 months now.
COVID was very difficult on everyone. I got bored and lonely. I went to a pet store with no intention of getting a dog, and then I just couldn't leave him. So, get back over there. I have 4 dogs. There's Brewski, the Pomeranian Husky. Lunatic, she's a Husky. And then there's Kenzie. I think she's a Basenji Dachshund. And then there's Jameson, who I think is a Basenji something. And she's a little over 1. She still is a puppy.
Each one of these animals is just absolutely amazing. When we first met, it was made clear that she has 4 dogs. When I came into the house, I was a stranger, and it was a little intimidating because it is absolute chaos.
They are extremely destructive. They've destroyed all of the furniture in my TV room, and the backs off chairs, couches, eaten all the recliner wires.
The leather corners on the tables.
They've taken out my irrigation wires. They've eaten all the sprinkler heads off. They've been replaced several times.
Ornaments, gloves,
Really?
furniture.
They've cost about 6 or 7 grand so far.
All right, try to calm down. All right, okay?
When we go for walks, it's the same routine there. The whole pack just walking chaos. I'm not a small guy. I've been yanked over, pulled over. Not only is it challenging physically, it's demanding, but it borderlines on danger.
One time, Jameson and Luna went out and killed a skunk. The neighbors were awakened by the noise and called animal control. That gave me a citation, but it gets worse. Over the course of my living here, neighbors have probably called animal control on me 8 or 10 times, and it's $300 every time.
Kenzie!
Come here!
Kenzie,
come here!
come here. Kenzie!
They're not fun letters to get, that's for sure.
Come on, I'm inside.
The worst case scenario would be for me to have to surrender all of them. and I just don't want to do it. Within the last decade, I've lost my mother, I lost my dad, and I lost my brother. I have almost no other direct family. The dogs got me through a lot of death, and they got me through COVID. So I owe a lot to these animals. It's really important to me to get help from Caesar because I don't know how to deal with this destruction. I don't know how to deal with the chaos.
We are at our wit's end. We don't know what the next step is.
These dogs have been my way of just moving forward, forcing myself, get up every day, just keep moving. And so this is really frustrating for me, and I don't know how to get out of it. So I'm just really hopeful that Caesar's going to give us the help that we need so we can move forward. Hey, Caesar.
Hey, guys.
Caesar.
Welcome.
Oh my God. Obviously, you like cats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
But have a pack of dogs.
Hey, you do. I can hear that.
This is where the dogs hang out most of the time. They do kind of have free reign.
They were chewing on the side corners over there.
All the corners are gone. Back of my chair is gone.
Back of the chair.
Back of my couch is gone.
Immediately you can see and hear these dogs are ruling this house, not Sherry and Chris. They're barking nonstop, climbing all over the furniture, and treating the whole house like a giant chew toy. This is really hard to see.
This in my house will never happen. It's inviting versus invading. So if they do it on their own, they end up invading. You can have a dog in furniture, you can have a dog in bed, you can have all of that. All of that is beautiful, right? But it's also important for them to know that the human invite them.
Wow.
They can't just do whenever they want to.
I think moving to the home to work remotely now and spending so much time with the dogs during COVID, I just became so comfortable and familiar with them that I think I slipped into some really bad habits. There was no structure in the life. I was always here. And so I think they've become, really attached to me, and I'm ridiculously attached to them.
What happens when they do whenever they want to is they start controlling, they start owning. And then what you purchase is no longer yours.
Or I don't want it anymore.
You don't want it anymore, you let it, but they develop a habit.
Right.
Destructive behavior in a young pack like this is often due to excessive energy. So I need to see their exercise routine.
How often do you go for walks, long walks?
3 or 4 days, maybe, max.
So then how do they drain energy?
Got a sizable backyard. So I feel like they self-exercise, but I'm sure that's not enough.
Backyard play is not exercise. It should be a reward after exercise, which comes on walks. Dogs need at least 1 hour of sustained exercise every day to burn off energy. A great way to do that is long walks.
Well, if we can work on the frenzied nature of the dog walks, we'd certainly take them out a lot more.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
No,
I just
That'd be
love
great.
walks. I made friends out on my walks, and now I try to stay away from everybody. I go out late. I try to go places where I stay away from the park because there's going to be people and kids, and so
you're
that's
practicing avoidance and flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
You see what I'm saying? So you have to
100%.
practice more
Right.
confident.
Right.
You set the rules, you set the boundaries, you set the limits. But when you practice flight and avoidance, you are letting them lead you.
If these dogs are ever gonna get the exercise they need to stop this destruction, I need to sort out their chaotic walks. So that's what I need to see next.
I want to see your preparation, however you do it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Show me what you normally do.
All right. Here we go. Guys, want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk?
Lunabug.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. That's really okay. You got Jameson. Ruru, come here, honey. Risky.
This is normal, or this is a little quiet?
This is a little quiet. Really quiet. Like they've already been out today once, so I think that's a lot less energy.
Yeah, this is much easier than normal.
This is nowhere near.
Yeah.
Well, Sherry's doing the opposite of what she should do. She's using whistling and high-pitched baby talk.
There we go.
Luna.
Okay, Kenzie, where are you?
Which get the dogs even more excited when she should be calming them. So the pack has too much energy and the pet parent is adding excitement. I am a little nervous to see how this will go.
But it's already chaotic. Yeah, a lot of excitement.
Come on, over here.
I never seen a pack leave the house quite like that. It was like shaking a can of soda before opening it.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes total sense with how I saw Sherry getting them ready.
Leave it. Leave it.
And chaos just continued down the street. Yeah, the two brown ones are the one they're sending the message to attack. Yeah, it's pretty chaotic. But the little one is definitely sending the message. Whoosh. Guys, stop. Somebody's gonna get hurt. I think we all seen enough. Look. Come over here, guys. The two brown ones.
Yeah.
That one is sending the message.
Kenzie?
This one is about to finish the job.
Jameson?
The chaos in Sherry's pack is really caused by one dog, Kenzie. He's nervous and excited, locking on everything that passes, charging and barking. Then newcomer Jameson picks up on her lead and goes on the attack, joined by the rest of the pack. This one is the one is sending like the trumpet. And then they send the mercenary, boom.
I knew that Kenzie had anxiety issues, but there was so much destruction and so much havoc being wreaked that it just so overshadowed everything. But now to see that Kenzie is actually the instigator, it makes total sense.
This is the one that's giving you the... Hey, look at that. See that? The whole... Hey. Yeah, this is the one that's giving you the aggressive tone. Let's go and make chaos everywhere. And then everybody goes, okay. She's leading the pack. Wow. Sherry assembled this pack, but right now is being led by Kenzie, whose anxiety gets her pack mates worked up, making walks chaotic and dangerous. So, Sherry doesn't walk them as much, which leads the dogs to turn all of their energy into destruction of Sherry's house. Let's use the healthy leashes. It will help them calm down. I need to find the source of this nervous, unsettled energy because that will be the key to calming this chaotic pack. Earlier, you also asked me, where did they become anxious? They match you. Dogs absorb the negative energy we provide.
I was actually trying to think what was going on in my life when I got Kenzie, and I had just lost my job.
Yeah.
We were in the middle of COVID.
Yeah.
I'm sure I was just giving off waves of not very happy.
Yeah.
Maybe I transferred that to her. I look back over my behavior and some of the tense times I was going through when I brought Kenzie into my house. I wonder if I didn't feed some of her anxiety issues with my own. They've had a very unstructured existence in this house. So, yeah, it's going to be some work.
Without a doubt, I want to definitely invite you to the DPC. It's a calming place that should help both you and Kenzie get a handle of your energy. See you at the ranch.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Caesar.
Appreciate it.
Bye, Caesar.
Thanks
Bye,
again.
guys.
We'll see you at the
Bye.
ranch.
The next day, Caesar heads to the streets of La Cañada, where two problematic pooches pull a family's youngest members into danger.
I'm Gina.
And I'm Will. We have two daughters,
Hi, I'm Sammy. Hi, I'm Madison.
and we also have two dogs, Ollie and Bailey.
Bailey is a Woodle, or a soft-coated Wheaten Terrier Poodle. Bailey, up! He's very sweet-hearted, very gentle, and loves to give everyone kisses. No, Ollie's tired. Ollie is the older one. He's a little Maltipoo.
Let go. Hey, Ollie.
He's like a rascal. But he's still really cute and nice. He's very loving and loves to snuggle up next to us. But as much as we love him...
Let go. Hey, Ollie. No.
Ollie is quite the punk. It's the walks. That's where the stress happens. No.
Ollie will start barking, and that will always set off Bailey.
When they see another dog, they will both bark and be aggressive towards the other dogs. And then we'll start directing that towards each other.
No. Hey, come on.
Our neighborhood is an awesome area, but we have no sidewalks. The roads are narrow. There are blind corners. So as pedestrians, you do have to take special care.
It becomes really difficult when the girls are walking the dogs. Ollie! because once they get triggered, they're literally pulling you into the street. Really? No.
There's that time with Sammy.
They're all walking together. Ollie and Bailey saw the other dogs, and then Ollie started running into the street, and then Sammy started walking into the street as well, chasing after, oh my gosh, chasing after Ollie into the street, trying to grab her dog. It's one of those moments where you hear about it, and it's just, as a mother, your heart just sinks and it jumps, because she could have gotten hit by a car. That didn't happen, but it could easily happen.
You're always thinking in the back of your mind, could that happen again? Could it be worse?
I wouldn't want the dogs to get hit. I wouldn't want our girls to get hit. If Caesar is able to resolve this issue, it would be huge.
Yeah. This is our chance to really help our dogs, help our family, and kind of eliminate that fear of something's going to happen. Stay. Hello!
How are you? How are you?
Hi.
Come on, we're gonna talk over here.
Okay.
Is that okay?
All right. Yep.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Stay.
We need your help, and the entire neighborhood needs your help.
The entire neighbor.
Because our dogs are infamous. When they see bigger dogs, if they go berserk, they're pulling, they're barking, and then they're just fighting each other.
What Gina is describing is called redirection. When an aggressive dog is unable to reach their target, they redirect that aggression on something closer. Ollie and Bailey are redirecting on each other. But getting caught in the crossfire is another way that Gina, William, and especially the girls could get hurt.
Our primary concern really is our daughters.
Yes.
You'll notice how our neighborhood doesn't have any sidewalks.
Yes.
There's always a chance of a car coming up, kind of an accident waiting to happen.
Oh. Well, I want to see the walk next. Who taught you how to walk the dogs?
Ourselves?
Self-taught? We didn't know there was a course.
They laugh, but they know firsthand how dangerous it is when you don't know the right way to walk your dogs. So, Gina, you're going to get to do your thing, and we're going to watch. I need to see what they're doing wrong. We have some dogs waiting for you. Oh, there she comes. Bailey is pulling.
Yeah, Bailey's pulling. Bailey is physically strong.
I'm here. I'm back.
He's very slow.
Just finished showering.
Yeah. And then he becomes a teenager and just...
Terrorize.
Not too close to the dog. Not too close to the dog. Wow. Keep moving. You don't want to get caught between them. Stop, Gina. Here, give me Ollie. He's the troublemaker. Both Ollie and Bailey's lunging is dragging Gina around the street. Even worse, they're redirecting their aggression on each other, and Gina got caught in the middle. She really could have been hurt. It's clear that Ollie is the instigator, and Bailey is just following his lead. I need to get Ollie under control immediately.
Ollie.
Stop saying his name, because he can sense your fear. He's nervous. That's what he was doing now. Ollie's a nervous, excited dog. He's sensitive to tense and fearful energy, which is exactly what Gina is giving him. She's scared her dogs will attack, but Ollie senses fear and thinks he must protect her. Bailey joins his pack mate, and all the lunging and barking causes Gina more fear.
Hey, come on.
Even worse, the dogs then redirect on each other. Ollie and Bailey can't reach the neighbors' dogs, so they turn on each other instead.
No.
It's a vicious cycle of fear that leads to dangerous situations in the road for Gina, and especially for the girls. I need to work with Gina on controlling her energy better. But first, I have to calm Ollie down. There you go. I am calm, so Ollie is calm.
I must show Gina how to model calm energy when walking the dogs, because the only way they can actually be safe is when the dogs become calm surrender. You have to stay calm, confident, no matter what. I'm leading him to where I want him to go, moving where I want to move, stopping when I want to stop. Because they are learning to trust that the human has control over himself to control the situation.
The results
The
that we saw
doggies.
crazy instantaneous. I mean, just the little things that he did seemed to make a really big difference.
Correct with a slight pull on the leash to snap him out of it. It's about you carrying the calm, confident position, and then they follow. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Your turn.
Who, me?
Yes.
Okay. So, here we go.
And you're gonna do the same thing. Sure, not tense. Go ahead. Don't hesitate.
Ollie, come on. Oh.
Hold on. So with this guy, you have to act faster because he gets stuck.
Yes.
Okay? Get your energy right. Let's try it again.
All right.
Look.
Come on, Ollie.
Go ahead.
No.
Keep going. A little faster. There we go. There you go. Correct. There you go. Correct. There. See that? He stopped barking because he have to pay attention to her lead. Once Gina was projecting calm, confident energy.
You've got a lead, not the doggy.
And she even corrected him effectively, which calmed him down. Now it's time to.
We've seen all these, but I had to go shower, so I left this on.
They redirected on each other, so this is a big test of Gina's energy and leadership. Same thing. Calm, confident, move. You're moving too close to the pack. There you go. Yes. Ollie didn't even react to that charge because you didn't seem afraid, which means he's following your lead.
So this is amazing. This really is.
Yes.
So this is a very good lesson. I need to kind of exude the calmness first, and then the dogs will follow.
Yeah.
The dogs actually did really well. I feel really hopeful.
If they taught us how to control our energies while we were in school as a young kid, none of us would be running into problems in the physical world. Because it is this very thing that should be taught: emotional regulation, how to use your energy, that this is an energetic world, that everything responds via energy, right? Humans with pets, whether dog or cat or even other animals. Imagine so many people, like, of course, the new kids are starting to know this because they came down with a lot of their memories already intact. But for the rest of us who came in a period where we had to master our souls without knowing these things and have to go back in through remembrance. If this was taught in school when in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, a lot of the problems that you're seeing today don't exist. But of course, the problems that don't exist today, or it wouldn't have existed today, these kids that are coming down with their full knowing, they wouldn't be coming to Earth either. So everything is a ripple. And there's no blame because, now we know. All right, but you see, like, this is happening in real time with their dogs. Dogs can't speak human language. They can only feel your energy.
I just want to leave you with some homework.
Okay. Yeah.
Practice self-control.
The self-control.
That means being aware of and maintaining calm, confident energy. Yeah, so by the time you move, you just ask them to stay in that zone. We have to focus on Gina. Gina is definitely excited, tense, and I want her to be calm and confident. Simple as that. That means Gina is just going to have to practice her walks with confidence. Walk. Practice. Because it's only after Gina commands the energy of the household with calm, confident leadership that we'll reach our goal of the girls safely walking the dogs on their own. Thank you. Bye.
A few days later, Caesar returns to La Cañada to check on Ollie and Bailey's progress.
I need to see if Gina has practiced the calm, confident dog walks needed to calm this pack. So the girls...
Don't you just love California? It has like everything. Mountains, ocean, nature, city, trails, everything.
I like it.
They've definitely improved in terms of controlling the dogs.
They're walking beside us. No barking, no craziness.
Even the neighbors with their dogs passing us, they'll comment, oh, that's so much better. But there's still a lot of redirecting and trying to wrangle them in, and the girls really haven't had a chance to walk the dogs by themselves. I don't think it's going to happen until we feel more comfortable. It's definitely a work in progress still. So
Well, Gina, you are the pack leader. If you stay calm, confident, the dogs will get to calm too. And the girls will have no problem walking them.
All right.
Let's go for a walk.
Okay.
I want to see you in action.
We'll see.
The dogs are like definitely getting better.
Due to the guidance that Caesar gave us, I think we've done a pretty good job. But like, this was a lot more stressful.
All right, Gina, you're gonna be the role model, the pack leader of the family.
All right.
I know this is very important to you, the pack walk, so the girls can do it without any problem. So we have some dogs waiting for you.
When Caesar told me about the gauntlet of dogs, I was nervous.
Let's go.
All the doggies.
Hoping that everything that Caesar told us to do would just kind of happen naturally.
I still wonder at times if they want us to be, if they want us to be calling them doggies, because we are making up language and we're calling them something that maybe they're not supposed to be called. But who knows? If T-Bray is around, I'm summoning the T-Bray. If you're around, we can play Dead by Daylight if you choose to. Let's see if it is him hiding in the shadows. If not, I'm just going to chill for the rest of the evening. The stream has about 30 minutes, give or take, roughly. So, just going to go make a hot chocolate or something and just chill. I'll watch Raw for sure this evening, because the Raw after WrestleMania is always the most exciting generally, but this is the TKO era, so we don't really know if it's going to be that great, but you never know. Yeah, so if you want to play, let me know. If not, if you're not there, then oh well. We'll just continue.
All right, let's go.
Do you see how I intuitively knew it was you that was there? Do you see why I paused it and I'm like summoning the T-Bray? It's fascinating. Okay. I'll keep that on for a moment. Get everything sorted. I'm going to call you on Discord on my Mac with my AirPods, so I can talk to you through Discord on my Mac. Yeah. Let's see if it's working. I got it to work yesterday. Doot. Now it's connected. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna get everything set up. Discord. Oh. Are you doing this again? Do I have to brute force this shit again? What?
Because they take after what we should.
I think you're ready for your final challenge. Now, we'll see if Ali Bailey can stay calm with the girls.
Those are not the AirPods. The fuck's going on here? Now the problem has returned again. It's fine. What? Why the fuck does it keep going back to that? Dude, what the fuck? Why are you being a little bitch right now? Stop connecting to the fucking Mac. Stop. Ugh. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to use my... I got the thing fucking working yesterday. Are you gonna stick? Are we gonna have this problem? Are you gonna change? Are you gonna go back?
Sherry assembled the pack during COVID to deal with stress and unhappiness, but now it's upended her life and her home.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Caesar. Bring him out.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't do the back door?
I'm afraid we're afraid I'll fall. I'm afraid they'll run.
Oh. It's clear this pack is exploding with energy, whether it's exiting the car or the house, or tearing Sherry's furniture to shred, led by nervous, excited Basenji, Kenzie. All right, so we're gonna focus with Kenzie and the agility. I'm gonna show you something that is very powerful.
Yo.
Since the rest of the pack
What the fuck is that noise?
she needs extra
Oh my god.
every
This
day
is crazy.
That
I hear like a fucking buzz in my earpods. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. What is this? Mute. No. Oh my god, what the hell is this noise? Alright, fuck it. I guess I'm gonna have to use my tablet. Screw it.
So let's see you get Kenzie on the treadmill, and then I can help.
So stupid. So dumb. AirPods, you suck right now. Actually, okay, let's see. That's so fucking weird. So, my AirPods decided to make this weird, buzzy, shitty noise while connecting to the Mac. So, can't use it the way I want to use it, especially on Discord. So, it's kind of weird. Ugh. Tech problems, always tech problems, but, you know, whatever. Default microphone, speaker. Jeez. I'll be on in probably like 10 minutes. Or... What the fuck is up with that microphone? Why does it sound like that? Ugh.
I'll play another one.
Yeah, you may as well. You might have to play two, depending on how long I take.
What, trying to fix that?
I wanted to fix that, but that's not happening right now, and I don't want to waste my time with it. So I'm going to go make a hot chocolate, and I am going to get my stuff set up right now.
Alright, I gotta jump off about 7:30, 7:45-ish probably.
Okay. So that means I gotta hurry. Well, if you're gonna jump off on at that time, then I'll just jump on and I'll do everything later. That's fine.
No, I'm gonna play for a bit.
You just said you're jumping off around 7:45, so.
Yeah, that's about 15 minutes.
Well, knowing that my laptop takes like 10 minutes or so, I'll wait. I'll wait. That's fine. I'm not. I can enjoy raw with a hot chocolate and see if it's gonna be any good.
Yeah, it should be good.
Oh, but Femi already called out Roman Reigns on the post show. Apparently.
I didn't really like their match. I thought it was kind of whack.
Apparently, Brock Lesnar did go off script. He didn't. He was gonna retire, but he went off script on how he was gonna do it. So apparently he was supposed to get retired by Gunther at SummerSlam. But he's like, that's what a lot of the, you know how those wrestling leakers find like the stories and stuff and what's supposed to happen. So, well, yeah, what I heard was he was supposed to get retired by Gunther, and he's like, fuck that noise. That's not happening.
Oh, yeah.
So, Triple H, like, he did a little X thing in the middle of the ring yesterday, signaling that he's like done, because like that X means like someone's injured, but he's not injured. He made his own little thing up, and yeah, I mean, good. I would rather him have retired like how he did yesterday than to be retired by Gunther anyways. So
100%. Yeah, I don't want Gunther retired, everybody.
Yeah. Apparently,
I don't know. I'm just not the biggest Gunther fan. I mean, he's good, but
he's a good wrestler, but I don't know. I don't personally prefer him.
I wasn't even paying attention for the first night of WrestleMania. Might go back and watch it later.
I mean, we were playing, but I was looking at it here and there. It was boring. Even looking at the recap on YouTube.
Right.
So, I mean, night 2 was definitely better, but it still was just too short. Because like, even when they had it for 2 nights last year and the year before, each show ended around like 11 o'clock, 11:30. One ended at 12 because the matches went longer. But this year, all the match except for Roman's match and CM Punk's match was super short. Like I mentioned, like I went to do laundry, bring it up, and I said, but by the time before I even finish folding this laundry up, Sammy's going to lose his title. And I called it. As soon as I brought up the laundry and I started folding up like a couple pairs of socks, it was over. I'm like, oh, that's quick.
Yeah, they were all mostly pretty short. That is for sure.
And then, of course, the ads on top of that were longer than the actual event. Especially night one. Apparently somebody actually did a calculation of the amount of time of the amount of time that the ads are versus the actual wrestling of like the matches itself, and they were like, yeah, the matches were shorter than the total ads. So pretty fascinating. Ooh, well, this is a cool fact.
Well, you got to pay for it somehow.
It's true.
I don't remember how much they acquired WWE for, but you know, UFC was whatever billion of dollars. I'm sure WWE wasn't very cheap either.
Yeah. So it looks like I just hit over 2,000 hours on Dead by Daylight from my playtime. That's pretty good. It's a lot of time.
Yeah, it stopped at like 30 hours for me. I don't know what it's doing. I need to go back and check it.
Of course, there's people on my feed or on my channel that have played like a gazillion hours of Dead by Daylight. It's crazy.
What, people we used to play with?
There's people that I'm connected with that have played like 10,000 hours of Dead by Daylight. It's pretty nuts. Excuse me. There's a person who's played less hours than me and has all the achievements done. 297 of 297. That's funny. I'm not an achievement hunter anymore. I don't give a fuck about achievements. If it's a single player game, sure. But if it's a multiplayer game, I don't care about it. I'm old school. I came from the era where achievements weren't even a thing. Alright, my game is in the process of loading.
Alright.
The Flashback Rift has kicked off week 11, and time is running out. Complete the challenge before the door closes for good. Sure, I've already finished it. Alright, I'll wait till you're done. I'm gonna go into the store, check shit out, even though it's not Tuesday. Let me just check something with this. What kind of alpha can I build with her? Nope. That's like the worst outfit ever for Kate, my god. Visionary. Ugh. What were they thinking? Felix, Ace, Spirit. Who are you facing as the killer right now?
Tokyo Ghoul.
Ah, Slingshot Man.
Yeah, he's over here. Put in a little bit of work. He's about to get me out of this locker. Oh, guess not. He's actually a pretty good killer. He's gonna find me right here. Yeah, I do it. It's over.
Second hook.
Yeah. We had a couple bots. Man, that first chase is everything. I mean, if they get caught pretty quick, it's getting the hole immediately. It's, I had 2 people down. They both turned into bots.
Yep.
Alright, load you in there. Change out my character. So Meg.
I'll stick with Sable. I was playing with her last. Well, let's see if Obafemi comes out when Roman Reigns is introduced as the new World Heavyweight Champion.
We'll see.
Say what?
He says he's not part-time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. He said he'll be around for the summer. So we'll see if he wrestles, though. It's one thing to just show up. It's a whole other thing to actually wrestle.
CM Punk just needs to go over to SmackDown. SmackDown's trash.
Yep. Apparently, CM Punk got into an altercation with a fan. It was caught on camera. He after the match, like he was leaving, he was giving Bailey a hug, and he knocked a phone out of a fan's hand because the fan was like, I don't know, saying something or doing something. Because fans, you know how fans are, they can be very obnoxious, right? Because they are people too, and like the wrestlers, and you know. But yeah, apparently CM Punk also was after the match. I saw him staggering around outside the ring, and I think one of the fans was saying like, "You're faking it," and CM Punk's like, "This actually fucking hurts," or something like that. So it's interesting.
Well, Pat McAfee was giving people crap in the front row. I don't know about that one. These guys paid a lot of money for the ones in the front row.
I also saw, because they were showing footage of this, that some fans got arrested for
oh yeah, that don't surprise me.
they got, you know what they got arrested for though? You're not gonna believe this.
Well, I'm sure they were intoxicated.
No. So the hey, by the way, I can see the gens. That's not your perk, is it? I can see them. It's not my. It's not my.
I'm using Deja Vu.
Yeah, but I can see.
I can see them all too.
All right, so we need to find out who. We need to find out whose perk that is.
Can't see any on this side. We're on the. Yeah, we need to figure out whose.
I'm going up. You're going down. I'm going to check if there's one over here.
He's downstairs. There's one in the room I just ran into.
Yeah, there's nothing here. So yeah, they got arrested for stealing the, you know, those chairs, those fan chairs that you get in the like the front row, because apparently you have to have a blue bracelet to take one of those chairs, those commemorative chairs. But the thing is, like, some fans were just taking the chairs, and then the security people caught wind of it, and then they got the police involved, and those guys got arrested for just taking chairs. So that was considered theft.
Yeah, 100% that's theft. We gotta go. It's the man.
Yeah, I see him. The girl's doing the ritual. There's a girl doing a ritual in the basement. Actually, that's not a girl, that's a dude. He's doing the ritual in the basement. He's about to get smashed. Yeah, before we leave this match, or just, I gotta remind myself to check their perks, see what they're rolling. Remember, now that one guy cannot be healed because he used the ritual. He should be coming back this way. I don't know if he went upstairs.
Going through the middle, downstairs.
I think I'm the closest one to you.
No, Detective Tap's got me.
Oh.
Oh, man's back on us again. What the fudge?
Oh shit, the live stream's almost done. Alright, y'all. Well, thank you for coming on today. I appreciate it. Yeah, tomorrow's lower body day. Yep. I can't heal you, or what's going on here?
No, you can't. I'm just running away because he was there.
Alright, y'all. I got like 25 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Thank you for coming on today. I appreciate it. I'm going to go quickly just stay in the corner for a moment and just do my wrap up. Yeah, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Another day. Another 10K done. And yep. Alright, y'all. Have yourselves a good night. Peace out, y'all. Later. Bye-bye.